Let's see here. Are we live? It looks like he is. Let us make sure our audio is coming through. Alrighty. Hello, Swift. Let's see here. Still trying to find this and then this. I am good. Thank you for asking. How are you today? So many moving parts. We are trying to get everything going. Also, apologies in advance. I shall be nomming because I am very hungry, so... Hello, Adam. Okay, let us make sure. Okay, we are moving. Yay, it looks like I have my chat up. I can see everything. Okay, so... Previously, on the Bestest Neko channel, we were working on the Monitor, and we threw all kinds of builds at her. These are, in fact, chicken nuggies that we are eating. They have been tossed in Korean barbecue sauce for the curious. But if you would like to envision that these are breaded lobster children, then I leave that to your discretion, Chaos. So, we threw all kinds of builds at this lovely lady here. As you can see, I also changed her skin to be the galaxy type. I think I'll probably need to tweak that a little bit to like get the exact aesthetic I want, but I feel like I do like kind of like the realistic metal looking hull that the galaxy gives. But today, I mean, we could still go on forever with, oh my gosh, what is this? Is everybody else seeing this? I mean, you should be. My screen is your screen, but this gobbledygook, this name, ISS Nemesis, is being like, blah, 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 blah. Is that an at symbol in there, or shall we play a game of identify the language? That looks kind of like, oh goodness. Malaysia? Like, do they speak Malaysian? Like, I'm about to have that moment. Miss Teen USA and such. The United States. There are states in the United States and such, and I believe that borders and such. That was another nuggie entering our mouth hole. Regardless of whatever secret message that is. We shall be switching to the Hydra. The game had to think about it for a moment. All right, let's see here. We have a Lieutenant Commander Universal Station. There we go. We have a Lieutenant Commander Universal Station, an Ensign Universal Station, a Commander Tactical Intelligence, a Lieutenant Commander Engineering Pilot, and we have a Lieutenant Science Station. We built the ship initially. Yes, that was another tiny little nuggie. One of those crispy little, like, not quite a nuggie, like a nuglet, perhaps. They're delicious. You know, they're like extra crispy. But let us see here. The other day, which by now is probably nearly a week ago, when I was, I had set for myself the very ambitious goal of showcasing all 4 of these anniversary ships. It's like, I'm going to build them live. I'm going to take them into a patrol and level them. And then we're going to just like throw all kinds of builds on them. And I wildly, wildly underestimated the time that would take. So, yeah, we ended up basically just swapping between those ships. Putting just my Psi shenanigans, my anything can Psi build, as it were, onto each of them, leveling them, and then basically kind of moving on because we just did not have time, and that stream was nearly 8 hours. So last stream was maybe about 5, and we focused on the Monitor. So this one is going to be focusing on this ship naturally. Now let's see here. So she's already built for science shenanigans, which of course we can test the benefits of that at some point. Perhaps, when we're doing like showcasing, like, can she science? We're gonna like do it for reals and a little bit more of a stuff. But that is not our immediate goal, because I'm thinking that this bridge officer is not set to intel. Where are you? Not you. This one. Why are you pilot? Are we? No, we're not messing things up. Okay. Not trained in Surgical Strikes 3. That's an interesting discovery. It's fine, we'll fix it. Nuggy. Officer training. Let's make it trend chaos for the love of the nuggy. Surgical Strikes 3, where are you? Should it not be here? What is happening? This is making me feel like there's something wrong with my Neko eyes, but I'm quite confident that it should have been there in the S's, since everything here is like alphabetical, is it not? And it would be purple, so like doing a quick scan through Have we discovered a bug? Surgical strikes 3. Oh, energy weapons, surgical strikes 3. Whatever, lame. Lame. Okay, well, also, it says we're missing pads, presumably, which I usually keep in my account inventory because you never know when somebody else is going to need to craft something. Okay. Head. There's some are. Why are there 2 entries? I mean, it's fine, but also why? Okay. Inventory. Relocate yourself, please. So. Energy weapons, surgical strikes. They want you to know that your torpedoes will not surgically strike, nor will your mines. Start task. Yes, I think we can safely start our task. 30 seconds, mercifully. Enough time to throw a nuggie in our face hole. Ah. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see here. ROM, pack 1, skills, surgical strikes 3. And let's see. ROM Eng 1. Let's see if they... I do not believe they are currently set. No, they are not. So we're going to want them to have, at the very least for now, attack pattern lambda. And these will be like in the baby blues. Also known as the P's for pilot. Attack pattern lambda 3. Quick! The nuggies! I am currently separating out my nuggies. Like one separates peas from carrots, if you have that particular neuroses, so that they are more readily and easily stabbed. I don't want to wrestle with your pile. I am a winner, Lita. But I wish you would stop whispering that sexually in my ear every 5 seconds. Yes, indeed. Your task is complete, but I was distracted by my plate. Okay. Attack pattern lambda. Okay, well, I probably should not have swapped that before. Let's go to space. There may in fact be a lot of back and forth between space and ground because, you know, how it goes. Like you are near DS9, but you are not on it, so you do not have access to all things. Please dock. That's something I really wish they would add to the game, is like, since I'm close enough to Deep Space Nine, I should be able to like interact with this lady perhaps and tailor my ship right here, like not have to go to ground. If I can tailor my character and the costume just like magically updates, then why why no ship? Why can my ship not do the same thing and, you know, spare me the map move? And I do like the look of the ship with a more, you know, metallic, real hull, as it were. Very, I don't know. It kind of probably reminds me of the Battlestar Galactica. She's definitely here to ruin someone's day. Well, specifically Cylons, because do we have any robots to fight? I suppose the Borg will have to do. But anyway. Nuggy. Nuggy. Um. All right. I hope you all are enjoying the sound of my fork as it wrestles with my plate. Indeed. I have always liked the Prometheus. And this ship, like, honestly, it's giving the Prometheus a run for its money on whether or not I'm going to fly it. Because between the Monitor and the Nebula, I probably really do prefer the Nebula. But I really do thoroughly enjoy the appearance of this ship. So, load out. I do wish to know what unsaved changes there are, because I put back the power I took off. Shall we risk saving our changes, or shall we push this button and find out the horrible mistake that it was to push that button and we should have saved our changes? You know what, I'll just save it. If I have to fix it later, then it shall be done. No, for science is all caps, because it was meant to be for science! But they won't let me put an exclamation mark in there, which is lame. So, the first build that I think that I shall be focusing on is what I call Heidi-ho shenanigans, I guess. So we are going to be slotting, let's see, we only have the one intel seat. So, Intelligence Team 1, Intelligence Team 2, we're really trying hard at the, like, stay cloaked and do not die. Surgical Strikes 3, and preferably Override Subsystem Safeties 3. Now, Intelligence Team pseudo cloaks us. What's going to, like, actually cloak us is a trait called Excitus Acta Probat. It'll be in the E's. Hold on. Nuggy and then scroll right. Must make time for the nuggies. Fork, please. Stay. Thank you. Here we are. Now, Chad, if you would kindly read this aloud while I chew. I'm just kidding. If only I were a teacher in a classroom. You know that's exactly what I'd be doing. Alas, I missed lunch, so... Libby, start on chapter 5, read aloud. The important bit here, I mean, it does obviously give us 15% bonus weapon damage, which is great. And the 40 control expertise is also quite useful if you're going to bother using controls at all. Right here, this 518.2 additional stealth, that's what's going to make our intel team into basically fireball cloaked cloaking. I suppose I might as well go ahead and slot it while we're here. Hmm. I expect that basically all of this is going to be leaving us. I'll just go ahead and swap that way. So, back to stations. I'm going to go ahead and save to a new loadout. Save to... Heidi. Heidi? Is that how we think we spell Heidi? Heidi. Oh, I can put in a hyphen. Oh. Shenanigans. Well, or should it be Heidi Ho Surgical Strikes? Because honestly, you can do Heidi Ho all the shenanigans. Heidi Ho. No, no, shenanigans. SS3. That'll tell us that it's Surgical Strikes 3 version of Heidi Ho shenanigans. Heidi. Hide. Heidi? Yeah, that'll do, right? Unless we're going to spell it like Heidi Klum. Get ourselves instantly canceled. What? Who is this little cat boy calling me a hoe on Twitch? All right. Stations. Nuggy. Okay. So, attack pattern lambda is the intent here. The reason as you can see, Intel Team is improving our defense. Hold on, as soon as I find where it says that. Plus 40 defense rating for this one. Plus 30 defense rating here. Attack pattern. What? Okay. Tooltip, you are being very aggressive. This reduces the accuracy rating of our enemies, which will further make it harder for them to hit us, but also it reduces their perception, which means that they have an even harder time seeing us on top of Excitus, Actor Probat, and Intel Team. I learned this from a PvPer who posted a YouTube video complaining about how OP this is. And of course, rather than me being like, oh my god, they need to get rid of that immediately, it's like, oh my god, I need to copy this immediately. But what this does tell us is that apparently, according to the current DPS meta, or perhaps not DPS meta, but the current, make people cry in PvP meta, this is probably a very, very good chip for that. I feel like, do I have Pilot Team? Of course not, why would I? I feel like Pilot Team could be useful, particularly since we're talking about PvP and it talked about like removing placates and whatever and like improving your perception. So let's see here. ROM Eng 1. Before we bother like going and grabbing it, we're just going to see if it tells us in the description something that pleases us. Speed and turn rate, we like. Plus 15 defense rating, oh my goodness, add that to the other defense ratings that we're getting and we may in fact be untouchable. Immunity to placate. Is this beam, torpo, space magic? At the moment, we are currently wearing a whole bunch of space magic because we are converting from a space magic build. But with Surgical Strikes 3, we are aiming at... not that. We are aiming at energy weapons is what we're going to be doing. So, let's see here. Surgical Strikes equally affects beams and cannons, so we can mix our armaments in a synergistic fashion, but not in the same way in which mixed armament synergy, the Miracle Worker ability, I mean, if you have Miracle Worker intel, my goodness, I could only imagine. Let's see here. So the Phaser Agni Dual Heavy. No, I do not want that. I want the other Terran. Yes. The Terran Task Force Phaser Beam Array and the dual heavy cannons of the same basic type. You can only have one of that weapon equipped, but you can have one of each. So if you have a ship that can equip beam and cannons, you can have these. And these are like the hardest hitting singular weapon in the game because their damage goes up as enemy HP goes down. That's just like baked in. There's also disruptor versions of this. But yeah, it's quite potent. And slotting both when you can is probably a good idea. Now, I also want the wide angle phaser, dual healthy beam banks that come from Discovery Rep. For the 2-piece with Lorca, that gives you a excellent, like I believe it's 25%. We can always hit more info, more details. I could swear that was one time named more info and then somebody decided it needed to be more details, like renaming the DMV for no reason. But anyway, 2-piece on crit plus 1% critical severity buff for 20 seconds stacks up to 25. So yes, 25% critical severity is what we would expect to be getting. And let's see, what else do we want? We could do the quad cannons, the Agony, Agony, oh, no. Agony. Where? Dual heavy. Ah, yes, quad. There is the question of, do we want to focus on cannons or beams, perhaps? I'm not sure, honestly. I generally do favor forward-facing arcs, but I also enjoy being able to murder things that get off to the left or right of me, right? So maybe we'll do another beam. Let's see. Let's first look for Agony and see. We do not have an Agony beam on us at this time. I have on another character, I'm quite certain. But or maybe we'll just go very heavy hitting in the front, because I do not mind that, frankly. Okay, so what am I going to do? I'm also a little bit neurotic. I like to put similar things next to each other. So perhaps beam, beam, cannon, cannon, cannon? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how Neko feels. But we will go ahead and use these Agony Phaser dual heavy cannons because frankly, well, you know what? Can none. Just gonna do a quick scroll, make sure we don't have something else obviously sticking out as like, you should have picked me, obviously. Okay. Crit D times 4. Okay, this one obviously has not been fully re-engineered. We'll pick this one. I do generally go for crit D over damage. I have heard tale that, you know, like it's a toss-up between the two of them as to which one is better, whether you should go for like all crit D or all damage. And I just, you know, I stick to the crit D. Might as well. Nuggy. So. Stations. We may want, I mean, I'm kind of loathed to get rid of an unconventional systems build because I love it so much. In which case we do want lots of controls. But I do not think that we are going to focus on that for this particular version of this build. So the question then becomes, I think I may, let's see, of course, right? Why would you be trained in pilot beyond just what I've stuck on you already? I'm going to do a real quick check. See if there's any other abilities that stand out to me as being worth my effort. Hello, Jesse. I am currently working on a surgical strikes build for the Hydra. That is what is happening. But I'm looking through the pilot abilities, well, specifically the lieutenant one, to see if anything stands out to me as something I want to apply to this build. The simple truth of the matter is that I tried the pilot abilities after the rework, and honestly, basically all of them are underwhelming still. So the only thing I'm considering is back-to-back pilot team. I'm going to be using Fresh from Arnar if we locate the appropriate place. Everything here is also like we won't need regenerative control synergy in this build because we are not doing a unconventional systems build, which also reminds me, unconventional systems, we're not going to be using you right now. And we're probably not going to be using exotics in general. Or particle manipulator. I'm sure. Do you want to know something, Borken? Yes, tell me, what is Borken, Jesse? While I await your answer, I shall nom on this nuggie. I shall have to see. Reinforcements Squadron was very underwhelming. When they first released it, my understanding is it was broken, they weren't using their powers. I then used it. I believe it has been corrected. I believe there was a patch note saying that they now use their abilities. And it still seemed very like they didn't do anything at all. But I am not averse to attempting it. We shall find out. And perhaps when you say pair Hydra, do you mean the ship in general, or are you specifically talking about its console that does the like angry thematic shotgun of phaser damage or whatever? If the bonus damage that gets applied to Reinforcement Squadron somehow interacts with the Hydra console, then I could see how that might do some like crazy insane damage. I'd be quite curious if that's not how it's supposed to work though. Because I feel like how much damage the Hydra does is supposed to be based off of the pet, like perhaps size contribution. You know, interesting. They don't need to know that as we say it on stream. But of course, you're like, you do not have the public presence to affect change, Neko. Check your ego. Nuggy. All right. Let's see here. There is a reason I was in here, and it wasn't just to unslot everything we're not using. Inspirational leader may be of use. We shall find out. Indeed, but are there any devs in here watching my stream? Of course not. One day they shall be but amongst the fishies in my bowl. I demand it. I shall manifest it. Oh, no, no, no. I'm not trying to get myself on their ban list. before I've even like 5 minutes in. We will never work with this person. I must say that I am liking what I have seen of Jonathan, our new systems design lead. He seems like a go-getter. Like he's really raring to go and wants to fix some things that are broken or, you know, polish some things so that they are things people actually want to bother using. Yes, when they scold me, I'll be like, that's his own agency. I'm not responsible. And they'll be like, this is your chat on your channel. Why were they not instantly banned and blocked and reprimanded severely? Why did you not verbally disagree with their statement immediately? I said I like Jonathan. I think he just got here. We'll see what he does, right? Browser cookies are the cookies that you bring, Jesse. Where are my real ones? Let me see here. Okay, so I should have superior cannon training. If you're basic, then you probably have just normal cannon training and beam training. But we are going to slot both because we have space, so why not? Unless and until it's like, here's something else that we really want. Superior beam training, superior cannon training. Well, honestly, they are a bit expensive, I feel like. So it's understandable if people didn't get them, but it's a Cat 2 damage increase. It's just 2.5%, but I'm sure it, if you're min-maxing, if you're trying to like squeeze out every deeps, then and if you have this slotted, because it depends, you might have other things that are better to slot for you. Nuggy. All right. I need to find some sort of fork holder to keep it from swirling around like that. Let's see here. So, something that I am considering is superior accurate and superior elusive, because obviously we are looking at perhaps being very, very dodgy. But doing a quick scan to see if anything jumps out at me as like, duh, obviously that should be in the build. We are going to need fresh from R&R for our Hydra shenanigans that we are preparing to do. But let us not be hasty. We are going to scan through here and just make sure that nothing else stands out as well. Definitely. So the reason for this is because our intel teams last, I believe, about 10 seconds, or perhaps exactly 10 seconds. And usually their cooldown is 15 seconds, like globally. Like no matter how hard you have tried, you cannot get it below 15. But Fresh from R&R knocks that down to 10. So it's basically constantly cloakedness. And when you combine it with Excitus Acta Probat, then you're basically the scimitar cloaking while fired. It's delightful. And you can literally do this on the scimitar. I haven't yet, but I know you can, because I have the scimitar set aside for a Riemann character that, like, honestly hasn't probably been built. Like, he's level 65, but I haven't done all of his reps. And I have Batwoman, who is actually currently getting her shiz together. Oh, look at you. Not bad weapon. You needed to be on autofire. Now, Batwoman is one of my theme characters. We have like, if you have been here before, then you probably got a little bit of a sneak peek. You know, my character here is Cyclops from X-Men. That is the theme upon which he is built. So Batwoman is, you know, I like to build a character, and I will do Admiralty on them until, like I have everything together for them. I need to do their reps, which takes, you know, quite a bit of effort. Need to get the equipment from those reps, and then I need an upgrade weekend to roll around. So here we are, upgrade weekend. And due to that, Batwoman and my Gull Alimo, who is a Cardassian named in honor of the actor. What is his first name? Mr. Alimo. He played Gul Dukat, so I named my Cardassian Gull Alimo in his honor. His honor. Nuggy. Alrighty. So, but yes, Batwoman will be doing the scimitar, and with her, I suppose I could just go to her and, you know, show off. Could while fire scimitar without using the console set to do it. But not right now. Traits. I do not believe anything else has stood out to me. I mean, obviously we could do anchored, and we could do anchored very well because it's plus 25% bonus damage. If you can actually like sit and park and eat something alive. And with all of our Cloaky Heidi shenanigans, we could do that very easily without it being a danger to us, the damage resistance reduction. So that's on our radar. Inspirational Leader is decent. I have found that it actually doesn't seem to want to proc that frequently for me, so it's not like one of my favorite ones, but I do stick it on there. Depending. Point blank shot. If we are getting close to things, which we obviously can, especially if we're going to use attack pattern lambda to further reduce enemy perception, so us being like right on top of them is less likely to reveal us. But for example, this is a 10% bonus damage if we're like right on top of something, while these are 7.5% bonus damage generally. Although, by not focusing on just beams or just cannons, I mean, we could take, like if we focused more on cannons or more on beams, we could take one of them and then take this instead of one of these. But I don't know how I feel about that. Let's see here. You know, for this particular build, I kind of do want to mix it up. I'm fairly confident in our choices so far. Okay, so stations. I am considering, you know, obviously Jesse gave us that suggestion of attempting the reinforcements squadron, and that's a maybe. Like we will test that, I suppose. We might as well. But in the meantime, the build that we were, the course we had currently set was attack pattern lambda 3, and then I think pilot team 1 and 2 to like guarantee that we have them for like constantness. Maybe. Because then I would think ROM Psi 1, we might end up switching them out for a engineer, like our Watcher engineer. needs to be in that order for it to work. What needs to be in that order to work? Nuggy. Nuggy. Oh. Jesse is either typing us a very long user manual. Oh, well, yes. I would expect so. Your fighters must be out when you activate the Hydra console, or else it will not affect them. Does it actually matter that the reinforcements must be deployed before the multi-vector? Don't they just all need to be out before the Hydra is done? Like I could do multi-vector, launch my reinforcements, and then hit the Hydra console? If not, that would be a very specific and strange interaction that would further make me think that it is a bug. Also, there would be no problem with us having a science officer here. We could retain gravity well if we wanted to play a game of shooting fish in a bucket. If you're ever on one of those maps where they constantly spawn in like Dreneur Gauntlet or Peril over Pavo, this can be very useful for making sure that all those squirrely little enemies coming in stay in one nice little space. Just to make sure, especially if you're a little bit DPS challenged and can't just yeet them out of existence as soon as they show up. It can be very useful to keep them in their place. Interesting. Jesse informs us, for those who cannot see his comment, just in case, or those who might be listening and not watching, that they all need to be out, obviously, as stated, but that reinforcements seem to take longer for them to spawn into existence, and so clicking them first and then vector. But honestly, I'd probably separate that out. I'd probably do reinforcements and vector, make sure that they're out, and then hit Hydra as a separate command, not have it all on one bind just to make sure. Because I would not put it past this game to be like, Hydra now, nothing's out. So, just to make sure everything's out and then blow everything to hell. Based on the wild, inexplicable popularity of the anime Demon Slayer, I feel like after every bite, I should be doing the flame Hajira? I think that's what they were called. Be like, tasty! Every time I take a bite. Tasty! And of course, in this moment, I'm realizing that this man must not have chewed his food at all because they were really being annoying with tasty! Tasty! So he was food in mouth, swallow, like a snake. He was not the snake Hajira. What are you doing, sir? Trying to kill yourself? Be careful. That would be, not the strength training or magical ninja training you want to be teaching your audience. Swallowing my food whole trains me to breathe better or something. I can just imagine. Actually, I don't want to imagine. I can imagine the lawsuit, and I would have a great deal of fun imagining the lawsuit of how dare you, you fool. Put that on television that's actually not aimed at children, but will very likely be viewed by them anyway because everybody's in love with that anime for some reason. What are you question marking me about, Jesse? Indeed, I mentioned anime, so let the memes begin. Food. Are you wondering what I'm eating? It is chicken nuggets, or as I like to call them, nuggies. And they have been tossed in Korean barbecue. So, what I am thinking is probably retain emergency power to engines 1. I want, I believe, Hogs to dampers to go here. I'll use an extension DOF. That'll just improve our damage resistance should we take damage, but also improves our turn rate and speed. And this shall be emergency power to weapons 3. Just taking a moment to think. All right, let's see what we've done so far. And then go to Deep Space Nine. We'll go directly to Ops. Nuggy. Hogs to inertial dampers 1. We shall go to the exchange to acquire emergency power to weapons 3. And then stations. Let's see. ROM Eng 1. We're going to give him 2 pilot teams. We're also going to check on reinforcement squadrons. Again. Oh, hold on. Let us not do that. Okay. I meant, I had accidentally alt-tabbed. Let's double check. Is there a pilot team 1? No. Nope. Okay. Pilot team 1. Pilot team 2. Skills. It is probably not necessary for us to have both of these. Like, it's not quite as, like... One could potentially get away with just one intel team if you have enough cooldowns. Boimler does not seem to reliably cool everything down to the degree that I have my, like, perfect, constantly cloaked shenanigan. And so unless I have Photonic Officer helping, and even then, or Hogs to Bat. Thinking of it, the Hogs to Bat coupled with Cold-Hearted, which is a trait from an old event ship. This can be a quite potent debuff. In fact, I have found it to be one of my top performance enhancers. I'm not sure if it necessarily shows up on a parse so much as, like, you can just feel the difference. Like, maybe your numbers didn't dramatically jump or whatever, but things definitely died swifter. Like, just like, blam, gone, blam, gone. Nuggy, nuggy, There are five remaining. Five survivors. We will correct that. So yes, that is something else on our radar, is that perhaps, since pilot team is less essential, then, you know, I really, really want to make sure that this is as up as possible. And I think I will perhaps keep Photonic Officer, just to ensure our cooldowns. Hmm. I'm going to see if reinforcement squadrons shows up here. At Lieutenant, I'm not certain. No, it does. Just so that I also have it at rank 2. Well, duh. I mean, rather I have it at Lieutenant. This one. We shall slot both, just in case. So, it is possible that I might want to keep this as a science officer. But there are a few thoughts that are going through my head while we are building this ship. Because again, there are so many directions that we could take this, like even maintaining surgical strikes rate and like everything is up for grabs, right? Because this could be, you know, Augs to bat. We could do an Augs to bat build. It would improve our cooldowns, like guaranteeing that things are cooled down when we've got like Boimler, Augs to bat, and perhaps even Photonic Officer on top of it. Like divert all power to the cooldowns. But you know, that would open up the doors for Cold Hearted to like, you know, be wrecking some faces. But you know, we'll have to see. But because this is an energy weapon build, our nemesis is the Borg Queen, which also we are not doing that. Where is let us pick the correct one. Shield penetration, weapon specialization, that should be it. And then we want this to actually be our mycelial warp core. And we probably, you know, this is a bit of a toss-up because since this ship is only using one firing mode at this time, operative word at this time, because we could, I do believe that, let's just check. Upon activating firing mode bridge officer abilities, that should include like torp spread. So we could swap this to attack and put in torp spread. And that would give us at least another firing mode. But since it and this, I believe, will have a global 15-second cooldown, there's a very good possibility that they will just be like popping on top of each other. Like anyway, like they will eventually synchronize, although they could also go out of sync. Usually you kind of like, if you have a build that's using scatter volley and fire at will together, that, or even like scatter volley with beam overload, because you can use scatter volley with beam overload without slotting any cannons at all to use a trait called preferential targeting. And we will just go ahead and exemplify this concept since we are talking about it. Down in the peas. If we don't go too far. LMNLP. Preferential targeting. So, after using beam fire at will or cannon scatter volley, plus 100% damage for beam overload and cannon rapid fire for 30 seconds. So you can, on a beam overload build, slot this, which comes from the NX class escort, which you can either get from, I believe it's a Lobby store, actually, purchase, or preferably, in my opinion, from the Legendary 10, the temporal NX escort. I know some of you are probably thinking temporal? A temporal escort? Why? And there are actually a great many reasons why temporal can work very, very well with an escort. But also what I'm personally doing, or like aiming to do, I have it on this character, but it's intended to be aimed at another character who I have put into like a NX era costume and whatever. The NX can actually basically be a science ship because temporal plays very nicely with that. So does Intel, like an Intel primary escort or a temporal primary escort. You can rather easily turn that thing into a faux science vessel if you want to be like, I want to fly the Prometheus, you know, like for example, here, our Hydra could be the Prometheus. We could turn it into the Prometheus and we could fly it completely as if it were a science vessel by equipping it with all the universal consoles and things that would aim in that direction. And as long as you have a Lieutenant Commander science capability for Gravity Well, 1 minimum, like it's not optimal, don't get me wrong, but you can still just like really wreck a map with your fake science ship. And it's very, very fun. But I'm doing that with the NX Escort. Nuggy. There are 4 survivors. And one of them just got stabbed to hold our fork. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and get Tachyon Beam here, just in case, like I want it to be available for the thoughts that are kind of swimming in my head. Because the trait that came off of the monitor, ROM side 2. The trait that came off of the monitor, which, you know, Lord help me if I can remember what that trait was called. This is why we keep our phone on tap, so that we can quickly make these little searches. Star. Correct. Online. Monitor. Tachyon Piercer. Let us find the T's. So, activating the Tachyon Beam Bridge Officer ability on a foe will now also cause effects equal to a rank 1 version to chain to an additional nearby foe on each pulse of the ability. Neko, why are you reading so slowly? It is because this text is very tiny and I'm quite far from my monitor. Let's see here. Additionally, both the primary foe and the target of the chain will suffer radiation damage and lose 1 beneficial effect each pulse. When used on players, the buff strip effect may only occur to each affected player once every 5 seconds. That's not the worst nerf for PvP purposes. It's also probably frankly necessary because I'm quite convinced that this is basically sub-nuke for all. You know, when they once upon a time were considering making certain abilities, like they were talking about basically turning subnucleonic beam into a science bridge officer power so that it'd be more readily available. And people were a little bit up in arms about it because some people obviously were like, yes, please. But then other people were like, but then why would anyone ever play science? And here we are now. Subnuke for everyone. So I am thinking I do want to have this. And I want to keep at least one tachyon beam, whether it's here or over here. Because I could put on very cold. Pardon? One moment while we prevent this Nuggy's revenge from trying to kill us. All right. I believe we won that battle. No. Where were we? Where that Nuggy tried to kill us. Yes, I believe that we could put very cold in space here, for example. Just for the added deeps, frankly. Could put, like, it's not really a subnuke. Well, no, it's not a subnuke in the terms of, like, it doesn't prevent cooldowns from, like, re-upping or whatever, but stripping a buff, like, every second, that is a very potent stripper, especially against NPCs, because, well, you know, they don't try as hard as we do. And in PvP, the 5-second lockout certainly removes the essentially constant subnuke that it would have been from being a thing. Nuggy, Indeed, Chaos, that would have been quite the way to go. But you know what they say, live by the Nuggy, die by the Nuggy. Well, I nom on this Nuggy. I'm going to sit and think about what I want to do with that one Ensign Universal. I think it will just end up being very cold in space. And in this instance, I'm not going to be wasteful by training it and training that bridge officer with it when I already have somebody who has it. The trait Tachyon Piercer in PvP, it's only once every 5 seconds that it will strip a buff from a player. So I call that 5 second a lockout before the effect will take again. All right, I'm going to go down to the exchange. Sora Jockent is contributing by saying that in PvP you have continuous psi teams up, so it only removes one buff, then it's cleared. Are you talking about Subnuke? Emergency power to weapons. I. Well, the Tachyon Beam trait, as far as I'm aware, doesn't linger, it just strips a buff. So it wouldn't really need clearing. The 5-second lockout would be a thing. But the, I imagine Science Team probably counts as a buff that would be stripped by it, perhaps? I don't know, like, I don't personally PvP. Not anymore. Like, it's been neglected for far too long for me to bother with whatever. But, well, you know, it depends. I might get back into it. But, and at least the new guy, the new designer, seems like he's reasonably mindful of what effect will this have on PvP? Well, prior people, I don't know if it would have been Bordicus or somebody before him, but there was obviously a long stretch of someone being like, PvP, what's that? As they designed this game. Wait, not next. Bye. Do. Alrighty, let's see. Yes, thank you, lady. We would like to leave for real, we think, for now. Alright, now we haven't even swapped out all of our consoles for what we're going to be aiming at. Let's see here. Lorca? Yes. Sorry about that. Had to check something in my settings. Things were being a little wonky. Let's see. What is this? Not necessary. We should basically be constantly hidden anyway. Well, I'm going to put this here. I wonder how many phaser. I want to know how many critical. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. I think I will slot all 4 of them. What is this? Okay. And then let us get our bio neural infusion circuits, the best critical crit severity console in the game. Let us put on Tachyon net drones. We already have the simulated module. What is this? Plasma storm, temporal vortex probe, Genesis seed. Let us see here. We shall be putting on Dominion defense screen. We shall put on, let's also check our, well, first of all, save to hidey-ho shenanigans. 56.5% crit chance. Let's see here. I think helical. I think I'll buff that crit severity. And then what is your final crit hit? I don't know. Are you referring to like once, like while in combat? With all buffs going and stuff? Because we also haven't actually like finished slotting our traits. Not entirely sure, but let me see here. Let me just refresh my memory. Yep, 30% crit chance. So we should be going to 86.5% just from being under Surgical Strikes 3. And then it will probably be getting a little bit higher depending on, well, you know, like I believe this power. Critical severity, plus 5% critical chance. You know, plus 5 from that. I do use Miracle Worker. I don't have a heal on at the moment because that would contribute, but we shall see. Honestly, we will be approaching 100% crit chance, I expect. If not literally 100, then close enough. Nuggy. And then there were 2. This may be worth slotting. I generally kind of shy away from it a little bit, unless I'm doing an unconventional systems build to like maximize its own uptime. It doesn't mean that it's not good without it. You just have to be more judicious with how you use it. And I kind of prefer to generally, when I'm lying about, I'm not looking for like, oh my god, we need the bestest DPS, we're trying to make a record or whatever. So normally I just like consistency that doesn't require all that much planning and execution. So this is a maybe, but we'll see, because we have some other crit consoles. For example, this says to play or hanger pets and summons within 20 kilometers, plus 30 critical hit chance for 20 seconds. If we were going to do the reinforcement squadrons, and presumably also our multi-vector assault mode pets, then this might be potent. And of course, it's not showing it properly here, but it's basically 3% crit chance. Oh, accuracy rating. I'd kind of forgotten about the accuracy on this. This is one of the best crit chance consoles, plus the accuracy. And that, of course, overflows into critical chance and critical severity. So I think I'm actually going to go ahead and slot this. Let's see here. And again, let me see. What was the other one that had? Well, you tell that to the devs, because accuracy overflowing into crit chance and crit severity is something that, like, if you check the DPS forums and builds and whatever, that they'll have a whole thing about how that's supposed to work. It's not something that's visible, but it's supposed to work in the background. So don't Does not work since 2017. I honestly wouldn't be surprised, but who knows? I know I sure don't, especially when they don't bother putting things into the patch notes or like maintaining a known issues that we may at some point bother addressing. Or do we care? I mean, they could decide it's intentional. We decided that that was a stupid system, and so we've gotten rid of it. Also, we broke it and don't know how to fix it, so now it's intentional. Nuggy, Naturally, I shall have to look into that accuracy overflow thing myself and see what confirmations I can have of your claims that it does not work. I've actually decided to replace helical torsion with reinforced armaments because of the two-piece with the trilithium enhanced Omni. It increases your firing cycle haste, which is cat 3 damage, and 15 flight speed, and I like going faster. Who is this we of which you speak, Sora? Who did this? Comparison. And who are you to speak on behalf of the PvP community? I'm just kidding. But honestly, who are you? Because you can tell us. You'd be like, I am actually the grandest of grand poobahs of the DPSers, or the PvPers, because we know things that you know not. And honestly, I would have no idea who is the grandest of grand poobahs amongst the PvPers of Stowe. That community of 5 people. And that has finished off the nuggies. Now that those nuggies are no longer distracting us. Time to load up the bars. Let's see here. Well, we should also fix our traits. Emergency weapon cycle. For the weapon power cost reduction and the firing cycle haste. Overpowered and overgunned. Also, for the firing cycle haste. And weapon power cost reduction. we are going to want Heart of Soul. Mm-hmm. Let's see here. I'm not really inclined to keep Improved Photonic Officer. So let us see. And as I said before, I am inclined to, we will find out if it works, unless there's just so much deeps that the Borg Queen ceases to exist before she can feedback. I'm thinking that Tachyon Piercer could be quite useful for preventing us from yeeting ourselves on her feedback pulse by knocking it off of her. And also, like, Voth with their feedback pulse orange little shield thingies that they put up. Perhaps this will knock that off. If it does, that is delightful, and we will perhaps find that out. And then obviously Excitus Actiprobat we have for the bonus damage. The control expertise doesn't like hurt anything, but it's not necessarily helping anything on our build. And of course the stealth with our intel teams for our hidden shenanigans. Now let's see here. Oh, right, of course. I know what I'm going to do. Vanguard specialists to extend our firing mode. Duh. Very obvi. Alrighty. Again. Save to Heidi-ho shenanigans. Let's see. Attack pattern lambda. Very cold in space, that is fine. Let's see. It might get moved, but I usually prefer putting surgical strikes at the very start, with the exception of fleet support, so that goes off before we can like heal ourselves back up under those circumstances in which it's like it dips down just enough to trigger. I like for it to go off and show up and be like, hello, I am the big brother. Honestly, its deeps are going to pale in comparison to ours, but we can headcanon, we can pretend. Let's see, what is this? Right. All right, my Mark and Focus Frenzy are already on the board. Be gone, be gone. And then let's see here. Good on Fighting is already on the board. Right intel teams. I also like these to be very near the start of our spam bar so that they are prioritized. We want the downtime of our invisible shenanigans to be as small as possible. Multi-vector is already on the board. Override subsystem safe it is. Let's just check. That's very cold. Yes, it is. I'm going to move this higher up as well. pilot teams. These are probably not as essential to be higher up in our spam priority. We do not have any mines to relocate. Tachyon beam. I think that we are going to actually put this also. Perhaps quite high in our priority of keep this thing hitting things. Or we might end up like setting it aside as a targeting, like a specifically targeted thing in the case of Her Majesty, where we want it to like very specifically not be on cooldown or something, but I'm thinking that this is going to be basically constantly on with spamming, so I think it'll be fine, but we will find out for sure. Oh, Divinity Defense screen. I do not honestly particularly care about that. I do not find, like, you know, first of all, we're going to be hidden, like, all the time. And I do not expect that we shall be needing damage mitigation, but I'll just go ahead and, like, go over there. You go over there and do stuff. 40 on the board. I don't think we have literally no tactical power slotted, so I don't think this will be helpful. Yep, nope. Threatening stances on the board, but we are not going to be using it. Vulnerability assessment sweep. I do not already see you on here. Alrighty. I think it means we are ready to go. Now, how do we want to test this ship, chat? I would be kind of inclined to attempt like solo ISA, because we are a hidey ho, so I'm expecting that they will not be murdering us. And of course, we could either very prove or very disprove the validity of that belief, or we could, you know, kind of like get a group of ISA, but I don't know. I'm kind of inclined to maybe attempt soloing it just for funsies, because you know what? If we end up dying, then that is a lesson learned, and it will be like, oh, how are we going to adjust our build to prevent this? Like, did the devs nerf the HSA solo to check if the tachyon trait thingy works as you expect? Indeed, I should test it there, and we can certainly do that. Hooray that. I would love to know if it's going to keep the Borg Queen from yeeting us out of existence with our own deeps. 5 onslaught. Advanced. Start private task force. Looks like our parser should be working. I have pushed the button. Things should be going. There's only one way to know for sure, and that is for us to get in there and find out if it's going to update us some numbers. But even if it fails, we will be able to see our success or failure in terms of whether or not we are still alive and whether or not they are still alive. Dun, dun, dun. She has accepted our invitation, our challenge to duel. Of course, she's a cheater. She's like, for this duel, first you must get through my pawns. Alrighty. It is time for the pudding to be proofed. Sitting and waiting. Is this the summon the Hydra thing? Yes. I don't know if we're going to be featuring that very heavily.
Me. You cannot defeat the Borg.
Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and blah. Seems we have encountered some downtime of our hidey-ho-ness. Let's make sure we don't get too close to anything and blow our little selves up all by ourselves. No, please. No thank you to that high-yield torpedo. I gotta say, yes, I do have Excitus equipped, unless it decided to unslot itself. Let's see. You. I have mixed feelings about what we are experiencing because it feels a little underwhelming. Like our DPS is not being massive or anything, but we are surviving, soloing these things. They are dying. We are winning. So, you know, it is not unsuccessful what we are doing, but I feel like there is perhaps untapped potential that surely must exist, because I felt like, what? Where are things coming from? Okay, there's something.
Only fools dream of victory where none can be had.
Oh. Skip the cutscene, and yes, we mean it. Yes, we mean it. Ouch. Ouch. That is what we get for skipping the cutscene. These also feedback pulse if they live long enough or, you know, choose to care, so it may save us from that as well.
Your efforts are futile. Destroy this vessel, and I will claim another. Your efforts are futile.
Just happened? She disappeared for a moment.
Vessel, and I will claim another.
Oh,
perfection.
ouch.
I am Borg.
Okay, let's see here. I think it did knock it off of her. Well, we killed her rather quick, and I mean, yes, we died, but it's possible that we were capable of yeeting ourselves from existence with the,
Is not
like,
the end.
the pulses. They did not favor our existence. Because it looked like she was feedbacking when we got back to her, and then she was not. Thora reports that the Queen has a subnuke, though I cannot say I have ever experienced it. I don't recall ever being subnuked by her. I know that there are other vessels, like Herodian hunters, that will subnuke you all the time. So this, obviously we did it, but I don't know. I feel like didn't feel as impressive as I wanted it to be. But anyway, leave map now. Well, let's just double check for noms. Nom. Yep, I'm pretty sure we ate everything. So we are going to take a moment to visit Quark and subnuke our inventory, as it were. And then we will, I think, perhaps ISA solo and see what that does. Of course, well, it's 146 is what we came away with. 146k in a solo ISA or HSA as we were doing. That may, because the faster the queue ends, the higher your DPS will register, usually. So we might have actually gotten a rather impressive score if we had a team of people. Right, going to Deep Space Nine. Team on to DS9. That is something we will have to test later, is how this exact build performs when we are not soloing, because honestly I don't normally try to solo
Round and round it goes.
5 Onslaught, but I have a feeling that was not a bad showing. And of course, it may have been better for us to have patience, wait for the person to say, she is subnuking, and then push the button to be like, haha, we have an answer. All right, let's see here. We are going to also solo ISA and see what we do.
Must be your lucky day.
Back to the conduit. Advanced. Start private task force. Oh, and of course this one pops swiftly.
The situation is grim.
All right. Oh, do we have damage? Shield systems damage. Oh no. Let us take a moment to double check. Traits. Excitus. Indeed, it is present. Waiting, da 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 da. Actually, I'll go ahead and pre-buff that.
Defensive capabilities are unable to withstand us. Lower your shields and await assimilation.
Scanning the nanite transformer. Done. Additional data is available. The nanite probes can repair the transformers. Stop them!
You will
Ow. How very dare you? I'm going to go ahead and be a little responsible and murder these things before we move on.
A probe is closing in on a transformer.
But be a
Destroy
little
it.
irresponsible as I let one of them blow up in our face. It's fine. Ooh, there we go.
A probe is closing in on a transformer. Destroy it.
He's so scared. They're approaching a destroyed transformer! Don't let them touch it! I am presently being reminded that I forgot to alter my throttle adjustment increments from 1/8 impulse to 1/4 like I wanted to do. Totally forgot. It's fine. Although something else that I am realizing in this moment is that it was perhaps a bit pointless to equip the Hydra console if we're not going to actually bother using it. But I find that a little bit of a distraction in this exact moment, so let's see, gateway. I'd very much appreciate it if you would cease to exist, thank you. Oh, and we shall move this right here. Get some of our shields to move toward the front. And we shall use our MVAM here, and once our things have separated, we will use the Hydra, and we will just see what happens. Perhaps we shall see the Hydra did something amazing in the park. Did you say it's wise to have 2 intel teams instead of 1? If you are trying to just like crazy make sure that your intel team is on maximum global cooldown, like just for surezies, then I do prefer having 2 over 1 because,
Sensors confirm that the
you know, especially if you're doing something hardcore, like I have very thoroughly enjoyed these hidey-ho shenanigans in Battle of Corfez Elite. And, you know, on a science ship, sucking all the enemies together and blowing them away with impunity and zero fear because they couldn't see me. And so I sucked them all up, blew them away. It was glorious. But if I did not have like perfect, nearly 100% uptime, then that would have, you know, that could have gone very poorly for me very swiftly. So I do prefer like aggressively ensuring back-to-backness. But, you know, it felt like in this particular, in Kobama, the intel team magic works until you reach around 60. Kobama? What is Kobama, Sora? Kobayashi Maru. I had thought that that might be it, but rather than assume, I thought I would ask. Oh, right. I haven't really try too hard on Kobayashi Maru to like, let's see how far we can go. But indeed, I would expect that to be useful for us not dying while perhaps rendering support and whatever, depending on what we're doing. The stealth side of the NPCs is too high. I'm quite curious if, like, would you say that the attack pattern lambda reducing their perception might extend that farther if you were, like, using this ship with a fire at will build to spread around the delights of perception reduction? Thora is telling us, for those who cannot see, that above level 60 in Kobayashi Maru, that the stealth sight of the enemy NPCs is too high for my stealthy shenanigans to continue to be effective. Which is good to make note of, so that if I were ever trying that hard and doing a Kobayashi Maru to be like, let's see how far we can go, we might find out that that is about the level in which your stealth is gone, and so you are dead, like, constantly. Oh, can't kill things above round 60. You can only spread lambda with it. Above round 60. Interesting. But that is what your team is for, I suppose. Get them, my minions! I shall distract them. Or at least keep myself invisible. I don't know. That story might be different. Like, if there were a carrier that could intel lambda, then perhaps it would be the stealthiest carrier that also could kill things with SAD. I don't know. We'll see. Well, we shan't unless there is such a thing. Anywho, I do think that this was rather successful. We did an ISA solo with 162k. It's too bad that the cooldowns will prevent us from... Hold on. Yes, there you are. The cooldowns will prevent us from, redoing them as a pug immediately and finding out if it's like, oh my god, 300k if you have people contributing and are not being, like, super slow and careful. Well, not super slow and not that careful, right? Things blew up in our face at least once. Perhaps we shall join a random and probably get ground, shan't we? That is the way.
Be your lucky day.
RNGesus of Stowe is a cruel mistress and likes to be like, oh, you're trying to show off a ship on stream? And yes, I do this often, hopping around irresponsibly, and perhaps in an immersion-breaking sort of fashion. It's been a minute since I've heard anything of the "you're breaking my immersion" people. They may have all caught a clue that Star Trek Online is not quite the game for you, sweetie. Oh, this one. It's fine. Like, honestly, it's fine. But also,
that need to be closed.
I will not pretend to not be a bit disappointed that this is what we got. But it is okay. We will do it, and we will do it well. And hopefully, they will send us the dreadnought. It very frequently does not want to manifest in my lane, and I'm always disappointed when it doesn't, because I want to accept the challenge and be like, the weak shall perish. So get ready, because it's you. But it's as if it knows that Neko is coming for it. Could I go out of my way and go find it? I could. And sometimes it's actually helpful because some poor nublet is the one who has encountered it. But generally I try to stay in my lane. Interesting. I feel like Borg cubes were dying more swiftly than these are.
An apparent fluidic rift has opened between the lanes. The location is marked on your map. Performing a scan of the rift now.
Perhaps at some point I should listen to his spiel at the start again to find out what is their in-universe reason why we can't simply destroy
Close the fluidic
these
rift
portals
now. An
before
Undine
the scan is
dreadnought has
complete,
entered
because
local
honestly we just
space.
fire weapons at it. It's not like we
Undine
like
fluidic space rift beta
activate,
has been closed.
like you like, now you can close it by interacting with it. No, it's like just fire. It's vulnerable now. Like I'm pretty sure. I mean, it might say in the pre-text that we must determine the appropriate phase wavelength of the portal before our weapons can be matched to it and do the thing, but otherwise it just feels like I'm, you know, it's a mechanic. Because I said so. Sign the developers. Ooh. I may also wish to swap us out from, what is happening? Why is the little gate invisible? Oh, it was just being a little darker, perhaps, and melting in the background. It kind of looked like things were being hidden. Where is our science vessel? Why are you so slow?
Performing a scan of the rift now.
Yeah, about time.
Undine fluidic space
Good
rift
of you to
gap has
arrive
been
with
closed.
absolutely no obstructions in your path. For the past 5 minutes.
Close the fluidic rift now. Undine fluidic space rift psi has been closed.
Alrighty. Well, I see the Tethys. Let's see if we can arrive swift enough. Maybe the other people might be murdering it before we get there. Faster. Faster. Woohoo. It is not dead, but we shall make it so. Get it? Dun dun dun. That appears to be the first rift of this lane that nobody bothered doing, I guess. Okay, well that's fine. We will fix it. How many poor souls were lost due to someone's negligence? I'm quite curious, did the game, like, was it irresponsible and it didn't spawn someone in here? Because this middle lane, I could swear the last time I got stuck in this, also nobody did this lane and I had to come back and do it as well. So it's like, is the game bugged and not putting people here? Or is this a case of people are like, no, I'm not doing the middle lane, I don't wanna. Come on, get over here, ship. Get over here. Oh, what I was saying earlier is that I may wish to switch to beams because I'm not enjoying as much as I would like having such an aggressively forward focus.
Undine fluidic space rift Omega has been closed. An Undine dreadnought has entered local space.
Ooh, another
Close
one.
the fluidic rift now. Undine fluidic space rift Alpha has been
I wonder if it
closed.
bothered doing us the courtesy of showing up in our lane. Oh, it did. Where? Why is my evasive maneuvers is not present? Is it running away? Perhaps this is inefficient of us, but I want to eat it, so we're going to. Oh, no, 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 no. I want it. There we go. Also, I think I would like a beam build because the Prometheus to me, we didn't see it firing cannons, and I do tend to get hung up on my cannon aesthetics. So I think I would like beams for a myriad of reasons. Ship, get over here, begin the
Performing a
scan, thank
on the
you.
rift now.
Although I probably should not change our weapons layout until we have the opportunity of perhaps hugging HSA and ISA to see
Close the fluidic rift
the difference
now.
in how it feels when we're not soloing it.
Undine fluidic space rift Chi has been closed.
Well, but we certainly should find our evasive maneuvers and put it where it's supposed to be. Thank you. Dun, dun, dun. We have saved whatever planet this was from being eaten like a nuggie. Alright, that felt like it took forever. Our cooldown on these things is probably like... Your cooldown is still 20 minutes. And that number is a little too small for me to see with my Neko eyes, so I'm going to zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Get in there. 7 minutes. So we shall do another random and see what happens. Join random. Can we do it from here? Yes, pop. Let's see. Let us see. Ah.
Imperial Terran forces are attempting to turn Bravo into a telepathic
I told
weapon.
you about
We can't let great.
those RNGesus. Mean. Vicious. It's fine. We'll consider this an intermission. Also, it gives us a chance to appreciate Cyclops. Glorious Cyclops. Anyway. Let's see, is our gambling device still up? Yes, it is. Oh, Sora, you're talking about some trickery shenanigan. Rock, can't rock, can't run past rock. I think it tells you, right, if you go to the private task force menu, it'll tell you like which one has been selected somehow. I'm going to observe where people go. Somebody went that way. Somebody's going that way. Okay, so we're going to assume this way. Where did that other person go? Let me check. Is it gonna... Map, tell me. Somebody went that way. Well... Okay, well, you know, we're gonna... That person on the left is going to get to solo. Gonna get to solo theirs. And hopefully they can handle it. This person could probably easily solo this, considering that they are using the agony field generator. That can very often be an indicator of somebody who knows what they're doing. Although I feel like that was given out recently as part of a giveaway, so it's possible that I'm just being like, ooh, somebody who knows what a 25 million EC console can do and is like, you know, using it with Mud's time device and just like trying to spam the crap out of it, I would assume, but possibly, like, no. They just may possess. Let us not make assumptions. Do not judge a book by its agony field generator, am I right?
Terran reinforcements have arrived.
Get 'em.
The crystal has been purified.
Yay.
Advance to the next one.
I honestly don't mind this TFO. It's only... Well, this is the second time I have gotten it in a random. And like... I believe that this happened to me last stream as well, so it just feels a little conspiratorial at this point, but okay, would you...
Terran reinforcements
Thank
have
you.
arrived.
It does not appreciate your interactions being interrupted. It gets very finicky.
A placed crystal is under attack. Defend it.
Get 'em. Okay, Crystal 1 is going nowhere, so we're actually going to find out where that is. Huh. I'm not sure.
A placed crystal is under
Region
attack.
7?
Defend it.
Is it going to tell us if we hover? No. Whatever. We'll figure it out.
Terran reinforcements have arrived.
Why is that other one? Did it stop?
The crystal has been purified.
Well, you know what? We're going to at least help get this set up because we might as well, right? I kind of like destroying all the things and then setting them up. Except for that one because it's on the other side of a rock. I figured I'd do it right then and there. Okay. I like to set them up
Reinforcements have arrived.
kind of close. Get out of my way. Rocks, how dare you.
Placed crystal is under attack. Defend it.
Alrighty. So I think that our person with the agony field generator can probably handle this. Okay, good. The other one is going. And teleport to the spire. So let us see if we can determine from here. It looks like this one. Go! There's a pebble blocking your path. Wait. Okay, yeah. The person we trusted who went in the opposite fork of us. You get him! No. They're like, no, I will not. I will abandon my post. I will not even, like, they didn't even destroy these, didn't even set up the thing, like, try and fail. They were like, nope. Nope. I give up. I surrender. I feel like we all saw that, right? We all saw what happened. There was somebody in this direction I saw. Unless maybe I made an assumption, but I could swear it said there was a little person over here. Let's just check our map. No? You know, making sure that what we saw before is not what we saw.
A placed crystal is under attack. Defend it. Terran reinforcements have arrived.
Come on, crystals, I have faith in you. Purify faster.
crystal has been purified. Advance to the next one.
Interesting, that felt a little bit laggy, but it's fine as long as things go our way.
A placed crystal is under attack. Defend it. Terran reinforcements have arrived.
I expect that our whole party should be heading this direction, unless they're being lazy and hanging out in the middle. Waiting. Perhaps they have nuggies that they need to nom. They're like, perfect. I have a break. While someone else tries hard and does that other lane, I will hang here and eat my nuggies.
A placed crystal is under attack. Defend it. The crystal
Hold
has been
on.
purified. Advance to the next one. Terran reinforcements have arrived.
I enjoy the big blaster going kablam blam.
A placed crystal is under attack. Defend it.
It always feels so overkilly. Makes me chuck her. Well, I imagine that this has been sufficient detour for, or will be by the time that we're done with it, for
A placed crystal is
Hive
under
and
attack.
Infected
Defend
to
it.
be off of cool. And of course, we could have always done the pseudo random to foe of selecting
Terran
all,
reinforcements have arrived.
limiting to space, and then, you know, clicking the check all button. And that certainly would have told us, you have been queued for something horrible that I will not do. Like swarm. Because that is one of the travesties that we may have experienced. Random. It can be so vicious.
A placed crystal is under attack. Defend it. The crystal has been purified.
Oh,
Advance to the next one. Well
go.
done. Looks like the Terrans are retreating.
Leave me alone, lady.
Reading Terran transporter signals near the spire.
This is the spot I want. This is the spot I want. I got here first, it's mine. All right. And now we wait. Ooh. Yeah, you get him with that agony field. Clear the map. It looks like they are capable of spamming it. You shall see. Do it again. Do it again. Oh, might have been a fluke. Or perhaps they were waiting to see targets. Oh, well, see, spamming. Get him. Get him. Looks like they might, like, only have, like, something going on where they can
Terrans placed an
spam
agonizer
it
by one of the
twice
roots.
in a
Destroy
row,
it,
and then
quickly.
there's a downtime. Stop it, yeah. Let me stop that. Goodness, 3 minutes.
Get ready. The Terrans are sending in
Dun,
their elite
dun,
forces.
dun. The rumors are true. An inferior
Let's get this
universe.
over with, idiot. I got better things to do. I'd better get a promotion out of this.
Where's the other one? Are they already dead?
Looks like
Yeah. Well done, team. Alrighty. And then leave the map. Alrighty, I bet that we can actually... that's not... Omega, yes. Hive, Onslaught, Advance. Let's go! Dun, dun, dun. And by the time we're done with this, Infected will hopefully be done. Oh, the waiting. Well, I suppose while we wait, we could look at the stations and see. So what else might I want to do with this? You know, obviously I do want to see what this build does, just with a beam focus instead. Possible that a cannon scatter volley build might be fun. Beam overload. Cannon rapid fire. I mean, we could do kind of like all the things on it. We could do a non-hidey-ho shenanigan build where we actually stand our ground and try to make ourselves unmurderable. I might switch my skin over to the Prometheus because even though I enjoy this, I do want to fly around as a Prometheus. I have enjoyed that ship ever since it showed up on Voyager.
I am the collected.
Careful, things are blowing up near us. Oh.
You will become one with the Borg.
Your efforts are futile. Destroy this vessel, and I will claim another.
Well, our DPS certainly went up. That was probably just by virtue of not dying. But also, we had a competent team, it seems, or at least one other competent individual. I saw that Ming Targ person doing
And perfection.
some very high amount of damage when we were massacring her defense fleet. We shall do ISA, and then I'm going to switch to beams, frankly, because, I don't know, I really feel like I want to not have to point my nose right at everything. And let's see. No, we are not joining random. RNGs would punish us severely. I am sure of it. I can feel it in my kitty bones. Would have been like, gravity kills, swarm, storming the spire.
This is your lucky spin.
Mm-hmm. I was just double checking to make sure that we had queued for it because it's a bit surprising that it has not instantly popped. That's usually the most popular TFO in the world. Oh, dun, dun, dun. Did I space? Was there a pop that I accepted and then I was just taking it sweet time? Indeed, it is usually the quickest and easiest TFO.
The situation, there's more. Scans indicate
Maybe I should listen to this man to pass the time.
The situation is grim. All attempts to hail the starbase have failed. We must assume the enemy has taken control. This is not acceptable.
It is
We
not
must
acceptable.
destroy the Borg fleet defending the starbase. Only then can we proceed with relief operations, if any survivors remain.
Hmm.
There's more. Scans indicate the Borg transport conduit is operational. If we don't destroy the conduit quickly, Borg reinforcements will overwhelm our forces here. Begin by destroying the nanite generators.
Okay, enough of you.
Additional data is available.
Do not distract us any further, sir. We have business. Those squirrely little spheres trying to run away, run toward us. I don't know, just be
The nanite
annoying.
drones can repair the transformers. Stop them.
Somebody's doing some work. I can feel it. Ooh, something blew up very near us, obviously.
abilities are unable to withstand us. Lower your shields and await assimilation.
My tachyon net didn't even have time to spawn. That thing died so fast. Well done, team. And of course, our DPS went down because DPS is a fickle mistress, and when there's not enough noms to go around and someone else is trying extra hard, they steal yours. They steal the food right from your mouth hole. But anywho, let's see here. Accept. Leave map. And then I shall take a moment because I heard a deedle doot, so I shall see. I've actually heard quite a few deedle doots, and I've been ignoring them, but we're going to see if we got any information that requires our attention. I do not believe I see anything specifically directed to me. Must be just some server going off for some reason. Whatever.
So, do you come here often?
Alright, so. I do feel like we shall look into beams while in space, because I feel like doing it there. But we have also been at this stream for a minute, so I think that I will put us on the Be Back Soon screen for a little bit, and we can all take a moment to stretch our legs, lick the water bowl, use the litter box, whatever it is that you need to do, and we shall return shortly, and then we will continue and do with the beams and other things, I imagine, but for now, perhaps for meow. Oh, but we will be back soon. Alrighty, and we are back on the bestest in Echo channel. Doing a real quick check because, again, we have a Deedle Doot claiming that we need to give it attention, and it is a lie. It's fine. So, let us see here. Alright, unsaved changes. I believe that will probably be my adding this to the bar here. Redirect shields to the front. I shall save these changes. But well, for one, I think I'm going to actually switch at this time to the Prometheus, because though I enjoy the appearance of the ship, I want to see the Promy. So, beam onto... Okay, things are being a wee little bit laggy. Stop it. Beam onto DS9. What? Are we seeing this, everybody? Are we all having a little bit of a rubber bandy moment? Stop it. Stop it. I wonder, if anyone else is in Star Trek Online, can you confirm or deny whether or not it's being a little special at the moment? If you would chat, any of you who might be available. But, let's see here. Oh, they're being hidden. Customize ship. Continue. Yes. Prometheus. Dun da dun. Apply. All right. Yep, me likey. Do not like, however, the sort of rubber banding situation we're having, but whatever. All right. So, as I said, I want beams, and I think I may also, perhaps, maybe get rid of the blue pew-pews. They're not quite so onerous, but I am kind of inclined to go with a canon version of the Promy, you know, with just orange beams and then perhaps the dark matter quantum, because I can personally headcanon rather readily that torpedoes can be basically any color, you know, because those tubes should generally be capable of firing ordnance of varying types. So the fact that our quantum is purple because we have inverted its phase modulation or added some dark matter to it, or, you know, whatever you want to say, that's, you know, that sounds right. Sounds like something we would do. Sounds very Star Trek. Prolonged, perhaps. Indeed, it appears that we shall. I did see our Omni, though, and that... With that? No, probably not. With our current implementation, I suspect that the Omni would not necessarily serve us, because usually your enemies are ahead of you or off to the side, so And I'm pretty sure that a normal beam array still hits harder than an Omni. Oh, so pretty. Alrighty. Now, is there anything else that we want to change? For one, we can take off our cannon, superior cannon training, because we are not using cannons anymore. In which case, we need to decide if we want to use perhaps point blank shot or or anchored. Although I'm not really one to park. It does take time to stack. I think I would go with point blank shot over it. So let's just do a quick little scan through again and see if anything stands out to me. Oh, Adam, are you outing me for not having set up my chatbot? Like, I got it in. I believe it is installed, but I have not trained it yet to actually do things. Okay, let's see here. I think I shall slot point blank while we scroll. Ooh, self-modulating fire. I can't believe I didn't already have that equipped. How did that miss my notice? Let's see here. What do we want to replace it with? I personally don't care that much for... Oh, fragment of AI tech. That one's not really needed. So that should have been on our previous build, honestly. I do wonder if we would have... Hello! Lep all night. I've been lep all night. Oh, something is happening. Get out of the way. Rated stream with viewers. With a number of viewers that is illegible. I still haven't changed that font color. That purple, like very often hitting the black of space, is like, with a number of people. Thank you. And thank you, Lep, for following. But back to Adam, thank you for your raid. It is a joyous occasion. It is good to see you. And however many people you brought with you. All right. Okay. Right. So we're not saving over that, but where was... It'll be in the S's for self-modulating fire. Dun, dun, dun. All right. And let's just keep scrolling a bit and see if anything else has escaped my Neko notice. I would kind of also be tempted to find a place for superior elusive in my build. Just for the possibility that, let's see, pilot team, defense rating, this defense rating, like we could have quite a bit of defense, methinks. Let's see, did I take defense? Ah, I did not. What would it be? 15. Well, you know. I don't know if it would be worth reskilling for. Probably not, but it does make me curious. I brought 1 million viewers. Adam claims. Falsely, I'm sure. He is like, as an ant, it is impossible for my nose to grow like Pinocchio, for I do not have one. It just makes my antenna longer, and that makes me more attractive. So I lie at every opportunity. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I think I do like what we've done. But also, I'm going to have to save this, first of all. Save to new loadout slot. Probosci. I have no idea. I would imagine that they're robo psi would be on their antennae, perhaps, in which case making them longer would be what Neko just said, but who knows? Who knows? Not me, obviously. But I do feel like, don't they say that the ants are sniffing something when they're like going bloop, 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 bloop with their little antennae? Heidi? Oh. Whoop. Shenanigans. SS3 beam. We do everything with smell. But we're gonna go back here for just a moment. And we are going to correct the error that is not having self-modulating fire. That is such a base desk moment, honestly, that I am ashamed. But self, there you are. Okay, save to this one, which we shall rename to mixed. Then we are going to go back to beam. Alrighty. So let us see. Our hive and our infected the conduit are both available. Kind of curious if I want to attempt soloing them again as my beam self and see what it feels like, how it's different. What do we think, chat? You know what, I will let you decide. Are we going to solo it for ultimate tryhard, or are we going to hug it? How did testing go? She did well. We were capable of soloing both HSA, which is, Hive Onslaught, Space Advanced, the HSA, that's Hive Onslaught Space Advanced, and then ISA, Infected Space Advanced. We soloed them both, and we were fine. That was with the cannon, like a mixed version of, frankly, mostly cannons, with some beams in there, is what we were doing. Oh, you know what? I haven't even been paying attention to our experimental weapon. I wonder if it's been doing well. That might be something to investigate. But not perhaps in this exact moment. But our performance may in fact improve if we change it. But I do like the look of it, like when they were showing it off on the stream. I can't say I've even paid any attention to it like flopping out and doing what it does here. But it does seem very like suitable for the Prometheus. What X weapon are you using? What experimental weapon? It is armed loitering munition. Deploy an armed loitering munition drone for 30 seconds. Drones probe foes with phaser fire. 752.6 phaser damage. When duration expires or a phaser finds an empty shield facing, slams into the foe for, okay. Slams into the target, that's what we're going to say, for 5,182.6 kinetic damage. Who knows? I bet Casual SAB, I bet he knows. I bet he's been testing. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Most experimental weapons are underwhelming. So it should probably be replaced, but the ship's been performing fine without replacing it. But, I bet our DPS increases by 30k if we just swap it out for the tried and true, whatever's that thing called. It fires green little bolts. Remove. Peloton Wave Impeller. Let's see, what else do we have that might be of interest? These Graviton Implosion charges are pretty fun. They suck things together a little bit. Let's see here. Yeah, he said one from an older event. Yeah, the Soliton is one from an older event. The Logiston projector is also supposed to be a pretty decent one nowadays. Oh, let's see. I'm quite curious if... I think this tachyon agitator? No, that can't be it. Is it subspace? Yes, the subspace depth charge is the new one from the Eagle. Do you happen to know if he had feelings about the one from the Eagle? Let's see. Claims to be 967.5 DPS, firing 3,869.8 damage. Tetrion damage increases with auxiliary power instead of weapon power. Well, isn't that wildly inconvenient? Can be well, it wouldn't be inconvenient for a ship like the Eagle, who is meant to be a torpedo boat, so why would you have power and weapons anyway, I imagine is the logic. Can be fired during enhanced battle cloak as though it were a projectile weapon, and minus all shields, increases with auxiliary power. Yeah, he tested it. He tested all the new ones. They all are meh. Interesting and disappointing and unsurprised Pikachu. Because, yeah, that's pretty par for the course. Experimental weapons have a long, proud history of being meh. All right. Oh, look at her. She's so pretty. Anyway, I believe that I got a vote from Adam to solo it. Oh, establishing a connection. Follow received. Taya Heel? You will correct me on your pronunciation. Has followed. I believe that is what that said. It better be what it said. I definitely don't understand anything, but for what I saw of Adam playing, it seems like a fun game. Ooh woo. Mine's prettier. Lep, which ship are you flying at this moment? Oh, wait, is that Taya Hey with a... Is that an exclamation mark? Or are my little Neko eyes betraying me? Someone will tell me. Same, just with different body styles. You are also flying? Well, are you flying this exact ship? Are you doing the Hydra? Are you doing the science Hydra? Are you using all of your sciencey shenanigans? Because it can totally do that. It's not necessarily the best use of its talents, but you can, and it's fun, and why wouldn't you if you can? I'm sciencing at the moment, yeah. Indeed. The first build I put on this was a science shenanigan. He is the easiest way to say it, or just tie? Is that he? Or T-hell? Is that an L? I keep seeing that as an exclamation mark. Why are the... If you capitalize an L in the chat, is it going to be... It's an L. Okay, yeah. I would still appreciate a little foot there that tells me that it is an L. Anyway, T-hell. T-hell? Is that correct? Nico and Lep both got me into Warframe. Ooh woo. T-hell. Or tie. Alrighty. Well, the only vote that I have received is for soloing, so I'm going to do that. Task Force, Private. Hive Onslaught. Advanced. Start Private Task Force Operation. We will see how long it takes for the Queen to accept our invitation to duel. Let's see. Let's just make sure our traits. Oh, further failings. I totally neglected to swap my traits. Like, why is Tyler's not equipped for additional crit chance? Let's see. 4.4. Not the best, but not bad. You know, it's almost 5. And then... Let's see. 1% bonus all damage. That's quite underwhelming, isn't it? What do we want to put in place? Honestly, I'd kind of be tempted to do advanced engines, even though it's kind of universally not something I would normally do, just for like the superior speed. Because, you know, sometimes we do things to have fun and not just because it is meta. Let's see here. Or, am I not going to be able to change my traits once we're in this? Hopefully I will be able to change, perhaps like the one that heals based on the amount of damage that you're doing might be useful for like the circumstances in which we occasionally actually are exposed and they are murdering us. Or the chrono capacitor array to assist with our cooldowns, perhaps, since there seems to be some, like Boimler is not taking care of it all by himself, and neither is the photonic officer, it seems. Energy refrequencer. I think we'll put that. Yay, and it lit us. Thank you, oh most merciful TFO, for allowing us to change our stuff in the middle of you.
Accept the gift.
Accept the gift of assimilation. I will not, and you cannot make me. Perhaps anchored would have been a good idea because we are parked here as we are firing at this cube. Our DPS is not shabby compared to when we were using cannons. And I do enjoy beams making me not have to, like, very specifically target something. Looks like we outrun that plasma torpedo, which is good. I do think it's best that we stay outside of 5 kilometers of anything that's going to try and tractor us, because I do think that that will prevent us from using our hidey-ho techniques. No, don't get too close. And we want our hidey-hos to protect us. I see a torpedo. Go away. Go away. Like, all the way away, please. Watch it chase us. Be gone, thought. Oh, did it hit us? I think it hit us. Nope, no it didn't. It's still chasing us. Maybe something blew up too close. Yeah, beams, I don't have to be like right on them. Love it. Loves that, as Paris Hilton would say. Yeah. Oh my gosh, actually I find this so much more fun to be like using beams and flying around kind of piloty. Wah! Ooh, ouch. Oh no, no, our precious little body. We got too full of ourselves. We were having too much fun and we were punished for it. It's fine. We died once the last time too, but it was the Borg Queen feedbacking us, I'm quite sure. Okay. This time we will pretend that we are concerned for our safety and, you know, more concerned for our safety. We won't forget ourselves, because we were at first, and then we were very not. We were like, wee! Alright. I do not want to be close enough for its tractor to affect us. I think it will decloak us. Let's see.
You cannot defeat me.
You cannot defeat the Borg. Yes, I can, lady. Watch. And here I am repeatedly getting closer to things than I said I wanted to. But of course, you know, I know in the back of my mind that I have point blank on, so I want to get like I want to get cuddle close and then zip away before they can explode immediately in my face. And have moderate success in avoiding it. Screw it, we're having fun! Whee! I would also be quite curious to put for... Oh! Skip! And we mean it. Skip, do not send us back into it. I am quite curious to... Huh. I was taking a moment to see. I'm not noticing the little, like, Healy thing that happens when you're using the, energy refrequencer. I mean, I saw some heals come up, but, you know, maybe they don't proc while you're at full. And something that we are doing... Oh! Let's see. Oh my god, I've never heard this dialogue before. I always have it turned off.
Your efforts are futile.
Our
Destroy
efforts
this
futile.
vessel, and I will claim I am the collective.
Here is hoping that our plan is that if she feedback pulses us, that our Tachyon beam will neuter it by knocking it off. She died very quickly though, so I don't know if that was... Like, if she tried, we did succeed, or she just didn't even have the chance and was like, yeet. Bye, bitch. And then she transforms into the world's most angriest loot crate. Let's see. Well, that was fun. We still died once, but at least before when we died, it was for, you know, it was like nobly against the queen herself. This time we died against, I don't even know what. Just like, blam. You were careless and were mauled by a horde of Borg. A horde of Borg. Almost sounds like a smorgasbord. I feel like this could be turned into some sort of limerick or something.
The gift of assimilation.
We're arming our noms. Arming our noms, 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 noms. Are there any other noms? Chat, look for me. Do you see any noms? I think we may have eaten them all. Okay. Oh, no, there is one. I was about to press that button too. Okay, that makes me paranoid. Checking, 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 checking. All right. And I think I had promised that we would go visit Quark and obliterate our useless inventory drops. But we didn't. I'm quite certain that that did not happen. That or it did and I totally blanked. Like, yeah, no, we didn't. And I'll go and it'll be like, your inventory is empty because you were just here and forgot. It would unsurprise me. Oh, Prometheus, yours up ready. Time for our ears to be molested by Lita, I'm sure. Somehow, some way. Her voice is actually like in the wrong places on DS9. Like you'll be over in the exchange and she's whispering right in your ear, "You're a winner." And I'm like, stop it. Apparently Neko is not crazy and we did not sell all of our stuff to Quark. I feel validated, vindicated. in other forms of dated, I suppose. Let's see. What is this? Okay. Bound to account. We will go put that in the account of bank. Usually my inventory is not in a place where that happens, but I have precious little screen real estate while streaming, and you know, I want to make sure you guys can see stuff, so if I'm like, oh, it's over here, inconvenient. Anyway, let's see here. Did I not? Yeah, here it is. And the pads, we can also put those back. We'll put them back and then immediately need to train something. I'm confident I'll be like, no, let's try. Oh crap, didn't we just put those back in the bank? Count bank. There we go. Oh, just a wee little bit of light, thank you. I would be moderately tempted to hit the sort button, but then also I don't want to. Oh, here's something else, and something else. And another box to put into the bank. I hope everybody is remembering to take advantage of this upgrade weekend. They happen once in a blue moon, so get it while the getting's good. I'm sure I have some things to upgrade as well. But we shall not be looking into that at this exact moment. Are you sure you want to leave Deep Space Nine? Yes, thank you. I mean, sometimes I won't immediately back on because, yes, I did forget something, lady, but you ask far more often than that is true. Let's see, save to beam. All right. I have heard tale from one of my chatters, Jesse, that the reinforcement squadron, which I have heretofore found to be incredibly underwhelming, that they synergize quite nicely with the Hydra console from the Hydra. You know, the unleash the Hydra, or engage the Hydra, or summon the Hydra. Not that one, this one. Engage the Hydra. Or as I like to call it, summon the Kraken, whatever. But, yeah, he says it's very hard with this. But I have so far found reinforcement squadrons underwhelming, and so I'm kind of disinclined to even try. Like, meh. But also, like, if I'm going to bother playing with universal consoles to any, like, aggressive extent, I kind of want to be doing an unconventional systems build, which lends itself toward science shenanigans. And, I mean, we could, I guess, maybe, possibly. We'll see. But first, I kind of want to think about, what do I want to do? I don't know if I want to do the hidden hidey-ho thing on this. You know, I feel like I've done it a little bit. It was fun, but also, I don't know. I do kind of feel like I want to lean into the Prometheus-ness of this ship, and I don't know, maybe make it a little beefy and not invisible. Maybe allow intel to shine in some other fashion, or maybe not even use intel at all when we are murdering the things that need murdering. Oh, and of course, if we were to replace this, you know what, I'm going to check the parser. Where are you hiding? Analyze the log. Let's see. Player combat analysis reports. Okay, beam array. We are looking for... It says we had pets, apparently. I wonder if that was... Why does it claim we have mycelial lightning? Let me see. Oh, yeah, I did not swap out the engines for, say, this one. Angry tooltip. I didn't switch out the engines for this one because I thought, you know, well, the only having the one fire mode, only having the surgical strikes, that this may be underwhelming. I had considered maybe the starship weapon amplification off of this because it increases our critical severity. But, you know, mycelial lightning is actually not a bad power. Like when I'm like, what? Why? That was simply because I thought, I had pulled this up earlier to be like, shall we change the engine? I don't know. And then, you know, my indecisiveness resulted in mycelial lightning. It's fine. But I was just mildly surprised because I could have sworn. So let's see, how much did mycelial lightning do? Is it worth keeping? Mycelial lightning did 3,858 DPS. So not the most impressive thing, but it's, you know, not nothing. Let's see. Tachyon Piercer, right? 1,745 DPS. Let's see. I am not yet finding. Oh, please tell me this is a lie. Did this armed loitering loitering munition detonate is saying 22.42. That no K, not even in the hundreds, 22.42. Okay. It was only underperformed by the ultimate plasma beam array from our ultimate swarmer, which was probably dead like 99% of the time from being, you know, we're invisible. So it's just like, they're just yeeting it out of existence, I'm sure. Get it! Smush the buggy! Let's see if we have pets. Presidio class and cryonic turbulence. Okay, we have an armed loitering munition. Let's see. Full DPS. 215. Here's another one. 175. You know, it's hard to say. I think that you need to take this data into, because there's a lot of them here. You probably need to take this data into like Excel or Google Docs or whatever, and then use rotating tables or whatever it's called to aggregate the data from each of these armed loitering munitions into a single unit. Because like this one's, oh no, actually those are damage numbers. The DPS of them is like 0, 0, 0.16, 0.18. Did any of you do anything? I kind of feel like even if you were to add all of these up, yeah, that's probably still aggressively underwhelming. I must nap now. Now. We'll be back eventually. All right, Lep. You have a nice nap. And Adam, welcome back. Yeah, I feel like that this is probably very, very, very underwhelming. So, I mean, in this particular build, it might be good to do the Soliton Wave Impeller since we are, you know, relatively high on our engine power and we are using emergency power to engines. And, our Phlogiston projector, we have not upgraded it yet. Up to 5 targets. Oh, no. Do not mind us. A mild yawn. Let's see. Narrow arc. Unspecified arc for no reason. You could have just said targets within 45 degrees or whatever. Damage drops off sharply past 5 kilometers. We do not appreciate that. Unless we want to be cuddling things. And generally we do not. Oh my gosh, angry tooltip. Why? Stop dancing. Let's see. 10% chance radiation damage. Interesting. 'Let's hit this button and see what that 100 haste changed. Nope, just says 100% haste to this weapon still. Let's put it on and see what it says when it's on us. Yeah, it still says 100%. Interesting. Save to Beam. Then I'm actually going to go ahead and switch to the mixed version. And similarly swap it out. Because, like, okay, apparently the thing that came with the ship is not all that impressive. Mixed. Then switch back to beams. And we can still solo ISA. Oops, but not if we push it there. Almost caught me. Almost trapped, tricked, befuddled a Neko. But you failed. Oh, she's so pretty.
The situation is grim. All attempts to hail
Yes,
this
yes, I'm sure it is quite unfortunate. Don't worry, we'll save them. Oh my goodness. It's so pretty. After we do this with our Heidi-Ho build, I think we are going to swap ourselves over toward some other direction. Like, I kind of feel like I want to be visible. I want to see my pretty ship. I feel like I might want to focus on the multi-vector assault form, maybe, possibly, to some degree, which might involve us, we might need an unconventional systems build to do that. Or we might need to actually use the MBAM console from the Tier 5 version, which I don't have, but I do have a Tier 5 coupon, so we could buy it and do it. Do not blow up in our face, please. And this one.
The nanite probes can repair the transformers.
Attack this one. We attack this one.
Surrender your vessel and prepare for assimilation.
Get it. Destroy the cube. This is feeling very satisfying.
Closing in on the transport.
Though, as I said,
Destroy
I'm
it.
kind of inclined to be able to see our beautiful ship instead of it being, you know, just this invisible... I mean, being invisible has also made us largely untouchable, and we appreciate that, but I think I would enjoy if perhaps Intel Team could not hide us from ourselves, but just the enemy. Perhaps put it in the settings. Do you want to be cloaked from yourself? Like, use alternate effect that lets you see your ship's pretties? I'm sure the devs would be like, but how will you know that you are cloaked if you're not invisible? I'd be like, well, give me some other effect. Maybe some sparkly shimmery thing or something. I don't know. Let me pick, perhaps. But like, definitely not. We are not giving you a choice. Options? Do you know how much dev time it takes to give you options? You can have option at best. Let's try not to be literally on top of this when it explodes. And then generally, killing the ads is a smart idea. Hopefully, that is everything. We're going to go ahead and use our them at this opportunity. And I shall also activate the Hydra and see what it does. Dun-dun-dun. 170k DPS. That is not shabby. Nom 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 nom. Go away, sir. Noms. Alright, let's see. I do find it strange, and I think it is true of the other MBAM too, that basically it is your ship, just this part is invisible. So if you get stuck flying the main saucer, like your turn point, it's like you're turning from here, the midpoint of your ship, instead of your center of gravity being like more closer to where the bridge is. Let us see here. I don't think it would honestly be a problem for them to like pull your visual back to here, like have your saucer like back as these pull away from you and put you in your appropriate center of gravity, but I digress, I suppose. Those are the nits that the Neko will pick, because what would a Neko do but pick nit? When we see those little things moving, we're just like, get it. All right. But yes, I think perhaps we want some visible shenanigans now instead of invisible shenanigans. All right. So if we were doing visible shenanigans, what would we do? Well, obviously we're not going to be using Intel Team, but Let's see. And do we want to focus on MBAM? Because if we do, which again, I am not sure that that's what we want to do. Because I do not think that, I do not believe that MBAM is very potent in its own right, even with, you know, like if we were to slot the trait, let's see, where is it? Like, it would be good. It would be excellent. Pardon my reach as we acquire our telephono. Let's see. Oh, you know what? The easiest way for us to find out what this ship's trait is just to ask the ship. Strike Group Command Authority. Traits. Let's go down to the S's. So it claims that we will get our multi-vectors will get 50% bonus damage. But I feel like they probably still don't. Like if they kind of do nothing, right? If they do nothing and then we multiply that by something, then, you know, it's generally still nothing. But let me just check our... again, we haven't really been using them. And why would we? They don't last long enough for me to, like, really want to focus on them. Maybe we should. Maybe it is an experiment worth doing to find out. Like, if we focus on the MBAM, is it good? Might as well. Like, maybe, is that what we're doing now, chat? Let's see. Though I must admit I'm not entirely sure what we would do to focus on them other than slotting this, because, I mean, presumably they should be affected by this. The 30% turn rate, flight speed, and damage for your hangar pets and targetable torpedoes. But they are not hangar pets. They are separated components. So if they're not affected by this, even though the console generates them, that seems like a failure of synergy, and would also make me think that the Swarmer Matrix console that basically has the same text on it about plus 30% turn speed, flight speed, and damage, that also wouldn't affect them? And see, the Neko channel is not really a let's parse the DPS and then do some spreadsheets for fun type of channel. It's more of a let's do something and feel if it works. Much annoy, frankly. Well, at the very least, I'm going to focus on us being visible. So, Excitus Actoprobat. We actually could still use this for the bonus damage. And just... Tachyon Piercer. We haven't even had the opportunity to test if this works well against Voth, for example, with their little shield of invulnerability. There are so many things to do. Why are there always so many things to do? The thing is that if this actually does save us from those evil feedbacks, I would kind of be inclined to keep it. But if we were to remove it, then we could focus perhaps more on our superior survivability. Let me see. What is our hull strength? 100k. that is okay. Like, you know, it's an acceptable amount, but not thrilling. Traits. Our resistance was approximately 18, between 18 and 19. Perhaps we might be better served with advanced hull reinforcements, which is bonus damage resistance. That tends to play rather well, like if we were to use Honored Dead with the substantial amount of damage resistance that it provides. I expect that we would probably be about 60% damage resistance with our current layout. Let's see. Critical chance, 64.8. So we should be at like 94.8 under surgical strikes. Let's see here. Traits. We should also check and see. Let's see. When using a beam or cannon bridge officer ability, which may or may not count surgical strikes, we would have to find out. For 20 seconds, you know, I would hope it would, but you know, it's technically both. For 20 seconds, increases weapon power drained by weapons by 50%, for which we have some compensation, and plus 10% critical chance to directed energy weapons plus 50 accuracy rating. Yeah, I don't think that that's worth it. Not with how high our crit chance is already. Voth carrier synergies. Let's see. Buff to you and your hanger pets. So it says hanger pets again specifically, so I do not know if they would affect our imbam if we were trying to focus on that. Why are these choices always so hard? I'm going to go ahead. I don't want to lose that. I don't. I'm going to take off Excitus Actiprobat and give us, even though it is a potent Cat 2 damage increase, Honored Dead will keep us alive, I'm expecting, as we do not hide ourselves. What else do we want to do? We could... Fresh from R&R is going to be less important if we're not using Intel Team. And Pilot Team could also go in a different direction as well. Let's see. Also something that would be a very interesting question that Neko is also probably not going to answer is reinforcement squadrons. They're not technically a hanger pet because they're not launched by a hanger, so I do not know if these like 30% damage increase to your hanger pets may not affect this, you know, which again, lame, and like change your wording or fix it. So it's like it, you know, summoned entities. I don't know, what would you call them to make sure people know exactly this includes, or, you know, it also affects saucer set or multi-vector or whatever, but it does not say that. What all are we going to do? Again, we're not doing, well, you know what else we do not currently have in our build? We do not have attack pattern beta. And even when we were being a hidey-ho, I'm not confident that override subsystem safeties would be worth replacing attack pattern beta for the damage resistance debuff to our enemies. Interesting. Of course, if we were not using this engineer as pilot, that could basically be taking care of our engineering abilities, and then this could be reallocated to tactical. And then if this were being used for tactical, we would be able to get beta on there on top of everything that we were doing. Plus, we could slot a torpedo with torpedo spread. We could have tactical team to reallocate our shields. But of course, that is still looking at the Heidi Ho build, which we were getting off of, weren't we? Right? Weren't we? Let's see. First of all, let's say what we're doing to what we were aiming for. Save to, new loadout slot. What are we going to name it? Unhidden dragon. We are not a hidden dragon. We are an unhidden dragon. And I guess the Hydra thing would kind of fit, yeah? Okay. But I must admit that our Heidi Ho builds were feeling a little underwhelming before. And it's like, maybe I don't want to be hidden and blah, 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 blah. But also, maybe I just want that hidden version of me to hit way, way harder, and I should focus on that. Let me look. Let me look at what we had. Okay. We would need to acquire an emergency power to weapons. This would become ROMTAC 2. Because, let's be honest, I was really rather underwhelmed by our performance with, not that it was bad, because it wasn't bad. Like, we saw 170k DPS. That is not a sad number. But I don't know. I could feel it in my Neko bones that it should be doing better than that. Like, I wanted to feel it. You know, feel the power. Let's see. We could actually keep this, even though it's just a chance with energy weapons. Or let me see if there's something else worth our time. Pardon me if you were able to hear the low rumble of a Neko. Focus assault. Bonus damage. Accuracy rating. Kind of feel like focus assault could be something to slot here. Of course, we could always do like a torpedo spread. Well, not 3. Oh, wait. Was that focus assault? Did I say focus assault 1? Where is it? Nope, 2. Okay, so here. This is what I was talking about. We want that to be a beta, so we could do torp spread 2 or focus assault 1. What do we want? What do we want? Of course, focus assault requires us to purposely, like, cast it on an individual target, while chemosite lace weaponry has a fairly decent chance to just go off generally. So you know what, maybe we'll leave it for now. Let's go get that emergency power to weapons 1. Unless, I mean, we could always just swap in our watcher. It'd be fine. Watcher. Everything is already, there we go. We'll just slot it back, right? We'll conserve our resources, although eventually I'm sure that that engineer is going to learn that power. Okay, attack pattern beta. Let's see, what do we have here? tachyon beam. What is this? Very cold in space. Why have things not left the bar? Like, I would expect these things to have left our bar. That's what normally happens. Because it moved from one location to another. Unless, did something happen? Okay. Unexpected behavior, that's fine. I meant you move over here. Stations, so I kind of remember what all I'm looking for. Tachyon beam is still on the board. So is Sonic Officer. These are mysteriously still on the board. This is still on the board. Still on the board. Still. So Beta was just placed. So we need Chemosite and Tactical Team. Chemosite. And Tactical Team is usually considered best slotted as your last ability in a spam bar because of like the activation time of it or something. That's just a guidance that I have heard from the DPS community, and I adhere to it because why not? If it is true, then we best heed. Let's see. I would be inclined to have Beta higher in our rotation. I would also be inclined to have Tachyon beam very high in our rotation due to it knocking off unpleasant things. In fact, it might be such a high priority that we want it like that. I don't normally like my emergency powers to be going off earlier in the rotation, but we will see. I believe that put everything on the bar, did it not? What is this? Dominion defense screen. That will be perhaps more pertinent when we are not attempting to hide ourselves, because we have gone back. We have decided that our hidden dragon form was unimpressive, and we insist that it try harder. Let's see, did I change anything else? Fresh from R&R. Okay, everything looks correct so far. All right. Save to Heidi-Ho Shenanigans Beam. Let us see if we are already off of cooldown. Hive Onslaught. Do we remember the DPS that we got in our last Hive Onslaught? I can check. The last Hive was 125.93, which is frankly a little underwhelming, but it was because we died, I'm sure. Hive Onslaught. Rant. Advanced. Please. I would like a visual confirmation. Hive Onslaught. Advanced. Okay, well, at least it changed here. Start the private task force operation. Dun, dun, dun. So again, we shall be hidden, but we might hit much harder this time, in which case I may find myself pleased. You have pleased the Neko. Or as Admiral Quinn might say, you've done well. Pew pew, pew 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 pew. Am I the only one who occasionally flies around other people's ships and pretends that we are attacking them? Pew 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 pew. Rat rat. Pow 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 pow. Oh, silly. Oh, She has accepted the duel. And it is time for us to show her what. Pew pew indeed. I'm going to take that as an admission from Adam that he also runs around and goes "Ra-da-da-da-da-da-da-da." I mean, we had a lot of changes actually to this build. It's not just going to be that we tweaked our abilities a little bit. We also slotted an experimental weapon that presumably actually does something. So this will be very interesting to see. And as long as we don't destroy ourselves with our frivolity, then let us go.
You cannot defeat me.
You cannot defeat the Berg. That cube. That cube went away immediately. Wow, look at our DPS. Assuming this holds out, if it's not like a bit of a fluke, then we have aggressively improved our deeps. That's what I get for focusing too much, I guess, on being a crouching tiger and a hidden dragon. We would prefer things not explode directly in our face, thank you. Keeps have dipped just a smidge, but not such a smidge as for us to be feeling bad about ourselves. It is fine. But things are wait, I think we just triggered our no, do not hurt us. I think we just triggered our temporal passive, which is displeasing because it means we do not have that protection for later. We're switching target to the spheres because they're the ones who will actually get you in this place. Generally, I find that the spheres are the evils that will destroy, that will ruin your day. Also, something that I would really like to do before we, you know, close up shop for the day is I would like to see if my science Prometheus shenanigan doesn't just come in here and wreck everything. No, it says our hull integrity is below something percent. Ouch. I knew that was going to hit hard. What? Are you kidding me? Are you sure you wanted to cut? Like, that is the longest redo of that cutscene I have ever seen. Oh, no. Oh, ouch. It feedbacked us. Even this one's basic feedback ruined us with our own damage. Well, that just goes to show that my Tachyon Beam, Tachyon Piercer, it is not going to save us. So maybe that is leaving the build now.
That form was fled. Weak. Fallible.
Which is also why I kind of prefer a kinetic-based build. So maybe that's going to be our next project, is kinetics, even though this is not a command vessel.
Efforts are futile. Destroy this vessel.
Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it.
and I
Hopefully
will
we can
claim
kill her before she
another.
yeets us with our own damage. No, 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 no. Dang it. Oh.
Your efforts are futile.
Your efforts are
Destroy
futile.
this vessel. and
Indeed
I
they
will
are, as long as you
claim
have feedback
another.
pulse. Cheater. Especially because they give her, like, the real feedback pulse, the good one. The one that actually works, unlike ours. Hopefully, she will attempt feedback pulse while we have her. The diamond is about to feedback pulse. Is that not what it just said? Let's check her. Nope, nope, stop. Okay, looks like it's safe, I guess. Much annoy. No, no, no. Why are our abilities not going off? Go, go. This was a unimpressive showing due
Your
to
efforts are futile.
what?
Destroy
I
this
think that
vessel,
our temporal
and I will
save
claim
ourself actually
another.
still counted as us dying just now, because she just healed back as if, no, you must start from scratch again. That is ridiculous. But if given the opportunity to, you know, attack her uninhibited, we were doing excellently. Like, even though we died, what, 3 times technically or whatever, we still got a 130k DPS. But still, this is just an argument for why Neko prefers kinetics over energy, like, hands down all the time, because this is some bullshit. Ridiculo. Okay, class, our next project. Kinetics. Checking for noms. Oh, there's one. No, 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 no. Okay. Mean lady.
Only fools.
Only fools. Something something victory where none can be had. It sounds like she says dole out victory where none can be had. I'm like, isn't doling out giving out? Like, they were doling out this and that. I would be like, fool, only fools seek victory where none can be had. But she's like, dole out. What does that mean? Let's see here. First of all, we have been heavily damaged for no reason. Just mild explosion on deck 2. Yeah, I am inclined to see, can this ship kinetic now, considering that this is ridiculous. Let's go with the dark matter. Oh goodness. Is that even more things from this build that I totally forgot to check on? Our duty officers? I'd have to be like, obviously I'm going to have to change my projectile officers out. Well, we already have torpedoes, and we should have had energy. Negligent Neko. Why am I so off my game today? Why? Why? Perhaps Neko did not get enough sleep. Or perhaps, I don't know, some other excuse. Let's see. Of course our position is looking a little funky because I situated. There we go. Okay, let us see here. Okay, before we do anything else, we have to go back to here. And then change our duty officers to the ones that they were supposed to have been in the first place. Oh, energy weapons. We want the critical ones. Crit severity, except for that one does not appear to be bound to us, so not that one. This one. And then chance. And then also we want a matter antimatter specialist. Matter antimatter specialist. That does auxiliary power to inertial dampers. Since that is what we were using. Which would have improved our durability even further. But we didn't have it. What else would we do differently? Let's check our bridge officer abilities to see if that gives us inspiration. I suppose we could use the type of con officers that reduce the cooldown of tactical team, like just to make sure that it's going as often as possible. That's the only thing I can think of. So, con. We want tactical team and buff. And tactical team and buff. And then save to Heidi-ho shenanigans. Surgical strikes 3 beam. Which means that this one is still not done. But again, honestly, I wasn't really feeling the cannons. Although the cannons may have performed excellently with this build. Oh goodness. Hold on. Oh, stretch. Oh, stretch. Oh, yep, get it. Okay. Indeed, the cannons may have performed amazingly with this build. Like, considering how hard this build has been hitting, if we were using cannons, things might just be like, pop, pop, pop. I mean, in this build, it's even going to hit harder with the things that we just did to it. I am disappointed in my Neko self for not correcting these errors. For not being on my game in the first place. Shame. Shame! Ring the bell, somebody. Shame. Ding, ding. Shame. Ding, ding. Point blank shot. I'm honestly not sure how useful that is to us because, again, we're not cuddling things due to trying to hide. Oh, let me double check. Yep, we're not using Kate. Just, I was about to make sure that we weren't doing something very stupid by having like attack pattern beta and lambda on at the same time. Just making sure. We have to be paranoid about our decision making in this moment because they're off our game, obviously. All right. All right, I expect we will do better now, but of course we were talking about how perhaps Tachyon Piercer might not be as impressive as we hoped, but it is quite possible that it has saved us on occasion. What would we do if we weren't doing it? I mean, we could just increase our durability on top of our Heidi-ho-ness. Like, we could use History will remember, so that when we are taking some hits, because obviously we still do, we're better equipped to do it. You know, like, just increase our tankiness underneath it. It certainly will not save us from yeeting ourselves against a feedback pulse, but I'm honestly not sure what we could do other than this to counter said feedback pulses. Especially if we're blowing ourselves out of existence with like one shot, then, you know, needing a pulse of tachyon beam to go off, and tachyon beam is not constantly on, you know, it's got some on off to it, then But that also means that if this trade isn't working as I had hoped it would, that it is kind of a meh. Meh. Let's see here. I just want to see if there's anything else that jumps out at me as something that we could have totally done that. Because, like, I know that something that's coming to mind as we're looking, even though we haven't come to it yet, is Strike from Shadows. But let's see. This Terran Machinations, because we do have a control power in the form of our very cold in space, wherever that is here. Yes. So how long does that last? I think that might have like a 30-second cooldown. It'd be a 50% uptime, it looks like, if I'm correct. I'll just look that up real quick and see what the global is, or like duplicate copy. Very cold in space. Global cooldown 30 seconds, as suspected. So not very thrilled with perhaps only a 50% uptime of that 10% firing cycle haste, although it might be worth it considering that it is a Cat 3 damage increase. Let's see. Do we have any other controls? Not at this time. But I am thinking that, you know, if we were going to lean away from Tachyon Piercer, we wouldn't need this anymore. And then we could put on jam targeting sensors. And I'm pretty sure that this has a 45-second global cooldown, so even though they would probably trigger rather close to each other on their first round, this would have a shorter cooldown than this one. They would stagger each other by 15 seconds, which would result in, you know, after the first kind of little lull, we would end up with, I would think, approximately 100% uptime of it. So that might be worth doing. But it's just a theory, a Neko theory. Let's see. We'll get back down to where we were and then continue our scroll. Wow, we were quite a ways down, weren't we? Because of it being Terran Machinations. Okay, do. Here's the Strike from Shadows of which I spoke. When damaging a foe that doesn't have you targeted, dispel for 30 seconds decreases threat generation by 60%, plus 5% critical chance, plus 5% bonus all damage. The critical chance wouldn't be such a big deal to us because our critical chance is already so very high, but... And 5% bonus all damage is also, frankly, not all that high. You know, relatively speaking. It's not bad, but it's... I'm not sure if it's going to. And I mean, our critical chance isn't necessarily exactly 100%. This might literally make it 100%. Could be worth it. Well, you know, we'll see. But I am kind of leaning toward, if we were replacing this, then perhaps Terran Machinations. let me see what this does real quick. On torpedo or mine firing modes for 15 seconds, plus 200 starship shield penetration, plus 200 starship hull penetration. That's probably something that's on our radar for if we do the kinetic build, which I really do. I love kinetics. I especially love having like one beam array on the front, perhaps one in the back, you know, like the trilithium Omni, because then you kind of have a very canon aesthetic of like just one or two beams firing while you have, you know, torpedoes going brat, 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 brat. Or more like, how do they go? Like, pew! Or, hold on, it's got more like, thoo, thoo, thoo. I don't know. I'm gonna need to get a sound effect for it, and so I can hit it, and it goes like, shoo, shoo, thoo, 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 thoo. Oh, goodness. Anyway, distracting ourselves with fun, unrelated things. Well, technically related because we were talking about kinetics. Improved critical systems is actually not terrible. But I would suspect that the Terran machinations would perform better for us. But it's on the list of things that could be done. Now we are nearing Honored Dead, for example, which could potentially shore up our defenses. But I'm also just thinking that going with kinetics is going to be our best defense against reflection. And honestly, I do want to see the ship shine with kinetics because it's not really something that you would look at the ship and go, oh yeah, that's definitely what it's for. Especially because I'm pretty sure that Intel has a power that is, like kinetic magnet, which I think is aimed more towards mines, but, you know, it might do something for torpedoes, and we'll definitely have to look at that here in a minute. I just want to roll through again. This is an again for those of you who have been with us for a minute, of what we're looking for. Good day to die, like especially when we're soloing, because that's when we are taking quite a bit of damage. That's also something for us to bear in mind, is that we're doing the ridiculous thing of soloing ISA and soloing Hive Onslaught. Like that's not what we're supposed to be doing, right? Like we're doing it for a challenge. We're doing it for the what can it really do? Whereas in a group, that would have been like just a slaughter fest. We would have died no times. That queen probably would have died so quick. She couldn't have even feedback pulsed in the first place. Let's see. Although something I actually want to check. Good day to die. Hull. No, just healing in general. Quite curious if good day to die means that, like, would your reverse shield polarity heal even more aggressively your shields? Interesting question. But the bonus damage would be, you know, quite interesting. And good day to die comes from the legendary Vorcha. To those of you who might be listening and curious, I do think that good day to die can be quite a potent trait on somebody who's trying to be a tank. One of our dear viewers, once upon a time, was telling us that above a certain level, fire at will just really won't kill things. I suspect that doesn't apply to cannon scatter volley, though. Scatter volley tends to really put out some deeps. In fact, I quite wish we had like a beam version of scatter volley, like a more literal version. I know some people would be like, fire at will is the beam version of scatter volley. It's not. It really isn't. I would want something that, you know, does basically exactly the same thing of it fires in a cone toward your primary target, and you know, has the better cooldown mechanic, and etc. etc. Let's see. Entwined tactical matrices is something that would be on our radar for our kinetic build. Hmm. Ceaseless momentum would also be on our radar for kinetics. Hmm. All right. All right, let's see. I'm honestly curious if we were to take off this and go with jam targeting sensors, and then do the Terran machinations. I wonder if our DPS would just like go up high enough that it'd be like blam, big on thought. Let's see. I think we're gonna try it. The best defense is a good offense, right? I believe it was here. So where is very cold in space? Here. We might also better stagger them if we keep them away from each other. Okay. What is this? Nothing. We'll put it here. Put it at basically the end of the line so that maybe that will also help stagger them out and give us an uptime, a higher uptime of Terran machinations, which of course we must actually swap out. Doesn't count if you don't swap it out. And then otherwise, I would be looking at... I would want to look into, you know, additional damage reduction, perhaps. Although, like I said, I don't think that any degree of investment in damage reduction is going to save us from an angry feedback pulse. But let us save our work. Beam. Hive Onslaught is still on cooldown, but Infected Space. Advanced. Privately. All right.
The situation is grim. All attempts to hail the starbase have failed. We must assume the enemy has taken control. This is not acceptable.
Indeed,
We
it
must
is not.
destroy the Borg fleet defending the starbase. Only then can we proceed with relief operations, if any survivors remain. There's more. Scans indicate the Borg transwarp conduit is operational. If we don't destroy the conduit quickly, Borg reinforcements will overwhelm our forces here. Begin by destroying the nanite generators, then destroy the nanite transformers they maintain. Once those units are destroyed, the conduit will be vulnerable to attack. Destroy it!
Yes, sir.
Scanning the nanite transformer. Done. Additional data is available.
You will
Did we not kill everything? Stupid sphere. They wouldn't run around. Maybe we do need a gravity well on this ship. Since it has taken us out of our way, we shall come over here and destroy this side first because it is closer.
Repair the transformers. Stop them.
We are the Borg. Surrender your vessel and prepare for assimilation.
As soon as it was saying, we are the Borg, my mind took over. We are farmers. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. A little hard to be intimidated.
Destroy it.
You have J.K. Simmons and his commercial in your mind. Right, with point blank shot we should be cuddling things even though they explode right in our face, and so we just kind of really don't wanna. Nope, back up. Back up.
We are the Borg.
Maybe anchored would benefit us better since we could, you know, park more. Learn to, like, move, park. But I do find mechanics like that annoying. Ooh. We are currently not in our hidey-ho mode because of the tractor beam, which is again one of the reasons why I'm kind of interested in doing a not hidey build, even though I very much enjoy them on Intel-based ships. We shall launch our IMBAM, perhaps it will distract them from us. And we shall summon the Hydra.
Resistance is futile.
$182K is not bad considering that our parse was ruined by that rogue sphere in the beginning.
Census confirmed.
Yes, yes, blah blah blah, go away. Let's see. Take it, yes. And then, if Hive is available, then what just happened with that warping? It looked like it pulled its nacelles in to go to warp. That's not how that works, sweetie. We might, if Hive Onslaught is available, go attempt a solo run at the Queen with this build, but I kind of want to go with kinetics. Let's just check what our delay is, because we could always be building while we're waiting, right? We can be building our kinetic and then just swap back to this if we really want to test it on her, see if enough deeps will overcome. Let's see here. Two minutes? Yeah, we can wait 2 minutes. Let's see. But for kinetics, we would Terran Task Force. I would want a dark, yes. I would want a gravimetric torpedo, I expect. I would want... It depends on what we're aiming at. It really does. I would... Perhaps photons might be our biomolecular... What else? What else? What else? No, not that. Stop it. Torpedo. Torpedo. The neutronic torpedo is known for hitting quite hard. The particle emission torpedo is kind of exotic focused, but is certainly not a bad performer, even if we aren't focusing on exotics at this time. The Kelvin timeline torpedo has a very swift cooldown, so that could also be of use. But it depends. Let's see. I wonder how hard that neutronic hits. I believe neutronic counts... Oh, Delphic, that's also supposed to be a special one. Let's see. 10.6 on this one. Neutronic 12.3. So it has a long cooldown, but it depends, like if we can actually launch those things out rapidly with projectile duty officers. Choices. Stations. Let's see. I feel like kinetic magnet might actually be... Well, torpedo transport warhead. Let's see if it's worthwhile. 100% shield penetration, not sure that matters. Yeah, that seems underwhelming. Okay, kinetic magnet 3, yay, there we are. Minus 50 kinetic damage resistance rating for 15 seconds. All mines and targetable torpedoes within 10 kilometers of target are confused and dragged toward affected foe. Ah. Yeah, maybe kinetics are the way. This is the way, right? This is the way. Ionic turbulence could also be useful with debuffing the enemies. We probably would not want level 3. Hopefully this will be a level 2 version. Oh, unless we haven't trained it. Let's see. Tactical. That should be ROM. Tac 1. Skills. Ionic turbulence 2. Minus 26.1 all damage resistance rating would probably be useful. So we'll think about that, because otherwise our tacticals are looking at, we want fire at will and cannon scatter volley for the purposes of entwined tactical matrices to give us as many torp spreads as possible. We might want a torpedo high yield in there, like perhaps, like for example in here, we might do fire at will 1, cannon scatter volley 1, and torpedo high yield 3. But chemocyte lace weaponry is also very good with kinetics because it has a guaranteed proc. So I would want to put it on. And, depending on how this manifests, because we're not going to be doing Intel Team perhaps with kinetics, though we could do kinetic Heidi-ho. But I did say I wanted to see the ship. We could do both. Honestly, we could. We'll have to see. How does Neko feel about it? But we aren't changing anything just yet, because obviously we've just been theory crafting. And we didn't touch anything, right? Let me see the ship. Is it unsaved changes? If the name is too long, how do you know if you have unsaved changes? And is active. Does not match the current setup. But does not match the current setup. So I didn't change anything, did I? don't recall changing anything. Traits. Stations. Duty officers. That was not duty officers. Yep, that all looks right to me, so I guess we'll save it and then hope for the best. Save to Heidi-ho shenanigans. SS3 themes. Private. Live onslaught. Advanced. Start. Oh. Already ship. Already ship. Which again, I do want to see my ship. Gosh darn it. I want to see her. She is so pretty. I at least want to watch her as she blows things up, right? We probably should do a hidden kinetic though as well, because hidden is our best chance at soloing anything. The best defense is that they can't see you. We might as well have our threatening stance on, I think. I don't think that impacts our hidden status. When we're at about 15 seconds, I'm going to pre-buff these two. So that emergency power to weapons will be ready when we really go off.
I am perfection. I am Borg.
Oh, did I put torpedoes? I did start putting torpedoes on it. No! Ruined! Ruined. Well, we must commit now, mustn't we? Surprisingly, things are dying quite well. Even though I replaced many of our forward-facing weapons with torpedoes. Is this accidental success we're experiencing? Also our... Yeah, there was... I do not know what is happening, honestly, because I believe I see a tachyon beam. Silly Neko. Silly Neko, but it's fine. The fact that we're doing so well in spite of ourselves. Not because of ourselves. In spite. Or perhaps a mixture 50-50. Because we're awesome. We can, when you're as awesome as we are, you can make as many mistakes as you want and it just kind of slides off. I want these spheres to be gone, please. Ooh. Interesting. I expect that our lack of energy weapons is not going to save us from being obliterated by the queen, because the few that we still have equipped are, I'm sure, more than enough with feedback to blow us away. Oh, the Tachyon beam might not be ours, it might be theirs. Of course, because they love firing those at us.
You will find clarity.
You will
Have strength of
Strength.
purpose.
You will be born.
Be born.
Get it. Get it. Again, we are doing very well. Our DPS does not seem to be indicating how easily these things are dying, because it's going down easy. No! Again with this. You stop it. Bombing some noms while we're here. Might as well grab the loot.
Your efforts are futile. Destroy this vessel, and I will claim another. I am the collective.
See, we still yeeted ourselves.
Your efforts are futile. Destroy this vessel.
Oh, I
and
will take the
will
opportunity,
claim
however, to
another.
look and see. Phaser beam. Prolonged. And this one, we're using the wide. Slap them on there real quick. I'm sure we're about to be like, the who's what's it is about to feedback you. You might want to stop. Oh, yeah.
Your efforts are futile. Destroy this
See,
vessel.
again, this is why
and I
Neko
will
honestly
claim
hates energy
another.
weapons. I generally do not enjoy them at all for this one specific reason. Repair, yes. And she will feedback pulse us every single time. We're basically gonna have to go in here, give her a love tap,
Your efforts are futile.
let her go off,
Destroy
like, go,
this
phew,
vessel,
we have engaged,
I will
and then
claim another.
wait for our person to say, the thing is going to feedback. Yep, see, she's going to feedback. No, lady, pretend you can't see us, please. And then, let's see, yep, it looks like it's done, so let's try and get her before she gets us. You quit your cheating, lady. Quit your cheaty shenanigans. Let's go. Tondran. Well, this was unfortunate because this was supposed to have been a testing of basically this build,
Is not the end.
but I think we'd already firmly established that Neko is kind of done. Done with the queen and her feedback. I am ready to graduate to kinetics, so that's what we're going to do next. We have a definitive plan. It is kinetic. The future is kinetic. Honestly, if we could get like rail guns in this game, like Stargate SG-1, I know that they were like not very effective or whatever in their universe. They wanted to reinforce it like, oh, pitiful humans with your railguns, that's cute. But, you know, I feel like a relativistic kinetic weapon should be remarkably powerful, theoretically. So, arguably, if my ship were outfit with, you know, a series of railguns, you should watch your mouth. Let's see here. Not currently damaged. Let me check to see. Okay, everything looks to be in order. You know, sort of. We're gonna have to adjust the position of things real quick to in the back where they're supposed to be, and then save to Heidi-ho beam shenanigans. And then now we are doing kinetics for reals this time. Silly Neko is like, we can wait, but we shouldn't waste our time. And then I forgot what we were doing. Bad. I have been rather tired today. It's been so windy, and basically whenever there's wind outside, my body is like, even though it's not like, it shouldn't technically be affecting us, it's not like I'm sitting in the wind, but my body just knows and is like, today is cancelled due to inclement weather. There will be no thoughts or anything. We're just tired. Today's no. Same with rain. Rain has a tendency to do that to us. Dark. Yes, again, the dark one. And then gravimetric. And then also, I am wondering why chat did not save me from my mistake. I feel like chat had an opportunity to be like, no, you slotted those torpedoes, dumb Neko. And you would have had a point. But also, you watch your mouth. How dare you call me dumb? Let's see here. Bio. Lady, go away. Bio. And then I'm kind of inclined for maybe a Kelvin kinetic, but I feel like something that hits hard, like the neutronic, might be in order. If our projectile cooldown doffs actually work on it, because I feel like I heard rumor that it doesn't, but let's see. Neutronic. Also, it depends on like what consoles I have for kinetics. So let's find that out first. Reset. Let's try Torp. I don't have any for just Torps. Photon. Quantum. Looks like for kinetics I focused on Healy consoles, which is not a bad thing for other versions of a kinetic build, and the one that we're aiming for, I would not expect it to be the most beneficial thing. And especially with like, if we're being a Heidi-ho, then I think that we might be off to buy some Spire consoles, but it might require that I harvest dilithiums, because I have been pulling a bunch of dill off to other characters that are taking advantage of this upgrade weekend. And I'm quite confident that this 8K dill that we just refined is not going to cut it for replacing our consoles. And also, honestly, we could get rid of this one too, because we haven't been using it all that often. Like, yes, we multi-vectored and it's thematically cute or whatever. And the Hydra probably does like something, but I don't know. I don't really want to build for it. And maybe that's something that's quote unquote a mistake. You know, like, oh my gosh, it hits so hard. It's basically that agony redistributor all over again or whatever, but I don't know, just meh. In which case, if I'm not mistaken, the Spire does have torpedo consoles, like just all torp damage, in which case it doesn't matter what torps we slot. They can be mixed and matched. It's not quite as optimal, I believe, as purely, like if they had been photon consoles, but it's enough that like mixing and matching, it's, you know, it's a good thing to have as an option on the table. Let's see, how much do each of those consoles cost? What we can do is switch to another character and go find out, and then we won't have wasted our transwarp on this character. So change character. And we are going to pick Boric, our Vulcan, in the Cheval from Lower Decks. I literally made this character specifically to fly this ship. Like, once I saw it on screen, I knew it was coming to the game. And I was like, I don't know, I've always liked those Vulcan ring ships. And so I wanted it. And I decided I was going to make a Vulcan to fly my Vulcan ring ship. Neko likes a theme. If you haven't clocked that, Neko likes a theme. We're just going to take a moment to go to the Spire. I mean, could we have checked the wiki? Yes, but nothing quite tells you for sure what you're going to be paying, like going to the place. Also, if we have not yet stolen this man's dilithium, we can do that while we're here, so it's not a waste. Traffic control. Dock at Spire. Let's see. Oh, refined. Yeah. We already stole from this man, but it's fine. He has more. Which means he has more to give. Let's see here. Critical hit consoles. Come on. Torp. Let's see. What do we have here? Why are there two? 31.9? 27? Is it a difference of the mark level that they're starting at? Mark 12. Mark 12. Oh, plasma. Projectile weapon damage. You nearly tricked me. Or you could have, you know. Silliness. That's... Why would you not, like, if you're counting this as a torpedo, why would you not show me, like, the photon and the quantum and the cobalt and the whatever. Like, that's stupid. This should not be showing up under these circumstances, I do not believe. Okay, let's see. Or they all should, you know. This is the one we want. And it's 8.5k per. We certainly have the fleet credits for it, if I'm not mistaken. We're at least doing 4. Goodness. Okay, well. Let us leave traffic control. Beam to... Well, we should have said sector space, honestly, but whatever, we'll get there eventually. I have a song in my head by Jessie J that says, I still fall on my face sometimes. I'm thinking how appropriate. What an appropriate theme for today, because Neko has been doing that. I feel like quite a few times, honestly, of, you know, while we're building this ship being like, oh my gosh, you know what I forgot? The Doffs. Oh my gosh, you know what I forgot? Whatever. And for like, depending on how many people are watching today or whatever, I'm sure that their experience with this has been like, oh my gosh, you're not the best now, are you? Constantly forgetting. Well, whatever. You know what? The arc of history is long or whatever. Sector space. And let's see here. Deep Space Nine, yep. If my little chat thingy is correct, it says I don't even have any viewers at this exact moment. Is that true, chat? Is anyone out there? I'm going to actually take a moment to check. It does not matter. You are streaming. You should stream for the people who might come. Oh, I'm here. Why is it telling me I have no viewers? View count, you are useless. You are useless. It's my restream, which is a chat that like aggregates both Twitch and YouTube. And apparently it's a liar, so you know, hopefully I'm also not missing messages. That'd be really really sad. People have been talking to me and they're like, why does this streamer not answer us? But I don't feel that that is correct because I have gotten some chats. Let's see here. Right, we need to steal this man's dilithiums. Exchange. Let's see. Total dilithium to theft. I see 15 people in the mod tool. Many people lurk. My oh my. How useful and how kind. Thank you all for staying and listening to me ramble. Because honestly, for a minute there, when I was like 0 viewers, I was like, oh my gosh, I drove them all away.
You're a winner.
You're a winner. Lita consoles in my ear. You're a winner. Thank you. Normally, I am quite irritated by your whispers that are inappropriately close considering that you are nowhere near me. But in this exact moment, I do feel like a winner. Alright, did I just steal his dilithium? Let's just make sure. I did not.
Watch the wheel.
Oh, we're blaming it on the wind. I might have to put that in my official bio or whatever, that like... On windy days, you should expect that Neko will be a scatterbrain. Submit offer to buy. Let's see. Okay, who else can we theft some dill from? Because like I said, I've been making the rounds. Most of these people toward the top should have been sacrificed. They have volunteered as tribute. Jubilee. I believe I was doing it from like in a bottom-up fashion, which is the most efficient way to do things when you're transferring resources. So she should be full up, unless I made it all the way through, which would be sad. Nope. 87. Which, if I'm not mistaken, should nearly be enough for 10 of them. Weren't they 8K? So we should be good to go. Oh wait, no, that's not the number we're changing. We're changing this one to 87443, and then allowing it to calculate the difference based on increment. And that should do it. All right. Change character. Cyclops, yes. Honestly, these tactical consoles that are just Torp, like universally torp have been on my radar for quite some time as something that I should honestly have, but just, I don't know, kind of always shied away from the investment because it's not like they're cheap. And of course, you know, not the cheapest thing. And you do have to upgrade them once you have them. So like all around, I was like, I have consoles, right? And energy is equally effective against hull and shields. So why would I not take advantage of that fact? But let's see. I think I'll go ahead and slot the neutronic though before we head off. Neutronic. And we'll put it up here. I think the quantum, we'll put it down here. Simply because I'm thinking that the exotics from these, although I've heard that there's overprocs on hemocyte laced weaponry. No, goodness, I don't know. I'm inclined to keep this Terran Task Force phaser beam because having one like on the front, the Omni, it always fires from like wherever they put your turret hardpoint, so it's not firing from your beam arrays, which I find onerous, frankly. I feel like it should fire from the beam arrays at all angles rather than choosing a turret hardpoint. So I kind of like that this one fires from the appropriate place so that when this one's acting a fool, when the Omni is acting a fool, that the one that's a proper beam array is, you know, looking correct. But. Because, you know, I'm just thinking that I could have 5 torps in the front, which might be worth doing. But. We'll see. For now, let's see what we've done to a new loadout slot. Kinetic. And for now, we're just going to call it kinetic because it is quite possible that we are going with hidden kinetic. Maybe. Because like I said, I still want to see my ship. So even though the hidey-ho build is very potent and very capable, I like being able to see my ship. To the spire. To the spire! Regrettably, I do not believe that there is a just straight-up torp version of the colony consoles for healing purposes. That might be something that we will investigate if they corrected. Since we're at holdings anyway, we can, you know, talk to traffic control and go to the colony. That's usually transwarp to dilithium, MC, K13. Okay, you certainly could have updated this to include the colony, shouldn't you have? But Fleet Starbase will get us there once we have done our spire business. Stairs. Trying to trip us, it's fine. Store. Torp. And let us remember not to be tricked by the photon one, or the plasma one that popped up. You are a liar. You do not deserve to be here. You are not special compared to the others. Like, where's Photon? What did you do with Photon? Do we have room in our inventory? Oh my gosh, we do not. We have come prepared. Again, I blame the wind. It's the wind! Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 5 slots available for this. And of course the question is, I mean, there's the possibility that we might want all 5 slots, done up with it, but let me see. Let me think of things that we're... Because our critical chance is going to be functionally lower due to not using surgical strikes in this build. So building for additional critical chance, and also like the 2-piece from reinforced armaments is not useless, but not, I would say, not nearly as important now. So I would be tempted to pull it off for additional crit. And I'm also going to want to slot the ferrofluidic and whatever the rest of it is. It's got a longer name than that. Console that reduces our torpedo recharge, like global. Let's see, ferro. Nope, we won't be able to see it unless we are at like Deep Space Nine again. We'll take 4 for now, because if we need more, we can always come back again, right? Unless, oh right, we need to accept our ill-gotten goods. Withdraw. There we go. Again, double check for critical hit. That is what it is. Inventory. Okay, buy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then change our protected status. Get out of the way, Neko. 1, on. Make sure we don't delete them when we go to Quarks, because we should go to Quarks and obliterate our inventory. Traffic control. Let's just double check and see if they didn't... Nope, of course not. Yeah, we'll go to the Fleet Starbase. I really wish that at least that this would have had a transwarp to... Well, it depends on if the research lab has a way to get to the colony, because if it doesn't, the research lab is usually really good at loading up swiftly. Like, strangely. Fleet map, nope, doc. Let's see how long this takes. You know what they say, it's the 3rd% that takes the longest. And then and then the 4th%, perhaps. Oh. Oh my. Oh, goodness. Alrighty. Why are we getting off the pad? We only came here and waited 5 minutes to board the station so that we could go to the colony world. Talk to transporter officer. Transwarp to colony world? Yes. Considering that there is a transwarp gate outside, you would think that we could just like do that. Although I did fail to check if maybe perhaps they have fixed that, because that transwarp gate has been like largely useless for forever. And I see that the fleet system, even though they came in here and did some touching on it, it still leaves much to be desired now, doesn't it? Waiting for the next map to load. I wonder if they could put a mini game on the loading screen, like Flappy Bird, but it's like Flappy Enterprise. Fly up, fly down, do not hit the column. Oh goodness, and it was just loading us into the space map. Now we must go to ground. It never ends. Suffering builds character, y'all. I hope you feel stronger of character. Beam down a colony. Oh my gosh. I am this loading. It's gonna put me to sleep. What to distract my Neko self with? I was thinking a little bit about the Eagle and the Sirius. I'm actually quite excited to get into the Sirius, even though it's going, like, I'm no, it can do kinetics. It's command. So, take that, Borg Queen. But I am planning to do an energy build on it as well. Because since it has, what's that called? Suppression Barrage. Suppression Barrage 3, reducing enemy damage output. You know, maybe that will neuter the queen enough that the feedback pulse doesn't make us yeet ourselves. But, and also it's, you know, a ship that's lends itself toward tanking generally. So, yeah, I think I might feature that one next because the Eagle, I'm not sure if the console from it has been fixed yet. Apparently there was some shenanigan in regard to it overperforming. And I'm not sure that I want to, you know, disappoint myself by playing with something that is very likely to get hit with a nerf hammer. Like, you know, not that it's not a nerf, it's a corrective hammer, I suppose, but let's see. Space equipment, store, tactical consoles, which I don't actually. Oh, Torp showed up. What is it? Plasma projectile weapon damage. You're a liar. And directed energy weapon damage. Yep. Nope. So they don't have one for that, which is disappointing. Like, really. I think that the Spire also has consoles for mine, like just mines. So you can mix and match the type. Do I need those? I feel like I'm not nearly as tempted to mix and match mines. I'm normally doing, like, if I'm doing photon torpedoes, I'm doing photon mines, and then all photon is just fine. And then same with quantums. Yeah, I don't think I need mix and match mines. So, hail security officer.
Need something? I can clear you for transport.
Beam to ship.
If
Oh my gosh, did it forget the map we just came from? It's like, you were down there too long, I forgot. Reloading. Recalculating. Take a left at your nearest... I don't know. Right, so I'm going to talk about the Sirius some more because I'm excited for it, honestly. As a command primary with a Lieutenant Commander Miracle Worker, I'm expecting great things from it. The mixed armament synergy and narrow sensor bands are going to be very potent on that thing for improving its weapon damage. As I said, it can be a kinetic boat, it can be an energy boat. It should be quite tanky. I know that the feedback I was getting in my friend circles was like, meh, another galaxy, or meh, another Galaxy X specifically. But I'm here for it. I'm not mad. I'm in fact quite eager to get to it. I actually think that the Eagle was probably the one that I was least excited for. Probably because it's, you know, not even remotely canon. Well, I mean, it's about to be because of Picard or whatever, you know, stuck in the back of the Audi. But, you know, whatever, I don't know. Call me once you've done a show with the Eagle slash whatever the original stick of gum at the back of the Odyssey was called. Pack of gum. It's a little thick for a stick. Pack of gum. And then how do we get out of here? Return to sector space. Aquarius. That's what it's called. Give us a show with the Aquarius. You could start that show by having an Odyssey get lost in some sector of space, and then the main ship gets deleted. And, like, but maybe first you get us invested in the ship and its crew, and then, you know, 5 episodes later, you destroy that entire ship, and all that's left is a ragtag group of people that we hate. And then you have to spend the rest of the season redeeming them, making us like them. They learn, they grow. We've got this pack of gum that they're all crammed inside of, and they're just trying their darndest to survive. Send me a check, CBS. Don't you dare steal my idea. All right. Well, not without, you know, you wouldn't, you wouldn't have to credit me. Just send me the check. I'll take that. But credit would be nice too. Let's see. We're heading to Deep Space Nine, which honestly I would have expected to pop up higher on our list because we're in the appropriate sector for it. But no, so we're gonna have to, nope, not that button, this one. We're gonna have to go find it. It's called Storm Clouds Gather. Make primary, transwarp us. Yep, we're using the secret transwarp network. The not so secret transwarp network. The just kidding, I actually didn't want to do that mission. No, I wanted to do that mission, officer. It's just that once I got here, I changed my mind. Approach Deep Space Nine, yes. Which brings us to the point that, like, yes, you have made this inconvenient transwarp system, but, like, it's here and people are definitely using it, so why not just unlock transwarp to wherever you want? Like, click a space and you go there, and then also make a list of all the places that people very likely want to go, and you just, like, instantly go there. No cooldowns, no nothing. Like, let us go. People who want to thematically fly can, and those of us who don't want to spend that much time, then just bloop, off we go. All right. So I think my upgrades, right, first of all, Quark, we need to obliterate. Look, they took so long with their loading screens, I forgot. And that's, like, not even necessary. I would have forgotten if we had instantly come here. But now I have an excuse, so I guess those loading screens serve a purpose after all. Oh, let's see. But yes, we should upgrade these to Gold Mark 15, and I probably will spend Dill toward this endeavor, even though I have the 13th anniversary universal upgrades, because frankly, those are best spent on Deflector, Impulse, Warp Core, and Shield, because those are the most expensive in terms of tech points to upgrade. And I also tend to conserve them for outside of an upgrade event, for, like, when I need something to go from 0 to max, and I really don't want to spend Dill with such reckless abandon as that. Though when it's one item, it's not that big of a deal, but, you know, I don't know. I definitely would like it if these upgrade weekends happened more frequently than, you know, like once a quarter, perhaps, if we're lucky. Let's see, I'm hearing some deedles. I'm going to just do a real quick check. Again, not directed at me. Okay. So let's see. But yes, as I was saying, I think my upgrades are probably on Batwoman. So y'all are going to get a moment to see my Batwoman. She's gorgeous. She is just like, oh my gosh. Yes, I have a Batman too, but when I made my Batwoman costume, it's just so perfect. Like Batman, he's really good. Don't get me wrong. He is fantastic because I am very good at what I do, by the way. When it comes to like all humility aside, like literally aside, get out of my way, humility. I am a fantastic Stowe cosplayer. And yes, so if you are somebody who is lurking and listening, then you might want to pay attention in a moment because she is fantastic. Just you wait. Is that? There you are. Batwoman. My chat is also on my screen to like, I like you guys to be front and center so if you say something, I have a very good chance of seeing it rather than having you on another monitor. But it, you know, kind of gets in the way sometimes. So here, you can already see her. We're going to see her some more when we go into it. But look, she has the bat on her chest. Yes, it's kind of an optical illusion making it happen, but it's there, y'all. Look, she is. That is Batwoman. It's not even like trying to be Batwoman. It just is. Fully 100% success rate. She's great. Thank you, Adam. Adam popping in, earning his modship by agreeing with me publicly, going on record. So, just a moment. We're going to position ourselves in some good light. Look. What is it? Alt F12, I believe? Get our stuff kind of out of the way a little bit more. Look at her. Perfect. It is the Batwoman. And yes, I do theme my characters. She's using the Lex throwing knives, you know, very battering looking. Obviously, I should probably be doing melee, but melee in this game is 100% terrible. Like, bad. I know there are some people, you'll see those like outliers, those excellent tryhards who will take melee and they do more damage than anybody else in the entire game. But melee should be accessible. Like it should be something where you don't get animation locked every time you throw a punch so that your enemy can just literally take a step back and you're standing there just swinging your fists at the air, doing nothing, like literally no damage. And that's honestly the problem with melee. Just keep walking. But no, that is too hard. Vulcan martial arts. Adam, don't contradict me. Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. The Vulcan martial arts. I find them onerous. They do not go the way that I want them to. Perhaps I need you to tutorial me that, or you'll show me, you'll be like, observe how I do it. And I'm going to be like, meh. This is exactly what I was talking about. It's terrible. And you're going to be like, but I like it. You're like, good for you. I'm sorry to yuck your yum, but you are incorrect. And Neko is correct. Right. So she also just, you know, she's using ambush because, of course, Batwoman, Batman, whatever bat person would like, woof, disappear into the shadows, right? And then she probably should have a smoke grenade or something, but, you know, theme and function, it's a scale. Microphoton torpedo launcher, I feel like, yes, Batman/Batwoman would throw an explosive batarang at somebody or like at something. So we have that. Battle strategies, because it's a damage boost. So, you know, just like you can get it up there. And the Klingat obviously is like her super batarang or whatever, because it's just supposed to hit really hard. And Mud's time device to keep those things going and throwing. But anyway, we were actually here looking for upgrades, which I believe she possesses. Yes. She has 135 of them because we were upgrading all of her stuff. And in fact, I think we have more to do on her. Like, she's gotten a lot of work done. I think she actually needs to go get a fleet deflector. That's probably what we're waiting on. And then we need to get her some consoles and things. So she's still a work in progress at the moment, and we are planning to get that done this weekend, but not in this exact moment. The stream isn't about Batwoman. Although I wonder how I will have to tag my stream. Batwoman along with Star Trek Online and just see how many like DC fans I lure in. Account bank. DC, Batwoman, Batman, all the tags. They'll be like, oh, a Batwoman, Batman stream. Depending on your feelings on the CW show, they might come in to be like, hate watch, or whatever. Okay. And we were just pausing for a moment to look at how perfect she is before we move on. So yes, Adam, we're going to have to powwow on Melee, because I'm pretty sure it's terrible, and maybe I'm wrong, or maybe they fixed something. I'll show you. It has a charge ability that has nearly 0 cooldown. You rush from target to target. I'm pretty sure that cooldown was not non-existent when I tried it. You rush from target to target across the whole map. I even jump up to the next level at DS9. Sure, sometimes it sucks since I don't have a beam weapon, but it's not bad at all. That has not been my experience with it. I have found that the charge mechanic has too long of a cooldown. But we'll see. I'm willing to learn and grow. I'm willing to be wrong. It's unlikely that I will be wrong, but I'm willing to admit it if I am. All right, let's see. And of course, there is a difference between being wrong and something having been changed. You were correct, but then we changed it because we wanted you to be wrong. Which I would not mind, honestly. Like, if Jonathan... I don't want to say his last name when I'm not entirely certain how to pronounce it. It's like Herlach, I want to say, or it's Herlachi. I want to say it's Herlach, because I think Thomas is, I would say Thomas Marone, but it would be Thomas Maroney, is what Kale calls him, so. But, if one of the things that Jonathan did when he first popped on was to be like, Melee sucks, and I have a problem with that, a deep burning problem with that, then I would not have a problem with that. In fact, I'd be like, oh my gosh, you may have just won favorite dev award for like seeing problems and actually fixing them. I'll show you. I just need a few minutes to log in. I'll be RB. Alrighty, I'll be waiting and upgrading. Upgrade item. And let us step away from the bank. Bloop, 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 bloop. Go! By the way, I am going to raise a stink about this and raise the alarm because I bet it's still not fixed. The Klingat kit module that we were discussing a moment ago because of Batwoman, if they haven't fixed it, which I reported this problem like 2 years ago and then also a year ago or whatever, because it's happened with Batman, like a Batman. I did a Batman costume on somebody who is currently wearing Aquaman and is named Aquaman. My Aquaman turned out far too good that I was like, no, I've done too much work on this. I'm making him Aquaman, and then I'll make another Batman because Aquaman was far more expensive, frankly. But the Klingat will eat upgrades past its maximum rarity and mark level. So watch out for that if they haven't fixed it. And I think there are perhaps others, like one, I feel like there was at least one other that I encountered, but I do not recall what it was. But the Klingat in specific, that one will, in particular, rather, specifically or in particular, that one has eaten my upgrades on 2 occasions, has been reported both times. They weren't going to refund me my upgrades. They were like, first an investigation must be done, and we must correct the problem, and like as a part of that investigation and fixing, you will get your upgrades back. And then like a year later, 2 years later, whatever it was between my initial reporting and the second time it did it, it's like, it's a good thing I didn't just like sit on my hands. I was like, no, you will give me back my things now. So be mindful of that. That Klingat, which may still not be fixed or not, but still it took entirely too long. If it is fixed now, it should have been fixed like within the week of me first reporting it, because that's, oh my gosh, like really? Certainly not over a year later. It's still eating upgrades that it should not have eaten. You should upgrade more carefully. What? For the one-off that I have come across that behaves in this fashion? No. Your system should just function correctly, thank you. Which is not to hate on the devs. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Because I bet that the actual devs, like the people who could do something about it, are unaware. Like that's probably like, you know, someone lower down, because you report these bugs to the first line people. It's probably somebody there who just didn't bother to put it up the flagpole appropriately. Or was like, that sounds like a low priority thing, and it's just been sitting like in the low priority bin for forever. It's not. Not to me. All right. So I shall go to space. Let's also just make sure that these things are protected before. Not that I don't know if they can be deleted. I'm sure they can be deleted. Sold to Quark, for example. I just want to make sure that they're protected. And of course, if they were off in my other inventory, my resource inventory, I guess is what that's called, they might stand a better chance of not being on the chopping block, but I don't like them off over there where I cannot see them as readily. Okay. Torp? 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 Torp. And then I don't feel inclined to keep the Hydra thing, like I said. I don't feel like I'm using it enough. And like Imbam has always been cute, but it's fine, you know, it's whatever, but I kind of like the ship in its whole form. And it does feel a little bit weird flying it with the center of gravity off when you're just the saucer, and your center of gravity is like in the middle of where your ship would be if you were a whole ship. So, it's getting the axe. Ferro. Here's the ferrofluidic hydraulic compensator assembly or whatever. Ferrofluidic hydraulic assembly. 13% maximum hit points, which is going to be excellent for improving our survival. 3.9 weapon power setting. Not as useful considering that we're aiming at kinetics, but, you know, not bad. Auxiliary power setting. Yeah, it is what it is. -5 second shared torpedo recharge time. So, let's see here. Add it. Yes. And then, but something I want to check on is the Eagle. What is its console called? We're going to check the Z store, and then ships, and then Eagle. Did I misspell that? Yep. Fingers in the wrong place. Eagle. And move it over here where it can be seen. Should tell us battle cloak, console universal covert warhead something something. So we're going to be looking for covert warhead module, because I know that this had something to do with torpedo cooldown, and I think the non-broken version of it is probably what applies to us if it applies. 28% projectile damage. Sets shared torpedo recharge to 1.5 seconds if it was longer. Or to... Wait, what? Right. Sets shared torpedo recharge to 1.5 if it was longer. Or to 0.5 if equipped. Ship has pilot maneuvers. So if it sets it to 1.5, that might not actually work together with the ferrofluidic, because one could say that it's got set to 1.5 and then the ferrofluidic knocked off half of a second, so it makes your shared cooldown 1 second. But sets to often does not work how one would hope in this game, because like there's a skill in the skill tree, which I will go ahead and demonstrate. The ultimate here for science. Probability manipulation. Do, 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 do. Let's see, it's not, I'm not seeing the hard number listed here, but let's see, maybe a here. Nope, not that one, obviously this one. It should be that it sets your crit chance to 50%. Unless it has been changed. But because it is sets and not increases, if you have like, let's see, what is our critical hit chance? At the moment, our critical hit chance is 65%. It would actually knock off 15% crit chance by setting us to 50. So I'm inclined to believe that that sets you to 1.5, because taking off 0.5, I believe, sets us to 1.5 already with this console. So I think that, because they did ask on stream, do these consoles interact? And he was like, it does what it says on the thing, which I imagine is his way of saying no stackies. So let's see here. Of course, we could always try it, but meh. Let's see here. I hear Deedles again, but there is nothing, so it's fine. Let's see. Stations. Well, let us also just check our loadout. Kinetic, yes, save to kinetic. Stations. Okay. Ram into DS9. I want kinetic magnet. 3. I think we'll end up beaming onto Deep Space 9 to train. No, actually, I'm thinking. And for this first version, I think we will stay hidden. Just for, you know, the sake of our best chances of staying alive, and then we'll look at the non-hidden version of it after. But Fire at Will 1, Cannon Scatter Volley 1, which we will be using with Entwined Tactical Matrices for heaps of torp spreads. We're going to put on did I not have a chemosite laced weaponry here? Huh. Might have to buy that. A chemosite 3. Potentially. That, or we could, I mean, I would prefer, I might have it at ensign level. I do have it at ensign level. I'd kind of be inclined to take the 3 version though, if we're like really focusing on kinetics. Like, why wouldn't we? Because I think I want this to be beta. Unless, do I have chemosite here? Wouldn't that be? Ha ha ha! Okay, crisis averted. So chemosite 3, beta 3. These are for torpedoes. We could have put a high yield on here, and we still technically can, perhaps. If we want to try that hard, it's a question. Perhaps that will be what happens when we cease our hiding. Or, of course, do I have a 3rd Romulan tack? I believe I would. That seems like something that I would have done a while ago. Yep, Rom tack 3. We could always slot, get rid of Very Cold in Space, and put on Rom tack 3. Or this could move to here. And it depends. We'll see. I know we don't need jam anymore because traits. We're not doing Terran machinations anymore. What is this? Heart of Soul, also unnecessary. Overpowered and overgunned. Nope. Emergency weapon cycle. Nope. Vanguard specialist. Nope. So let's see here. We are going to... Well, you know what? At this time, because I was told in a not too distant past that there were 15 whole people. If you have not subscribed or followed or whatever it's called to, you know, make sure that you can keep track of this adorable hoodie, then you should do that. You should hit that follow button, and I don't know, you could turn off your notifications on me probably, like if that's something you can do, so that like you don't want to be obnoxiously annoyed with Nico is online or whatever. But you know, your support helps me. It helps me with the algorithm. It helps me with, like, you know, trying to get Twitch every time it runs an ad, like, give me some money, Twitch. So yeah, that would be useful. If you enjoy the content, if you have enjoyed lurking here, then, you know, I would appreciate it. And of course, you could always go to my YouTube and like, comment, and subscribe. I assume that those are things that you can do on the live streams that go there. Followed and react. And react? What does react do? What does that mean? You should react, Neko. Well, it should have popped up a thing telling me if you had followed again, but I'm pretty sure you followed me earlier. New Twitch button. Ooh, what does react do? Tell us. Tell us, Adam, what does react do? He says it's a new Twitch button. I'm looking for ceaseless momentum. I believe that's going to be the first thing up for us. Yep, ceaseless momentum. And then we're going to be looking for... Congratulations, you received 100 messages today with Restream Chat. Ooh woo! Thank you, Restream Chat, for informing me of your usefulness. Concealed repairs? No. Okay, hold on. Let's see. I think entwined tactical matrices is what we're looking for next, but... just some thoughts. Anyway, Energy overdrive. I'm just going to refresh my memory. Light speed, turn rate, all damage with energy weapons. Activating beam overload or fire at will. Yeah. Okay. Entwined tactical matrices. It's not relevant to us at this time. And perhaps not at all. But anyway. Yeah, okay. Improved critical systems is actually probably going to be one of the better things for us because of crit chance and crit severity for using emergency powers, which we are still doing. Let's see. You pick a category every 5 minutes, I think. For React? I don't know what that tells me. It's either One Big Happy Fleet or Piercing Projectiles, I believe, is what was on our radar for Murder and Mayhem. While in combat, +5 energy weapon shield penetration every 10 seconds. Nope, that's that'd be for an energy weapon shield penetration build. Piercing projectiles. On torpedo or mine firing modes. We don't have those at the moment. So we would need to do it for 15 seconds, +200 starship shield penetration, +200 starship hull penetration. Seems quite potent. Kind of feel like I want to slot that. We can slot it for now, and then chat, do not let me go into combat without slotting an actual power to make use of it. Let's see, let's continue looking. usually, I think Strike from Shadows is something that's coming up that might be of use to us. If it's bonus all damage, then it could be. Oh, Sniper. Sniper, no sniping. Plus 5 to 15 bonus torpedo weapon damage. Increases with distance from target. Plus 5% crit, and I don't like hugging things anyway. Plus 5% critical chance for 10 seconds after firing torpedoes from more than 5 kilometers away. That certainly seems useful, doesn't it? As long as we're not cuddling things, but even if we're close, it says the minimum is 5%. 5% bonus damage, that's what we were thinking that we would get from Strike from Shadows. Let's see here, Strike from Shadows. Decreases threat generation by 60%. Plus 5% critical chance, plus 5% bonus all damage. Well, actually, that's also very good, isn't it? Let's see here. Maybe piercing projectiles. Maybe we're not going to concern ourselves with that. I mean, it could be very potent, though. I'm not used to these choices being hard. Usually kinetic kind of... You only need a couple good things to make kinetic shine. Like, Entwined Tactical Matrices and Ceaseless Momentum, and then you can put the rest of your build toward, like, you know, staying alive if you need to, or something to that effect. Of course, I put on, improved critical systems, which perhaps could be replaced with piercing projectiles. Continuing our scan, let's target that explosion. After activating any torpedo or command bridge officer ability, when your next torpedo deals damage, up to 6 nearby allies launch a torpedo at the target. Of course, that's not helpful if you are soloing stuff, but also probably has, like, I don't know, let me see, did it say? Not that. This. I don't immediately see where there's, like, max however many per second or whatever. Of course, that's going to be based off of torpedo firing modes that you activate. Or command. Well, at least command. That would give you a pretty... If you're doing all of the command abilities, that... Huh, interesting. We'll see. That intrigues me. Yeah, I think that's basically going to do it. So, of course, it would be a question of whether or not we would want piercing projectiles over perhaps improved critical systems. But I would have to squeeze in a torpedo firing mode, which I said I could do by putting a tactical here. Traits. By the way, Adam, had you made any preparations to show me your melee-ness, and how exactly did you intend to show me? Because... So if you deedle at me, I have been trained to ignore deedles because they have always not been directed at me. Let's see. Right, we're also going to need to do adjust our personal space traits and our doffs. Chat, do not let me forget that. You're like, that's not our responsibility. You try harder. I feel like advanced hull reinforcements was something that I was doing to try and, like, reduce how easily damaged we were when we were not hidden. But I feel like I can in a minute Do you want to run a ground mission with a lot of groups? Not sure which. Oh, right. So you're talking about teaming up and I can watch you. Just stand back and watch. Be like, blah, 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 blah. Huh. I don't know. I mean, we could queue. We could queue for like into the hive ground. Melee all the Borgs. I mean, that is the proper application of that technique. Let me see here. And yes, we certainly could. You tell me what you think you would like to do, but you know, we could do or a mission or whatever, but you know, actually I'd really prefer it to see it in an advanced TFO because otherwise I need to finish my ice cream. Ooh, what kind of ice cream? What flavor? Is it full of sugar? Is it keto? Is it the rebel that I told you about? Let's see. Checking over these things real quick, make sure I don't have something that would stand out to me as like, duh, why do we still have that? Keto, vanilla, just boring. I like vanilla. Is it French vanilla or just vanilla? Because, I mean, that's not really a problem. I like both. And also, what the brand of keto? Just vanilla. What keto brand? Is it literally keto brand? Because I warned you about that one. Let's see. Oh. I wonder, the Soliton Wave Impeller probably counts as an energy weapon, which would probably be working against us for, you know, she might be able to feed that back. I want to look and see if we have a good kinetic weapon, because that armed loitering munition apparently is not. I don't think the experimental railgun. Kinetic damage. I just talked about railguns a bit ago. 4-second recharge. Briars. Huh. Briars keto. I was not aware that that was a thing. I'd have to look up the ingredients. See if it is worth Neko's while. I feel like that experimental railgun was given to us if you got the legendary 10-pack, and it was like, I feel like it was technically a little bit accidental or something. Graviton implosion charges. Neko, move. I need this to, okay, you know what? You move. AoE pull, debuff, and heavy kinetic damage. 6,800. Is that a 68? Something like that. Kinetic damage pulls. Enemies near target together. -25 all damage resistance. Rating for 5 seconds. Decreases with distance from target. To self. -10 weapon power while this is firing. Huh? I feel like that's probably a good kinetic themed sort of thing for what we're doing here. And I know that that's actually supposed to be a decent weapon generally. Let's see. Double check what this does. Yeah, that seems underwhelming by comparison just by looking at it. What else? The experimental railgun. Subspace depth charge could, you know, I bet that's also, it's an energy weapon that pretends it's a projectile weapon, whatever. I'm expecting that that will also result in feedback. Yep, so I think we are going with Graviton implosion charges, and I will upgrade that. We did hit the wall and I just couldn't see it. Dismiss. Turn. Our engines had stopped us once we had hit the wall. It's very interesting that this lady is still talking to us, considering how far we are from Deep Space Nine, apparently. At any rate, let's see here. Right, we are upgrading this. Upgrade. Upgrade. I need this lady to go away. Well, first. There. Dun, dun, dun. Found another wall already. We must... Interesting. Alrighty. Let's see. Let's see what it does now. 10,000 kinetic damage. Nice. Okay, I'm thinking that's going to serve us very well. Check again. Yes, I do think I want this to be ROM TAC 3. Who is conveniently already set up to do Torpedo High Yield 1. And hopefully if ROM Psi 1 is equipped with Photonic Officer, useful. The pieces are falling into place. And Adam, you will tell me when you are prepared, but also no rush because I am putting things on the board. Chemo site, and actually I would appreciate having my stations in front of me, and I do think I still need to look at the space traits. So chemo site is new, kinetic magnet, new. And it may actually be spammable. It might be something that we want to put like aside for very specifically using it, but we will find out. What is this? Put this here. This is empty. What is this? I think I shall move these up though. And then so this and this are on the board. These are this, these should already be there, yes. Beta, yes. This, so cannon, scattered volley, and beam fire at will. And again, no rush, take your time, because I am gonna need to look at the traits and the doffs, so I have plenty to keep me occupied while we wait to see the wonders of melee that you have promised to introduce me to. Because I do have characters that, like my Colossus character, would behoove him to be melee based, and the Flash that I'm thinking of making would also be thematically appropriate as a melee character. And then there are other characters who would also nicely be melee if I didn't find melee so terribad. And then Torp High Yield. This is also something that we need on the board. Torp High Yield. Okay. Yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yep, yep, yep. Okay, so trying to remember. I think it might be that you want torpedo high yield ahead of the ones that trigger torpedo spread, because I don't think it disables these. So you get, like, you can queue your torpedo high yield and your spread, but if it's reversed, these ones activating torpedo spread will take this one off the table. I mean, it would come right back on, I would think, immediately after they fire off. We shall see. We'll see what happens. What is this? I kind of feel like I want to move you back further. Yep. I'm anticipating that this is going to be very, very potent. Very. It's going to be delightful. It's also going to be not heavily impacted by feedback pulse. Traits. Let's just do a little double check. Critical chance and bonus damage. Bonus damage that I expect to be quite potent. This is the one that I'm kind of debating on not keeping, although this one would be the one that we would potentially not keep if we shift away from Intel's Heidi shenanigans. But this one, I don't know, I'm quite curious about piercing projectiles. Let's see. Piercing projectiles on torpedo or mine firing mode for 15 seconds, plus 200 starship shield penetration, plus 200 starship hull penetration. Let's see where we're already at on that. Shield penetration. So 100 accounts for 5%, so that would be 10% from the trait, and 100 is 10 armor penetration, according to this. So it's 20 armor penetration and 10% shield penetration from that trait, which with this adds up to 15. And then, let's see. Lorca's provides 157.5 starship shield penetration, which would take us up to 20% shield penetration, you know, plus a smidge, like plus 2.5, or maybe, yeah, like I'd say about 2.5. So, like 22.5. Do any of these also have shield penetration? I feel like that's something I've seen somewhere else before. Nope. Not on anything we have equipped. We have shield penetration on our deflector. Let's see how much it is. 21. So, you know, smidge. Traits. I believe there's a trait, which again, we haven't done the space ones yet. Point blank shot, I believe we are going to be doing away with. We do not require superior beam training, but we should have superior projectile training. And let's see. Self-modulating fire is still quite good, because again, it is a source of shield penetration. So yeah, we might want those piercing projectiles, because this is, let's see, on outgoing critical hits, your energy weapons and projectiles gain 50% shield penetration for 10 seconds, can trigger once every 45 seconds. So we would have a respectable constant penetration, and then we would spike to a very aggressive like 70 plus % shield penetration. I'd be inclined to get resonating payload modification because it's -5 physical and kinetic resistance rating for 20 seconds per stack, 5 stacks max. So I do want that on here. I believe we also have a torpedo shield penetrator that's a trait. Let's see. Kinetic precision. Plus 10% projectile shield penetration. So yeah. And then intimidating strikes. 10% chance confuse targets for 3 seconds when hitting with torpedo weapons. So we could very easily be confusing our targets, and that could be, you know, keeping heat off of us as well. So that's a big contender that I'm very interested in. Inspirational leader, honestly, I feel like, well, for one, it has the potential plus 10 most stats. I believe that may, and I think it's basically supposed to be all the skills on the skill tree. So if that's plus 30 to shield penetration, then that could be useful, assuming it, you know, goes off. I have found it unreliable when I was looking at it in the past, but, you know, the DPS League highly recommends it, so we must assume that there's a reason for that. But it doesn't mean we're going to adhere to it. Holographic mirage decoys, I do not believe, you know, that'd be more of a mine thing. Or if we were doing like heavy high yields, which I mean, it could, but I think that our temporal primary, which is what I use, will have that rather covered. Fresh from R&R we still want, Fleet Coordinator we still want. Yeah, basically everything else on here is something that I would be hard-pressed to part with. So we're going to have to come down here and see, well, other than Inspirational Leader, I feel like I'd be kind of inclined to pull that one off. But let us see. Where was it? No, intimidating strikes and kinetic precision. So 30 points of shield penetration, if that's what we were focusing on, wouldn't amount to much in terms of shield penetration. You know, not nothing, but also not necessarily enough for us to really concern ourselves with it. While this 10% would be, you know, quite appreciable. And intimidating strikes would also be something that could be of a great deal of use to us. And I believe that when you confuse something, it actually gets counted as your pet in the DPS parser. So while it's confused and damaging other things, then that counts for you. So, you know, not that we're parser chasing, because obviously I'm looking at it more from the perspective of a confused enemy while we're hidden is probably going to be our tank. So, you know, that's, and also our threat is reduced, and we will be largely single targeting. I mean, we have our beam arrays that are going to fire at will a bit for us, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'd be inclined to keep attaché. This, I mean, because if it's 30 across the board, then that means that you're also getting energy weapons and this and that and whatever, and I'm still kind of inclined to not have it. But hull capacity and resistances and blah, 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 like it should be good. But only if it triggers. I'm going to move this Down toward the end of the line as like a reminder that this is the one that I feel is most expendable of the things that I have here, and see kind of feel like kinetic precision and piercing projectiles would be worthwhile. We're gonna do it. Piercing projectiles. And then there are some traits down in here that are good for kinetics. One of them is from the Omega. And the other, well, honestly, I don't remember what it comes from, but maybe I'll remember when I see it. Torpedo, wait, I think it's where I saw it. Free fire sequence. Plus 15.5% bonus torpedo damage, plus 41.3% destructible torpedo flight speed. So, you know, if you are firing heavy torpedoes, which happens with high yield, and we do have torpedoes that are capable of doing that, so that may be happening. Plus the 15.5% bonus damage to all of our torpedoes. That is a Cat 2 damage increase. That is nothing to scoff at. And then there's also, let's see, I believe it's called Kinetic Shearing? Omega Kinetic Shearing. Deals 12.5% of your outgoing damage as a dot over 6 seconds, and that specifically relates to torpedoes and I believe also mines. Let me see. The amount of additional damage dealt is proportional to the already strengthened damage dealt by the triggering projectile prior to applying the target's... What does that say? Hold on. Let me get my little zoomer here, because again, my screen is very far from me and this text is kind of small. Let's see. Move, thank you. Kinetic torpedoes and mines deal additional damage as a shield penetrating dot over a 6-second period. The amount of additional damage dealt is proportional to the already strengthened damage dealt by the triggering projectile prior to applying the target's resistances. If any. As such, it cannot be further strengthened but is still subject to resistances. So this should arguably count as Cat 3, kind of, because if it is a final modifier of, you know, taking 12% of your total damage and then applying it, well, better might be like in the Cat 2. I don't know. I don't know exactly how this applies, but I know that it's recommended. And but I think I have taken it off of builds and not felt the pain of having it gone. And I do not know what I would really want to replace, because this 4.6% critical chance is not something that I want to lose. Although, something that is coming to me as we are considering our possibilities, crit chance is 65. Something that is coming to me is the Fakiri Torment Engine, which increases non-hazard damage over time by 39.4%. So if this counts toward that 12.5 damage and buffs it up, and then let's see here, fire, radiation, plasma, and physical damage. Dealing non-hazard dot damage has a 10% chance to trigger 1,600.5 fire damage per second for 5 seconds, ignoring shields. And then because we're also using temporal as our primary, let's see, entropic writer. When firing energy weapons, who cares? When firing projectile weapons, 10% chance, 1,223.1 physical damage every 1 second for 10 seconds. Ignore shields. Atrophy defenses when dealing weapon damage to a foe that has at least 1 dot. Effect applied to target, -10 all damage resistance rating for 10 seconds. And entropic amplification, plus 20% all damage for all space damage over time effects. So, it's just a theory. You know, I'm theory crafting here, but I am thinking that that Omega Kinetic Shearing could interact with that Thakiri Torment engine along with the temporal dot thing and just like be a whole heck of a lot of bad day for whomever it is aimed at. So of course the question becomes, what do we replace to get that on here? I would kind of be inclined for it to be this, because we're not really focusing on our energy weapons at this point. So losing the, more details, losing the 5% firing cycle haste for energy weapons. The 15% flight speed is honestly what I'd be more disappointed in losing, because I like being able to move quickly. But I actually need this to go away first. Unequip. Move you here. Thek. Yep. Thakiri Torment Engine. It's just a theory, but also we're using some exotic torps. Well, they might not count as exotics, even though they are kind of like exotically based or whatever. Like, I don't know. But I'm thinking that we're going to have some shenanigans happening, that this is going to be quite potent. Let me see. What is this? If it adds a dot. Oh. Radiation damage, power trim, your first weapon attack. Okay, that's mycelial lightning. Yeah, it does not innately have a dot. I'm just kind of thinking that I might want to prioritize perhaps this one, because it definitely, well, it leaves a cloud. Such a dot. Well, everything leaves a dot if we have that kinetic shearing. So traits. Do we want to lose 4.5% critical chance for that? I think it might be worth it. It's just a theory, but I think it might be worth it. Let me also check. Let's just see what we're working with. Yeah, that's all good. Fine, dandy. Yeah, this. We need this because this one, reducing the global cooldown, this is basically a fire rate increase as far as kinetics go. It literally, well, it's not double because I think it goes from 2 seconds to 1.5, but it's a significant increase in how swiftly you can deploy torpedoes in the direction of something that you want to no longer be there. So yeah, it's very, very potent to be having on here, which is also why if it does interact with the Eagle console, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't, but if it did, it would be like extra super potent. Let's see. So many choices. Yeah, I like all of that. I would potentially even, since we're losing speed tweaks, the 2-piece, that gave us plus 15 flight speed, plus 40 flight speed. What would the emergency power to engines 3? Because we're not really focusing on energy weapons. I mean, technically it still helps to be higher, but, priorities. ROM from Inge 1. Where are you? From Inge 1. Skills. If I trained you in emergency powered engines, you would be 50. So we would get back 10 of the 15 that we lost. And we would only lose, let's see, 16.5 in the, it's a bonus damage, so it's nothing to scoff at, but oh no, I like moving fist. I like moving fist. Also, that does remind me that if we wanted to take off Mycelial Lightning, because I'm not, oh, you know what? Actually, I'm definitely am, because Mycelial Lightning does not play nicely with, hold on, I'll just show you. This is something else that has been reported and I'm quite certain is not fixed. Resonating payload modification. This puts a like cotton candy cloud of yellow fuzzies on, or is it green fuzzies? Either, I think the enemy gets yellow fuzzies and you get green fuzzies. But for some reason, if you use torpedo spread with this power and your torpedo spread happens to trigger Mycelial Lightning, you get fuzzied by this. So your physical and kinetic resistance rating, assuming it's not a visual bug, because I checked my status and it was there. I didn't check my stats to see if they were affected, but, because I'm in the middle of a fight. But assuming that it's correct, then I was getting my damage resistance reduced, but also my ship was covered in ugly fuzz, and that is unacceptable. So we are definitely not using Mycelial Lightning with that trait. And I was tempted to go with this anyway because speed, yes, we are going to have so much speed because these both are triggers. This is a trigger. And yeah, so we have 3 triggers that are going to be setting that off. And, they're kind of close to each other and they should have the same global, really. Well, except for this one. This one's going to be a nice offset. So that's one of the useful times that Fire at Will having a like 20-second global instead of 15 like normal is useful for us. But it's going to naturally offset them. But yeah, we have 3 triggers for that. And yeah, that's going to make us go fast. So yep, we're taking that. And that's also going to make us miss speed tweaks even less. Okay, so. Right, I need to determine. I do not want to lose this because this is one of the best survival things you could ever possibly slot in the game. 50% uptime of plus 125%. Hull regeneration, assuming you get hit with a crit, which honestly happens pretty frequently. So I'm just assuming it's a 50% uptime because I get critted all the time. Not like constantly by NPCs, but it's like, every couple like do crit, do crit of the little things going off. So yeah, I would expect it's pretty reliably up. And definitely like anybody I have suggested it to being like, are you dying? And they're like, yes, I have problems dying. I'm like, slot this. And they're like, oh my gosh, it's so much easier now. So yes, that and the Tilly 2-piece. Just a little quick, this and this. Although it can be any of the 2 pieces from this set, comes from Discovery. The passive 2-piece is, and the Mycelial Lightning 3 pieces, no slouch either, depending on your build, but nothing is lost forever, plus 120% hull regeneration. So it's excellent. The Power of Math is decent too if you do the full 4 set, because it gives you increased hull capacity, which, is helpful. Hull regeneration and hull capacity work hand in hand to keep you alive. So anyway, let me see here. I really want to slot the Omega kinetic shearing, but it's a question of what we're going to sacrifice. And there is a question of, does 15.6% bonus torpedo damage, like how does that compare to 4.5 critical chance? Because maybe this is the one that we want to replace with it, or this one, or this one. Or this one. I think we'll take off Tyler's because a 60% crit chance is really quite high anyway. So, although I am still loath to do so, but you know, meaningful choices. Something has to go. Let's see. This is a cat 2, like outright. This is a cat 2 by virtue of how it interacts with our crit damage. And the number of crits that we land. And I'm sure there's some statistical BS that goes into this one being definite, this one being possible, and you already have enough, so maybe you go in that direction. I think I'm going to take this one off because I feel like that is what the spreadsheets would tell us if I spreadsheeted based off of what other people have told me about their conclusions regarding crit chance, crit severity, and blah, 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 blah. I'm thinking that that is the correct. I could be wrong, but I'm suspicious that that is correct. O's, Omega Kinetic Shearing. That's what we'll do. Okay, DOFs though. Roster, right. So we're going to want, not you. We want projectile officers, or as I like to call them, DOFficers. For one, we're actually probably going to want this dude. So he is a 20% chance plus 5 kinetic damage bonus with torpedoes for 15 seconds, can stack 3 times. So he is potentially a 15% bonus damage. But there is something to be said for just going with straight up 3 projectile officers that reduce recharge time, because, you know, the faster our weapons are going off, but considering that we have 4 forward-facing torpedoes, 2 of them might be sufficient to keep the torps just going blah, 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 but we don't know that. So, you know, that is a consideration for us to have, because fire rate, you know, I'm assuming, because again, I'm not a spreadsheet person. I am not like somebody who sits at the top of the DPS records. I can put out some decent numbers, don't get me wrong, but I'm not like, you know, I'm not the top of the tippity top echelon. Let's see. That to say torpedoes, yes, okay. Torpedoes. And then no, that's the other problem, is crit chance and crit severity that can, I do have this dude stacking crit chance buff on firing projectiles. And chance to reduce, no, not that one. Should be somewhere in here. Crit severity, crit chance, yes. So what is it? 15% chance plus 30 critical severity buff to self for 15 seconds, stacks up to 3 times. Crap. Since they're all projectile weapons officers, you can only have 3 max. So the other dude who's 15% bonus, you know, he can stack up to 15% bonus. The crit severity is 30. So an additional 30% crit severity I would expect. It depends. Let's see. Recharge torpedoes. And then, yep, we're keeping that. Yes, yes. No, we can get rid of you. I want to keep him generally because I like being able to, hold on, let me resituate. I was down there hiding my face behind the parser, and of course you want to see it. It's cute. Look how adorable. Look at that adorable face. Anyway, let me see here. Oh wow, Neko, you're so humble. It's fine. Stating facts. Nobody can be mad at that, right? Let's see. Projectile. Torpedoes. I want to keep him. Do not want to keep him. But the question is, what else would I do? Because, I mean, there is still a chance. Crit severity. I'd want to keep that if I were going to try and use my energy weapons for this purpose. Because the severity, I think, would be more important or more impactful than the chance at our rather high chance to begin with. On officer, you are going to be replaced with, first of all, just chance to recharge torpedoes, and then we can debate about whether or not I'm swapping in the bonus damage one or the, a crit severity one. I wonder if these stack separately. If you can get stacks from this one and the projectile one, then that would certainly be interesting, wouldn't it? I bet that's something that the internet could tell me for the DPS League. But we're not going off on a researchy tangent at this exact moment. So we're going to, you know what, we're just going to leave it as is and bank on just the most aggressive fire rate we can possibly have. I think that that's fine because we've also done a lot to boost our deeps. This dude's helping us with our damage resistance and our get up and go. All around, I think that looks good. Let me just take a moment to think to myself. No, nothing else is coming to mind for a DOF. And obviously I don't have those wildly expensive Borg duty officers that everybody's all enamored with. So you can tell Neko is not that try hard. Neko tries hard, but not that hard. Though I might, if they were more accessible. I didn't have other priorities. Kinetic. Which is technically a Heidi-ho kinetic. Maybe I should rename it. Heidi-ho. Heidi-ho kinetic. All right. This mace. We shall... Okay, yeah, I can tell by the map that this is the appropriate direction. We're going to schedule to solo. Hive Onslaught. Advanced. Won't it be sad if the 2 energy weapons that we still have equipped are capable of murdering us against her feedback pulse? Start. Dismissed. Did we warp? Did we fly past it? How? Deep Space 9. Okay, off over here. That's where people are. Good luck, I'll be ready after your run to ground. Yes, indeed. I have not forgotten about you, I promise. I was thinking that after spending so much time building this, keeping the people waiting, that it should probably go right into the field and prove itself. How did we get so far down? Go, go. Oh, also our speed had been reduced. No wonder it was taking so long. And I did forget to swap around emergency power to engines and weapons, but that's fine. Although granted, having additional energy weapon bonus damage is not going to do us any favors in this particular instance. Am I right? Feedback. Feedback. I do believe we shall go ahead and threaten, even though... No, we won't. Paranoia. Not paranoia, if you're correct. I think I'm going to put this here. And this here. What is this? Nothing. This. Yeah, because I think this is my, like, wreck the day of one individual. No, put it back. Oh, it's fine. Let's reload these.
You will find clarity. You will have strength of purpose. You will be one.
Let's see. Get to work, weapons. Lamb. Oh my gosh. Are you guys seeing those numbers? Get it. Go on, tactical cube. Interesting that the numbers are dropping, though. I feel like it would have... Your numbers were inflated. They're normalizing now. Oh, that reminds me. We should be putting, perhaps, this here. And give our shield some redistribution. And of course, in this particular instance, our distance from the target is actually in our favor because we're using the sniper trait. Go, 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 go. The damage was really impressive at first, but then the numbers have gone down. Although things do seem to be dying at a nice clip, right? Like, it feels fine. Like, it doesn't feel like it's appreciably less than some of the other builds that we've been trying today, but... you know, perhaps a bit, but not so much as to be as much lower on the parser as it appears.
Did you think you had destroyed me?
Something blew up near us. No clue what. All right. Hopefully this is the last thing. Otherwise, we're going to be running around some more. Yay! Our first possible feedback nemesis. It's dying quite nicely, isn't it? And since damage is actually, or distance is actually our friend, I think we will stay at a nice distance from it.
I am the collective. Your efforts are
And then we're also going to back away from her,
Destroy
hit her with
this
this,
vessel,
hit her with
and I will claim
our debuffs, do our team buff. But we don't want to get all the way out of range. She's going down nice and quick. Oh, no, 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 no. Please, feedback, stop. Yay!
Your efforts are futile.
I think we may have died in that very last moment, but
I will claim another.
we will see what happens.
This is not the end.
If we did, she may have, like, immediately resurrected herself. No, we survived! Yay! Oh, wait. She did. She resurrected herself. We're going to get a double kill. You stop feedbacking, lady. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting phenomenon. But this also just proves that perhaps I should take off all energy weapons. Because even just the 2 that we have are too much for ourselves when feedbacked by her.
Did you think you had destroyed me?
Or perhaps it is a statement of how ridiculously OP her feedback is, because it is not player grade. It is definitely more than it should be. Let's see here. There's an So technically we did die. We died even with the kinetic build because the damage of 2 energy weapons was enough to destroy us. Or it could specifically be that it's the Terran because her health was quite low, so it going up in damage as her health dropped was probably, you know, and her feedback is probably like 500% of your actual damage or whatever. So, I don't know. It gives us much to consider. I'm just doing a little check for noms again. Okay. Leaving. All right, Adam. I believe we have a date with ground-based destiny. Because you promise that you have... Oh, 1 second. It's fine. I know melee. Melee is good. I do melee very well, thank you. Would also be most sad if... Okay, ready. The friends. Team invite. And then are we queuing? Well, hold on. Let me see what we have available as private. Ground. Arena of Sompek? No. Birdcage? No. Bug Hunt? I mean, that's not bad. Counterpoint? No, because there's like a part that would be annoying for us. Cure found ground. Oh wait, no. Cure applied ground, but it's doable. Although I think cure is a really annoying one. Defensive starbase. No. Forged in fire. Bug hunt is okay, except the last bit I can't reach the bugs on ledge. You can't run up there and slap them with your thingy? Your lunge at the enemy thing? Too high. Well, I'm going to be bringing a ranged weapon. But we could do Into the Hive, which is the Borg ground one, which is... What do you think? I'll have to bring a machine gun, and I will. Although I do have the, Okay, Into the Hive. Just you and me. Start private task force operation. Are you ready for the suffering to begin? Maybe I will don the mind meld device. I do have it, and it is built. I don't know if I have re-engineered it, but it is Mark 15 gold. And no, I cannot believe those engines are visible. Disable visuals. Save to Hydra kinetic. And then again, I'm quite curious if we should not remove this forward-facing phaser, because maybe like just this one wouldn't kill us with a feedback pulse, but would still be thematically appropriate. Let's see. Oh, nope. It's time to face the collective.
You have penetrated to...
Yes, you have penetrated to the heart of the corrective. Wow, let's go. Let's go. Get out of here. These walls can't hold us. Okay, you know what? Naya! Let's go! Let's go! I feel as though there have been corrective measures placed to prevent our escape. Whatever, be that way. But let's go ahead and put on mind meld device. We shall suffer with it as well. What is this? What does this say? Toxic wave. There we go. Where is the
Sweep this room quickly and you'll catch the Borg off guard.
Oh, you know what? No, I bet we can do it. Yeah, no. Okay, where's our lungy thing? Looks like we don't even have it listed here, but I don't know, we'll first take out this group. Get him! Oh, no, actually. This was a mistake. I need to... Stop. Stop it. I need to... Yes, I need to watch you do stuff. What? Careful. Maybe I should just be watching you do stuff this entire time. Thompson. So at least we have that. For just in case. You might want to move. Run. At least your pig pupper is invulnerable to shock plates. So this is Adam the Ant Plays being hosted on Neko-chan's channel, where we're going to observe his capabilities. He's soloing this mission while we just watch him and his fire pig and his tardigrade. Yeah. Run. Do you have your weapons set to auto fire? Of course you can't answer me in this exact moment because you are not Audibrew. Oh, how fancy. Not set to auto fire. Huh. Interesting. Are you... They just splooshed me with their nanite burchit. Don't you know I am not your target right now? Run, run. Oh, nope. Death becomes him. Can I resurrect you? I can. Ooh, no. Not while the plate is active. It took me a moment. I'm so used to not resurrecting people because honestly, you're better off just resurrecting yourself. Like, might as well. Why are you wasting the team's time? Where? There you are. Get him! Blam! Teach him a lesson. Are you in shooter mode? Would be my next question. Green plate.
Borg are reacting. They're awakening reinforcements.
Oh, I am so sorry, and I thank you for your service. But I am not going to fight any of these enemies. I am going to endure their onslaught while I wait for you to come rescue me. I am going to, however, try and stay out of nanoprobe range. Tubule range. Where? No. No. There you are. Yes. Defend my honor. No! Run away! I do have a heal. Heal myself. There we go. Although I may have healed you, actually. It's fine. So you're not in shooter mode. Your weapons are not auto-firing. Are you clicking the melee? Like each one that you want it to do? Green plate? Yep, careful.
The Borg are starting to counter you. You've lost the element of surprise.
Oh no, we've lost the element of surprise. I will help. I'm a helper. Oop, let us not step on a blade. Get him. Are you switching target before you murder the target? Ah, green plate, green plate. Okay, hold on. I will... Oh, you resurrected yourself, that's fine. I wanted to resuscitate you just once. Okay, how do we find... There you are. Show him who's the boss. Get him. Whap. Did he just vaporize you? Punched him. One punch man here. Whap whap. Oh, careful. I think that this does, however, appear wildly ineffective. Like, you are killing them one at a time, but also, like, observe the Thompson. Bye-bye. What else are we looking for? This is the Picard maneuver. Firearms. Ancient firearms. Alright, let's see here. Looking for things that need yeeting. Okay, this. And then later we're going to have a discussion about exactly how you are meleeing if you are not auto-firing or aim mode. What? Did this... What happened that this did not go? The first echo well, the kitties did say, was to certain poor humans in fields as they lay.
Force field between a central plexus and collective core is down. Gather there for a mission update.
Noms. These are low-level noms, so I'm not sure if they're worth our time.
We are detecting an...
Okay, we're going to have a good long while to sit here and ponder existence at this green thingy here, so you can tell me what it is that you're doing. Are you clicking the melees? Are you pushing the buttons like they're at 2 and 3 or something? You're going like 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 1. I know you well enough to know you enjoy clicking, so I would not be surprised if you're like, yes, I click the melees. The door has opened. Okay, so I have 3 buttons, 1 left, 2 is right, 3 is rush. I'm uploading the virus. And in this particular instance, I do believe I can defend your honor while you type. As long as you are sufficiently survivable that you don't have to worry about these things hitting you, because I don't. I'm pretty sure. Pinky. My pinky is on tab. Right. Murdering your pinky to change target. Isn't that circus music? Why? Why is that what came to mind? And see, that is part of the problem, is that, you know, depending on the weapon you choose, like by the time you swatted at 1, 5 of them, I had been like, brat. So I would still argue that melee sucks. It is mechanically bad, and also, like, generally, the performance is like, yes, I have seen the people who can like rush the bug queen in Bug Hunt and be like, blap, blap, and she's dead. But I feel like that's an outlier. That's like, melee is generally not accessible and not fun and mechanically bad, and also not that great at actually ending the foe. And I just don't feel like what I have seen here has changed my mind about that. And what I experienced when I tried, like when I put on the melee, it was behaving as I expected. But I do look forward to you continuing to tell me what exactly it is you're doing. It's fun because the rush has 0 cooldown and I kill everything in 2 to 3 hits. Yeah, I could see it maybe being fun, but I also want it to be effective, you know? But, we'll see. I don't know. I might have to... Come on. Spawn, you monsters. Yes, the ones that like to appear behind us. I'm gonna get you first. Bye. And then these ones.
I am Borg. Resistance is futile.
You got some schmutz there, Adam.
Do you think you have wounded me?
You look like Linus. Is that the one from the Peanuts gang who's like covered in dust?
Your actions are meaningless.
Ah, you skipped the cutscene, which is fine. But it's like, oh, something's happening, I can tell. Interesting, I have something that has popped up, but I have no idea what it means. I feel like it's happened before. It says, unhandled exception has occurred in your application. If you click continue, the application will ignore this error and attempt to continue. If you click quit, the application will close immediately. Do I know which application it's referring to? No, I do not, because it did not tell me. Oh, that's the other thing with Melee is like these pads on the ground. They are a problem. If something's standing on a pad, you cannot go over to it. That pad in the middle sure is... Oh, okay. Enjoying existence and refuses to not.
You cannot defeat me.
You cannot defeat the ball. Interesting. Why are her tendrils blue and red? Wee woo, wee woo.
The enemy is in a state of
Yes, the enemy is in a state of disarray. No, go away, sir. I am trying to collect noms. And this little thing that popped up. No. Little thing that popped up. There is a button for details. Ooh, doo -doo -doo -doo. Okay, hold on. I need to zoom in. Okay. Doo -doo 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 -doo. I have no idea. Perhaps I should hit continue. Perhaps I should hit quit. Doesn't tell me what is the... Oh, wait. There's more data. There's a rather lengthy scroll. Continue maybe? If I hit quit, that might be the end of the stream. Like, bye. Continue. Or just exit. Exit the box. That's an option. Chat, do you happen to have any idea what this Microsoft.NET framework unhandled exception has occurred in your application thing might be referring to? Bioessence transfer is indeed a potent thing that is Melee adjacent. And it's one of the things that I use when I'm faking Melee. You know, because Melee itself sucks. But it and the tactical power lunge are both good at rushing the enemy and thwacking them vigorously. And, yeah, but like the actual melee, it is not the bueno. Not the bueno. And chat seems to have no information about what this is. Perhaps I should ask the internet. .NET could be anything Microsoft. Yeah. We're just gonna hit the X. Are we still here? Is my stream still live? Mm-hmm. It's just an application you need to click it and see what it closes. Well, I hit the X button. So if that closed something or was the equivalent of telling it to continue, I do not know. Spiral up. That'll do. Now I need to think about, for example, removing this energy weapon because feedbacking is still killing us, which is ridiculous. So, but I don't want to be completely energy weaponless. I feel like at least the trilithium omni in the back could be like looking like it's doing something, looking correct. We're not just all torpedoes. I still see you in Discord in here, so maybe another app you were running closed. Perhaps. Nothing that I'm aware of. Let's see. I'm hitting the Alt tab and I'm not seeing. Like, the browser still open. Notepad still open. Everything still appears to be open. Parser's still open. Everything's fine as far as I can tell. What if it's still parsing? Should I do something combat-y and find out if it... I believe we're not on a team, right? Yeah, we're not. You know what? I'm going to solo ISA. Nothing there is going to feedback me. Private. And if the parser parses. Infected the conduit. Advanced. Start private task force.
The situation is grim.
Of course it is. It always is. We shall see. Perhaps it attempted to continue anyway. Like maybe it hit an error, and then when I hit the X, it was like it defaulted to continue. And it was like, yep, that was just a hiccup. We're fine, actually. Like, I don't know why we threw such a tremendous error when we could have obviously auto-corrected ourselves without worrying you, but whatever. Doot, doot. Let's see, what's our resistance at with that? 37 is not bad.
Scanning the nanite transformer. Done. Additional data is available.
think we shall start over here since we are closest to it.
The Nenite probes can repair the transporters. Stop them!
Why is the cube already dead? I don't think I did anything specific to it. Or did it move and I just don't see it?
You will become one with the Borg.
A probe is closing in on a transporter. Destroy it!
Oh yeah, the parser is not working. Well, the game's combat parser should be working, but so I should be able to see the results of this even though it's not happening live. Well, now I know. Whenever that happens, it's just the parser being special.
Destroy it!
You will be Borg.
Aside from us not being able to see what the damage numbers actually are, it seems to be doing rather well. Well, that's right. Being farther away is better because of sniper.
Your defensive capabilities are unable to withstand us. Lower your shields and await assimilation.
Seems to be wanting to fly toward us, so I shall move this way. Oh, and then it died. Alright, let's see here. Lots of noms. Oh, ouch. Ouch. Delayed detonation. Go away, sir. Thank you. I shall correct that parsing situation in a moment, but we will check our parse after alming all the noms. Nommy nom 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 nom. Okay. Now it's time to find out what we did. Well, actually I might need to restart the parser as suggested to even have that name. Could not locate file, blah 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 blah. Yeah, you couldn't locate the file because I closed you. That's interesting. This one, and then this. Let's go, parser. Let's go. Let's go, parser. Let's go. I have faith in you. Infected space. Your combat log is becoming very large. Crimea River. 160.71k is what that was, which was not bad. We didn't die. decent damage. Let's see here. No. Real-time parser. Wake up, sweetie. It is time to go to work. That'll do. We are parsers. Dun 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 dun. Whatever. So I would rather enjoy this as a kinetic, with the exception that we all killed ourselves on the Borg Queen's feedback with just 2 energy weapons, and I find that quite sad and unacceptable. And I guess let's try, let's go ahead. It may not look the rightest. We'll find out what it looks like. Move this here, this here, this here, this here, and then check if we have another torpedo that is worthy. So let's see here. Torp. We do not want an energy-based torpedo, obviously. That would hurt. The Delphic Distortion has a chance for minus all damage resistance rating, and its shtick is that it fires extra torpedoes when under high yield. And then the Kelvin has a very fast cooldown time. Oh, it also claims it would do quite a lot of damage. 14. Let me see. What is this? 17. 15. 14. 19. What was the other one? Wait, why is particle emission? Why is it located in main inventory? Is it not on? Oh. Interesting. Did I click something to put it? Okay, weird. I was under the impression that we already had the particle emission on here. I think I want to put these as priorities. I think maybe that order. So, loadout. Save to Heidi-Ho Kinetic. And maybe shenanigans should be removed from these names. Because even though it's a beautiful word, it is making the name very long, which means that unsaved changes is not as readily visible. And I am nothing if not practical. Nico said not knowing if that's... Did I just lie? Let's see here. Okay. Right, something else that I wanted to potentially do was stations. Emergency power to engines 3? Maybe. I mean, it would help us get around. I think I will. So, lady who is obsessed with forcing me to go to Deep Space Nine. Are you sure you don't want to come aboard? Are you sure you want to leave? Exchange. We're also going to take a moment to just look up in case it has magically price dropped on the weekend, because sometimes that happens. Oh, independent. It has, I believe, gone down in price, but not to the appreciable degree that would be required. I'm going to need like 100 additional mil lower than that, please and thank you. And once it's in the infinity box, I expect that is exactly what will happen eventually. Emergency power to engines 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Oh, because engines is plural. What? 900k? That's highway robbery. You know what's going to happen, sweetie? I am going to change character and craft this rather than pay your exorbitant fee, whoever you are. You should be ashamed. Let's see. Change character. I'm sure somebody that I have must be capable of training it. And if not, then perhaps their exorbitant fee is justified because they're like, in order to train this, the skills you must take are ones that no one in their right mind would take. And so my sacrifice is worth this price. Let's see. Or whatever, because I don't know. I don't think that they have those types of requirements anymore for training things. Well, first of all, we can just check. R&D, officer training. For some reason, it has chosen to manifest at the very bottom. Go! Okay. Training manual engineering. Emergency power to engines 3. Looky there. So I stand by my claim that your prices are ridiculous, person who put that up there. No apology is issued. None. Okay, let's see. Officer training. Emergency powered engines 3. Start. Put the pads back. I'm gonna double check what was my parse on that. 160k. Nearly 161, which again is not bad. Not bad. Complete. All right. Back to where we were. Oh, no. Mm-hmm. ROM and 1. Skills. Emergency powered engines 3. Oh. ROM eng, where are you? Emergency power to engines. Logs to dampers. Emergency power to weapons. Trained it to the wrong person. Although, I could always train it to the other one too. Nah. We are going to leave it, I believe. Let's see. But that is going to make us reslot stuff. I do need to check and see if the Hive Onslaught is soloable again and see if maybe taking off that front energy weapon now prevents us from destroying ourselves on the Queen's feedback. Save to. Idaho Kinetic. But also I'm going to need to put the stuff on here. I believe these are the empty spaces in our build. So this This. 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 Save to Heidi Ho Kinetic. Alright. 5 onslaught. It's available. Start. 5 onslaught. Advanced. Start. We'll take a moment for her to accept our challenge. Do 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 do. Mm. Though I like this ship, I think I will be hopping back into the Monitor, because I have always really enjoyed the Nebula as well. I really like carriers, and I was very much enjoying that ship when I was testing it out. Ooh. Dun, dun. But I think my next stream will be the Sirius, because I think it seriously has potential. And may also be delightful. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe the Sirius will tempt me, but no, I mean, I haven't flown in the Nebula in quite some time because I, you know, was playing with other things and enjoying them. And of course, that's going to be, do I need to save again? No, okay. It's been a minute. Even though the Nebula actually is a very good ship, even like the one that we have, the Tier 6 Nebula, she's a science with a Lieutenant Commander Temporal, so she's basically the same as the Monitor, just, you know, in terms of science and temporal and what she can do with it. But
Resistance is futile.
She has a secondary deflector instead of hangar bays, so, you know, no real reason why I should not have. I think there's something about this box between us that is being a problem. There we go. But I do suspect that I should spend some time with my Monitor, my Nebula carrier. I love it. But again, serious. I'm thinking it's going to be great. I like me a thick ship. I like me a ship that can tank. I like a ship that's good at kinetics, which it should be as a command vessel. It should be good with mines too, and I particularly enjoy mine-based kinetics. Our inventory is full. Unacceptable. Need to remember to go see Quark more often. That feels like something that's about to explode next to us. Why are we purple? Oh, right. I'm not allowed to pick up any inventories. No! Wrong. Bad. Stop that. Stop exploding on top of us.
I admire your strength, your will. With us, you could be so much more.
Mm-hmm. Okay, where? Get it? Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Blam, 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 blam. Mm-hmm. The feedback from this one also tickled us last time. So I don't trust that this means that we are safe.
At your efforts are futile. Destroy this vessel, and I will claim another.
Feedback is hurting. That is ridiculous. Well, that may have also been, you know, she hits pretty hard with some torpedo spreads and whatnot.
This is not the end.
What is this? A probe? Where did that come from? Okay, let's see here. Are we done? Are we not done? I don't know what's happening. Alright, let's see here. Ribbles, be gone. Let's see. And then some noms. Round things, be gone.
Futile.
Be gone. Oh right, we have to scan. Duh, silly Neko. The inability to nom was making things weird for Neko. Let's see, what else are we getting rid of? Be gone. This can also go away. Away. Got stuff. Discard. Let's look for noms. Nom 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 nom. Yep. Ugh. It is unending. Discard. Yes. Nom. Now let's check for noms. Check for noms. Nom body num num num. Alright, looks like we got them all. Leave. Oh, that's also the other thing, is I'm so used to ignoring this lady that when she pops up, like, yes, I actually do want to come on board, but she pops up and I'm like, go away. Not you again. Alrighty. Do. And after this, I do think that what is oh, just the protester. Let me play changeling. So dun-dun. Okay, so I think next, well, after I check to make sure that this go away, and this go away, this go here, do. And then I should put, well, what is this also? Portable phaser, heavy, whatever. Oh, right. I should put that back on. Thematic port. Then next available sale, I need to buy all the inventory slots. But I'm going to go put my upgrades back for meow because I think that I do not require them at this moment, and I do want them to be available for others. Now, let's see here. I think my next order of business would be plotting this ship surviving while visible, like not doing all the hidey-ho stuff, because like I said, I want to see my ship. And so, you know, hidey-ho is cool and whatever, but it's also honestly a little bit expensive because of, you know, needing a mud bundle with Excitus Active Probat to make it work. So obviously it's a bit more accessible, I would think. Although like a good survival, like one of the best is Honored Dead, which is also going to be either a rather wildly expensive exchange purchase or a muds bundle. So yeah, because it comes off the sarcophagus. I don't know. I guess you're darned if you do and you're darned if you don't. But I think at this point we are going to take another intermission so that people can use litter box, can lick water bowl, can noms, stretch legs, arch back, you know, all that. And yeah, so I think that we will take a intermission at this point, and then we will return and we will look into perhaps can this ship survive if it's not invisible, because surviving while invisible was occasionally a challenge in and of itself. So anyway, we will be back. All right, now we will be back. Alrighty, and we are back. Now let's see here. Getting everything in order. Now, as I said before, hold on. We didn't want our cannon on our back. Let's see here. So now the challenge I would like to undertake. Thank you, Adam. The challenge I would like to undertake with this vessel is making it survive while visible. So I'm thinking that even though shields are useless, as they say, I want to make this vessel survivable. And I was already building pretty decently without like aggressively going into traits for damage reduction. So I think that shields might be the direction in which we need to look for improving our survivability. So I am thinking our Eng Watcher and our ROM Eng 1, we will be going a little bit heavy on the Eng to improve our odds of survival. Now let's see here. Oh, you have a good night, Adam. Thank you for sticking it out with us. Sleep well, dream sweet. Let's see. All right. So I may in fact want emergency power to shields 3. Since the recent buffs to shields made it so that you were immune to shield drain below 50% of shield capacity, which I would expect to be very useful against the Borg and just things in general. But we are here for reverse shield polarity 1, because that is what we can slot, I believe. Or perhaps it might be 2. We will find out. Like, that shows you how long it's been since I've bothered. 2! Yay! We should expect the performance then to be better. I'm going to give this to our Watcher. All right, let's see. And of course the question is, do we want to go with energy weapons? Because we know that feedback is our nemesis, but it may not be bad to do energy weapons as a part of this trial, but we'll find out. We definitely want tactical team to adjust our shields. I believe we will be looking at attack pattern beta. This could be, if we might stick with torpedoes just for now. In which case we want these for our entwined tactical matrices triggers. And I may slot that Terran Task Force phaser back on the front for aesthetic purposes. But we'll see. Because, like I said, the purpose of this build is for us to see our ship. All right, let's go find out if people are being ridiculous with emergency power to shields. 3. Emergency power to shields. 1, 2, 3. Again, pull a roll. Thwarted for want of an S. That is more reasonable. I will take it. Let's see. ROM Eng 1, skills. Emergency power to shields 3. Hmm. I believe we may want an emergency power to weapons 2. Just checking to see if somebody already has it. Yes, so we will take this here. Regrettably, the global lockouts or category lockouts for these powers means that we can only effectively have 2 of these running. So we will be looking at perhaps, well, there are some powers that we can slot at engineering, like, well, one of them comes from the holiday. Hold on, what is it called? A heal wouldn't be bad because it would actually trigger something in my miracle worker, which should give us, I believe, 5%, perhaps 5% crit chance, which would not be bad. But I'm going to quickly skills. Structural integrity collapse could be very useful for, especially when we're using kinetics. And let it go is also something that could do some decent debuffing to an enemy. I believe let it go comes from the winter event, and structural integrity collapse, I believe, is a lockbox power, so it might be a bit pricey. Let's see. Structural integrity co. Let's see what the damage is. 5.5, basically. We'll see. I would have already had this, except for the character to which it is equipped is, or rather the bridge officer to which it is equipped has outlived their usefulness by virtue of superior Romulans becoming available as, on other categories other than tactical, and then shortly thereafter the Watchers. Let's see. Let us first go ahead and put on engineering team as a possibility. Double check our skills, specialization, miracle worker, and activating a hull heal to self plus 2% critical chance. Okay, so not quite as impressive, but still not nothing. All right. Just thinking, because I know that not this, these tough little ships, 70% damage resistance rating against critical hits. No risk, no reward are quite potent, so I was just debating whether or not it'd be worthwhile swapping them around, but I think Temporal's ultimate of basically a second chance is probably too useful for us to let go of. This will be giving us some decent get up and go for our lack of emergency power to engines, and will also be giving us some decent damage resistance across the board. So, of course, the question becomes, what are we going to do with this? Are there pilot abilities that would be worth our time? Don't really think so. Let's see here. Very cold in space has a global cooldown of 30. So let me see. Just in case, if we are shifting ourselves towards survivability, one trait that is very beneficial comes from a mission, so it's not that difficult to acquire. Mm-hmm. Hold on, we've gone a little too far. Oh wait, no, actually. Regenerative control synergy. 45% hull regeneration for 10 seconds. So with that global cooldown, it probably wouldn't be covering enough bases for us to be concerned. Repair crews right next to it, though, is something that could potentially be beneficial. But of course, the question would then be, what would we sacrifice to go in this direction? Kinetic precision, that 10% shield penetration is perhaps not too big of a deal. I mean, it's something that is certainly useful, but when we're trying to prioritize staying alive, we would need to be looking at alternative possibilities for things that we've got. Because a dead ship does no damage. Except to your pride. Of course, it might be worthwhile finding out if we can survive with just our shield changes. And in fact, if we could, without altering ourselves aggressively for the purposes of survival, then it would potentially prove the merit of those shield changes, even though my personal opinion is that immunity to drain is just salt to the wound of drains already being the red-headed stepchild of science, and that a better solution would be if starship shield resistance, whatever your shield, like general damage resistance rating is, if it applied to drains, then, you know, you can relatively readily get pretty high resistance, perhaps even as high as 75%, which is the cap. And I would think that that would hopefully be sufficient to counter aggressive drains and also would make people want to invest in them. But, you know, these are kind of like easy buttons. So, nah. I just think that it's, you know, like, it might be fine. It might even be quote unquote good for the current state of the game, but I don't think it's good for the long-term state of the game. I think that resisting drains would be the best path forward. Okay, well, structural integrity collapse. Let me just double check. Let's see. Are you going to give me an accurate number? Come on. 18 physical and kinetic damage resistance rating, which is instant. And I do think that I found it quite useful when I was comparing this to Let It Go here, because the -5 all damage resistance rating every 1 second does take a few seconds to tick up to overtake. Well, it takes 3 seconds to overtake, but you know, in this game, 3 seconds can be an eternity. But Let It Go is going to be more readily accessible to us because we can just use some of our holiday ornaments to purchase it. So I think I might go with Let It Go. I'm just giving myself some consideration though, because if we were to do both, if we were to get both of those powers, we would have 2 active powers that we could cast on, you know, harder enemies for the purposes of like, you definitely go away now, please, and thank you. So we could do both. Although, you know, let's see, does engineering team, will it trigger anything else for us that we, like 2% crit chance isn't nothing, but it's also perhaps not as beneficial. Although a heal is still a heal and that would help. Yep, still focusing on torps, but our beams are still going to be doing something. Yep. Of course, we could also, if we wanted to, take off Very Cold in Space and put on a hazard emitters, which would give us an additional heal. But again, I am quite curious if the changes to shields aren't sufficient to handle this task. Let's look at our DOFs. Duty officers. Nope. Roster. Active space. Projectile. We are not using emergency powered engines anymore, so our con officer here can be replaced with I honestly don't remember what their category is, so we are going to go looking. I believe it's a Suliban, who should be purple. Increases the duration of reverse shield polarity by 8 seconds. What is your specialization? Fabrication engineer. I do not understand what fabricating things has anything to do with reversing shield polarities, but it's fine. We're going to put this individual, where are you? Right here. Swap. So projectile. Energy weapon officer, or crit severity chance potential. Let's see. And we want to maximize our uptime of reverse shield polarity. That's why we are putting that individual on. I think I will splurge. Bye. And then we are also going to want well, I believe I already have the ornaments in my bank, and so they should just count when we go to event store, winter, and then let it go. We want to level 1, buy, yes. And then we need to make a decision. I think I'm going to give the more expensive of the two to ROM Eng 1, simply because when our crit chance is as high as ours generally is, I believe crit severity is the winner. So, you know, superior Romulan operatives are likely to serve me better than a whole bunch of watchers. And I, in fact, may replace this watcher. Well, like, I'll keep them, obviously, but, and it's not that big of a deal, but I might end up at one point or another claiming another Romulan engineer just for the purity, I suppose. Let's see here. So, Ramenge 1, you are going to get structural integrity collapse. Watcher, although, you know, I do like watchers. They are cats. Maybe that's, although granted, this is not my cat full carrier. I do have a cat who is, you know, Cation, and his name is Nekotan. And it could be most appropriate. But this is my main. He's got all the goods. And you know what? I think that our kitty cat theme is very well represented by my Neko ears. We do not have to go that far. All right. I also just want to check. Do we have hazard emitters here? Nope. I kind of want to grab it as an option for the just in case we need it, because who knows? Like, we could get into a TFO and find ourselves aggressively suffering. So let's find out. Also, something that I want to change in my current build for the torps is I'm surprised it didn't show up for me already, or like didn't cross my mind or meet my gaze or whatever when we were looking at things earlier. But the weapons, let's see, is this one? I'd be kind of inclined to replace this one with, there should be a Terran Task Force torpedo that it should have the same trait as the energy versions of its damage going up as the hull's target goes down. Yep, and we can see it right there. Up to 200% damage at 25% hull. So I would expect it to similarly perform aggressively. So I want that on here because I'm thinking that that might really, do some work. Traits. Stations. Do. Yep, we're leaving it for now, but we are just in case looking, considering. And in regard to beta, because beta 3 is nearly 50% all damage resistance rating debuff versus kinetic magnet from, our intel spec is, well, this is negative 50 damage resistance, but it's specifically just to kinetics. And this is target specific, it's, you cast it on the target, while this is going to be constantly on us, basically, and hitting any target that we touch with our weapons. So I'm kind of inclined to go with this over this, even though this can be quite protective in that, it says that all mines and targetable torpedoes within 10 kilometers get confused and head toward them. I feel like there was also maybe some little hang up with this thing about, like, it had a max number or a max damage after which it expired. So, well, at least that part of it. Perhaps the damage resistance is supposed to stay on them, but, debuff is supposed to stay on them, but the magnetism wears off. So I'm thinking that pure tactical in this regard, not using our intel specifically while doing kinetics might behoove us. All right, let's take us into space. I'll train that science bridge officer in hazard emitters for the just in case. I mean, it may not be enough to save us if we do have problems, but that's a question we're going to answer. Ask and answer. Okay, let me see here. And of course, I did consider whether or not we might put back on the Terran Task Force phaser. We might. I'd probably move everything down this way, remove this, keep this, because I do suspect that this torpedo might hit quite hard. It would largely be for the visuals, and you may know by now, chat, that I very much appreciate, aiming at a pseudo-cannon look to the very best of my ability. While still trying not to just, not necessarily be bound by that either. I have a little bit of flexibility in both regard into, how much damage, like I'm willing to take a DPS hit for, my goodness, this ship looks authentic. And I am also willing to be like, oh, this ship doesn't quite look perfectly authentic, but my goodness, watch them explode. Oh, something has happened. Trizander raided my stream with a whole bunch of people, it looks like. That text is still illegible for me because I really need to change the color of that font. Oh, and Trizander just followed me. Thank you so much. My stream has been going well, I believe. I hope. It's at the very least been going for a long time, I believe. Time is a construct on which I have lost my grasp. Just passing on the stow love. Thank you so very much, Trizander. I shall be sure to follow you as well if I haven't already. I feel like I did try to make a point of going through and following some people, but Adam, you told me you were going to sleep. Lurker. Let me see. I'm actually going to take the time to make sure I follow you now. Where? This, perhaps? Trizander. Oh, that's, nope. Follow. Dun da da. There you go. Let's see. Okay, now we get back on task. There. Okay, now we're back in the game. But yes, again, thank you so very much. And hopefully every person that you brought here will follow me. Turn off your notifications on me if you don't like what you see, but I could use the follows. Hate to raid and run, but I have to go to bed. Oh yes, that is fine. I understand. I very often am like, well, I haven't actually gotten raid to successfully function for me. It's like, error. You cannot raid at this time. Anyway, I'll have to catch you out there next time. Yes, you have a good night, Trizander. Sleep well, dream sweet. Thank you for forcing all of the people who were enjoying your content to come now enjoy mine. Or be very, very angry as they're like, how dare you? Oh, hello. DJ? Canada. Oh, yay, thank you. Following people. Came in here with raid, but I am tabbed out playing a game. Hello, CJ. Oh, another follower. Sargorath. I wonder if I can make that text bigger also, because my Neko eyes, they are not the bestest. We're not gonna lie. So, or perhaps more legible. I think the green's good, and the purple is like definitively, it's like, Trizander brought you some number of people. But yes, thank you. Thank you to my new followers. And there were probably, I think, two of you I was probably still addressing Trizander and reading and trying to pay attention and didn't see your things come up. I wonder, hold on. I don't want to ignore you. I wonder if I am able to, let's see. Nope, chat does not make a point of telling me who just followed. There's probably a way for me to determine that, but it would be one that I, as a new streamer, like we're 3 streams in here, I believe, would have no clue where to find that. Let me see. All right. So those of you who I did not read your name out loud, if that offends your sensibilities, if I have offended you, I apologize. Know that you are appreciated, even if I was too distracted with trying to thank Trizander for thrusting you into giving you a good old toss into this stream. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, he said. Wah! And now we're all here. All right. So let's see here. Don't worry, we will just blame Trizander. Yes, I agree with your logic. I support this message. Anyway, no, I'm kidding. Am I? I'm not sure that I am. But, let's see. The current challenge, because we've been working on the Hydra all day, really. The stream has been going on for quite some time. we've been working on the Hydra, and I have decided, because I was using the Intel powers, I was using Intel team with Excitus Actiprobat to basically do constantly like cloaked while fired. It was pretty decent at, you know, keeping the ship hidden and safe. But this ship is pretty and I want to be able to look at it. So I decided that the new challenge, considering that it was actually occasionally quite challenging to stay alive, even with that hidden crouching tiger, hidden dragon tactic, I want the ship to be visible. So right now we're going to be testing whether or not these shield changes to emergency power to shields. We're actually going quite hard on that. We are putting our shield power to max. We're using kinetics, so we're going to sacrifice weapons. I'm going to keep engine power relatively high because we are losing emergency power to engines. Unless I don't want to. I mean, we aren't really focusing. Maybe are we putting that back like immediately? We'll see. Do I have it at level 2? I do. So I could. We'll see. In which case, we'll see. But we're focusing on shields, so we're doing reverse shield polarity, which is supposed to give shield drain immunity. In the R's. And I am doffing it to increase its duration by 8 seconds. I'm just going to put it on the board for now and see. Where is that? Yes, okay, that is Photonic Officer. For some reason, it is quite dark. Thanks for the follow. Sargoreth. CJ, DJ, and... oh, Grebog. Grebog. I believe you are the one that I missed. Thank you, Grebog, for your follow. I feel like I saw you the other day, though. Perhaps you returned and then you decided to follow this time. And Trisander, of course, who is no longer here, I believe. He has probably gone off to bed and abandoned you all to my tender mercies. Well, let's see here. Emergency power to shields 3. I'm around here and there. Indeed, aren't we all? Let's see. What else is missing? Right. Let it go. And structural integrity collapse. Let it go. I believe. You go here. And then structural integrity collapse. We will put you here. And then... oh, this tactical initiative is actually going to be useful now. We had, like, no tactical powers before, but now we do. So we will... well, you can go here. Yes. We'll actually put you right here. Okay. Let's see. What is our duration? 24 seconds. So that has a 1 minute global cooldown, or like minimum cooldown that it could ever possibly have. So that's going to be nearly a 50% uptime, close enough. And then this should have a 100% uptime. So 30% shield resistance, plus, the shield resistance that is supposed to naturally come from having high shield power, because we are doing that. And it's supposed to prevent us from, let's see, during this ability, gain immunity to shield drain while shields are below 50%. So hopefully this will actually keep our shields up, even when facing the Borg. Now let's see here. Tactical team. We are going to be putting this on because, obviously, there is no better shield boon. Well, reverse shield polarity, but shield assistant than tactical team. It just aggressively redistributes your shields in a way that is most beautiful and used to be the meta of survival in this game. That's basically what we're actually doing right now, is revisiting the basic days of before we had Tilly two-piece or, you know, just any kind of crazy aggressive amounts of hull regen that you can stack. So we're going back. This is a throwback Saturday, I guess. Wrong day, Neko. We should have been doing this on Thursday, but it's fine. Okay, Cannon Scatter, Volley, and Beamfire at Will we are using as entwined tactical matrices. Triggers. And I always have to hover these things over wherever I'm putting them for a moment because it will warn me, is this dark space empty? When it, you know, it'll pop up. Or is it actually just something being dark and making it impossible for me to see? So, you know, usually I can kind of like, I think there's something in that shadow, and that can be helpful, but I always am paranoid and I double check. Let's see. So this is on the board. This is, we'll know that. That may not, in fact, be on the board. Where is my very cold in space? It has, did I move things around? I may have moved something, and that may have resulted in us losing it. So we will find it. Very cold in space. Mercifully, these things are alphabetized. And of course, that works best if you know what it's called. What is that thing I'm looking for again, right? So yes, 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 yes. We have all these and this. This. 36. I do not grasp the significance of 36 in this context. Mr. CJ, line 3. Option 6 is very cold in space. Well, line 3. Option 6. Oh yeah, I just put it there. Did I not? I feel like I just put it there. Did I put it here? Oh my gosh. Thank you, my seeing eye person. Okay, you know what? It's fine. I have admitted to this problem. And I have already stated that I really wish that instead of things being dark, that they would be like lit, but line through, like subtle line through, not something aggressive that's like, you may not use this or something, but just something that tells you in an alternate way. And of course, it doesn't have to replace this for people who like how that works. But, you know, like, I don't know. I feel like that's an accessibility thing of, are your eyes not great enough to distinguish so well that this is an occupied space, though it is dark? Use this alternate scheme. Let's see here. Attack pattern beta is missing, I'm quite confident, because it would be lit, so I don't need CJ to hunt it down for me. Attack pattern beta, you shall go here. Nothing is in this slot. So, let's see. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Yep. Yep. Yes. Yes. Yes, I put both of these here. I'm just a little taken aback by the fact that the changes I'm making, well, I suppose these two are over here when they normally would have been spammed by me. This cloak is honestly, why? Don't need you. You go there. Put this here. That'll make these a little bit more spammable than that console because I'm going to be saving it for heavier targets. But yeah, everything seems to be on the board, which, like I said, it's very strange and refreshing for it not to be crammed to the gills with things, because most things, in my personal opinion, are deserving of being on the spam bar. Okay. Oh. An empty slot, which actually I will move this here. I might actually want that to be higher in the rotation just for defensive sake, because this ship has felt rather squishy and I do not want the explosions. Okay. Which is, of course, makes it extra worrying that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slots that would normally be like crammed to the gills are not currently occupied, and yet everything seems to be accounted for. So, just doing a little bit of double check. And then also I do need to see, like, if I were to duty officers roster, if I were going to do emergency power to engines so that we're not missing, try the heal on crit trait. That's helped prevent me from exploding violently. Indeed, I have been telling people that routinely. I imagine you're talking about this one, automated protomatter conduit. That this is, in my opinion, one of the absolute best things you can slot to not die if you are having that problem. If you mean something else, then you should tell me what it is, because it's probably great. Now, let's see here. Okay. So we have doffed reverse shield polarity. We have doffed auxiliary power to the inertial dampers, which of course is going to be giving us, oh no, it heals when you crit, not when you are critted on. Oh. Doesn't that one have a lockout of like a duration? Not that that's a problem, but I feel like it's red colored. Should be a red, yep. We are of a like mind. Let me see. Red. Nope, not those. Nope, not that one either. Of course, these are alphabetical, but we are going to look for the red. Reactive shield repairs. Let's see. 375 hull restored per second for 5 seconds. Once every 20 seconds. Let's see here. 375 times 5 seconds, right, was the duration. Let me move this out of the way. 5 seconds, yes. I believe it's going to be about 1,500, but yep, 1,875 per 20 seconds. So 93 health per second. 93 health per second. Out of, let's see. Not that this is necessarily going to inform my decision. I'm just saying I'm doing some math to kind of like give me some perspective, because I don't feel like I mean, relative to some heals, because there are heals that are like 2,000 HP, like a, let's see, what was engineering team 1 doing? What would it do? Oh, 4,000, like 4.5 thousand. And that's going to be more like every 15 to 10 seconds. You know, it's every heal counts if we were, you know, trying real hard not to die. We are kind of actually, I could definitely alter my build much more aggressively to ensure I don't die. But I'm quite curious. What I'm trying to do at this point is not alter the build too much. We're just doing emergency power to shields 3, really, and reverse shield polarity 3 to see, you know, if the shield changes actually keep our shields up and make us extra durable. Because if they do, and I don't have to slot like Honor Dead or History Will Remember or That's a Big Ship, or I don't know, just like there's other things that help with either keeping your hull or your shields. Both, perhaps? Yes, I mean, there's at least like shield, like it's like shield overload, I want to say, where emergency power to shields would grant us a pretty substantial damage resistance rating to our hull and our shields, which, you know, is something to put on our radar as something that we might touch, but it might also have something to do with me being an NG officer. LOL, I'm hard to kill if in the right ship. Indeed, engineers do have the advantage of generally being more durable than other characters. And that is a benefit. Of course, I do wish that they had a smidge, just a smidge more in regard to like some damage. Like I would really like it if their EPS overload did basically emergency power to everything type effects. So like bonus weapon damage, and preferably bonus weapon damage, not just energy weapon damage, so that they're not like pigeonholed into energy weapons. But, you know, nothing too crazy. Like if it was 10 or even the 16.6 or whatever it is that emergency power to weapons 3 has. I don't know, I just feel like it'd be a nice little addition that'd be like, here you go, engineers. Just like this little morsel, put it in your mouth and enjoy. Let's see. But I do enjoy engineers generally. Particularly on ground. I feel like they've got some fun stuff for ground. And it's not like the gap between them, if you're, you know, really properly built, is the worstest thing. But, you know, attacks are kind of like the easy choice if you're aiming at deeps, but whatever. Let's see here. Yes, so as I said, I'm not sure. Last time I did any PvP, I couldn't kill anything, but no one could kill me. Indeed. Scissors meet rock. Oh, we have unsaved changes. We will not stand for that. But we actually do not want to save to Heidi Ho. We want to save to a new loadout slot. So it's a good thing that I bought quite a few because I was anticipating doing like this feature of 13th anniversary ships. And last stream was the Monitor. Like the first stream was overly ambitious. Hold on, let me just kinetic shields. That's what we're going to call it for now because that's kind of the theme of it. Okay. So my first stream was entirely too ambitious because I was like, I'm going to show off all 4 of the new ships from this anniversary's bundle. I'm just going to show all kinds of builds that you can do on them because I theory craft and I know all, like, well, not all, I know so many potentialities for these ships and I'm so excited. But, you know, of course, just leveling the ship the first time and putting the first build on each ship and then leveling it was taking so much time that there was no showing off of all the things you could possibly do with these ships. It was basically just like the introduction. These are the 4 ships that are going to be featured in future streams, I guess. And then yesterday, well, not yesterday, because I think I had a day of break, but the day before yesterday, I did a Monitor stream, which was very long. I think it was 5, like maybe 5.5 hours of featuring the Monitor, showing it off, especially because so many people were like, the Monitor was the thing that they were least looking forward to. And it was my most. Like, I was so ready for the Monitor. I have always loved the Nebula, and of all of the Federation starships that I'm like, that could be a carrier because of the mission pod. Like, you're supposed to change that thing out and turn it into something else. I'm having a blast with the Eagle. The Hydra has been a treat, though, to customize its look. Indeed. I like the Eagle, don't get me wrong, I'm quite interested to see what it can do. But of course, because Kale like made that tweet about its console perhaps overperforming, it's last on my list. Monitor is a neat little boat. It says Ton Kia. Indeed it is. And I will fangirl over it some more in a moment. But the Eagle, because of its potentially, you know, misbehaving console, it's last on my list because I want to give them the opportunity to fix it before I develop an unhealthy attachment to its ability to yeet torpedoes out of itself and into other things. But yeah, I must admit that pack of gum and how it pulls its wings in as it does its pilot maneuvers, that is certainly endearing. But I'm also quite looking forward to the Sirius. Actually, that was the sleeper ship for me a little bit because I already have the legendary Galaxy X. So it's, you know, and I really like that ship. I do really like that ship and I fly it quite frequently. It's very powerful, just like all around. It's a great all-rounder. But, you know, so, you know, when they're like, we're doing another one, it's like, and then I saw it was 4-4 and I was like, I don't know about that, but, oh, let's see. The Hydra console has been great on the Jem'Hadar Vanguard. I can toss out 26 pets and pop the console and watch lots of things melt. I would believe you that that would be a very potential, potent interaction of it. And I do look forward to, testing that out at some point. The console, like, I kind of like it. I like it on a carrier, like you're saying with the Jem'Hadar. Because I am using it on one of the builds that I put on the Monitor. But on this ship, it's, I don't know, like, somebody told me earlier in the chat that you can put on Reinforcement Squadron to, like, fake having a hangar bay and then use your multi-vector, and that it could be quite potent in that fashion. But I just don't think that those Reinforcement Squadrons, like, when I've been testing them, even with them being fixed now, like, before they were fixed, I would have expected their bonus damage to still do something, but they were bad. And then I have tested them since they are supposedly fixed. I believe they're supposed to actually use their powers. And I'm underwhelmed, like aggressively underwhelmed. It's possible that they're still not performing as intended, but my suspicion is that, I'm not going to say anything about my suspicion, because I do suspect actually that they're not performing as intended. That are just, like, the base is so bad that even with all that bonus on top of it, it's just like unhelpable. And I do, like, they're not affected. Like, I can't use SAD to make them go nuts. I would really be tempted to, like, as feedback, tell them, like, put SAD on these, like, make them spawn with SAD and see if they do anything. Because if they do anything under SAD, then, I don't know, that'll tell us something. But them performing as they are right now, and, like, I don't know. I'll leave that to Jonathan. He'll figure it out. Are they doing things? Are they not? Maybe other people will tell me, oh my god, they are super powerful, but not as far as I've seen. Like, yeah. Let's see. Oh, right. But the Monitor, she's she's something I was so looking forward to, because, I don't like the other Federation carriers in the game, because the one that won the competition of, like, building, like, players, we're going to let you choose the design or whatever. Like, it's and it's probably also just showing its age, but I wanted something with, like, a saucer and a secondary hull. And I really feel like the command battle cruisers actually look like something that could very easily be a carrier. But I'd always thought the Nebula, obviously, you can just swap out the mission pod and wham bam, she's a carrier. So when they actually did that, I wonder, like, who did that? Who designed that? Who came up with that concept? Whoever they are my spirit animal. And, and I just want to tell them that I thank you. Thank you for your contribution. But even just the build potential. Oops, sorry about that. Brushed a spring on my microphone boom. So it was tried to sing you the song of its people. But the build potential of that ship, I was like, oh my gosh, I can see so many things you could do with it. No, it doesn't have a secondary deflector, but I expect it's still very potent. And especially if you build it for exotics, like, I put all kinds of exotic shenanigans on it and took it into, Hive Onslaught Advanced. And it did the typical spike you would expect of going over 1 million DPS for that first little cluster of oblivion that you can generate as a science vessel. And it, I think by the end of it, came out with like 240 plus DPS, 240k plus. So yeah, a very respectable showing, I would say. And it also performed very well in my, like, aggressive pet. Like, I put on the it's some sort of, like, the flyers that you can summon off of the Donnie, because I have the legendary Donnie, and the swarmers from the swarmer console, and I was using sensor suspension burst. Let's see, were there anything else? I think that might have been it for my, like, focus on the pets type of thing. And that also did very respectably. I think, maybe it was a little bit less. Like, I think it came out in the end at, like, 200. I think it was over 200k, but it was like, it was a respectable showing. It was like, look, this ship, she can do damage, and she can do it exotically, and she can do it non-exotically, and like, she's great. What is wrong with all of you people? No, she doesn't have a secondary deflector. Get over it. But, yeah, so she was definitely like, and I do very much want to get back into her and fly her around and have all kinds of fun. I've always loved the Prometheus as well. So, you know, I was looking forward to this ship. I think I was perhaps a modicum disappointed when she wasn't a warship like the Legendary, but, you know, that just means that the Legendary Prometheus has the opportunity to fill that role. And this one has been, you know, perfectly serviceable in all sorts of ways. And if not serviceable, you know, quite potent. But also a lot of our testing that I've been doing today, Miracle Working extra console slot kind of made up for the Monitor's lack of sec def. Indeed, yes, Miracle Worker giving you a additional console is certainly a very potent thing. I do personally have a pet peeve with its ship mechanic because it's random, and like the plasma shockwave thing that it does puts you into combat, which is like, did you want full impulse to be available so you could get from here to there? Too bad. You were pre-buffing for your encounter, so you are now stuck at basic impulse. So yeah, I take issue with that. But yeah, Miracle Worker otherwise, other than its ship mechanic, the additional console, the cyclical quantum slipstream, it's all beautiful. And of course, Miracle Worker powers are also quite boonful, depending on how you use them. And yeah, so yeah, she's got a lot of potential, and she's great. She's a beautiful, wonderful ship. Love the look of her, love the performance, all around, just chef's kiss. Love it. And you know what? Perhaps it may. I don't know if it would have behooved me to put it at the end of my series of, you know, focusing on these ships, or you know, series of streams, or putting it at the start, because putting it at the start has perhaps given me, like, if the ship is feeling less whelming, it might be that, like, I miss my Monitor. But I mean, this is a good ship. I like the ship. She is pretty. But I also kind of want to get back into the Monitor. But I'm also excited for the Sirius. I am excited for the Sirius. So we'll see. I think it's going to be next. But now, I think we are prepared. We took a little chat break to talk about things, but I think, oh, and the other thing I was going to say is that when testing the ship, I have largely been doing it as solo Hive Onslaught Advanced and solo Infected Space Advanced, because I really wanted to put her through her paces. And, you know, there's nothing more rigorous than doing it by yourself. So also, of course, that can affect your parsing numbers, because generally, how quickly a instance ends will help to pad your numbers upward in terms of the damage that you dealt in the time frame allowed. Unless, of course, you end up with a super tryhard who comes in and steals all the noms, eats all the DPS, and so your parse goes down because they were just so stellar. Your brightness dimmed in comparison to theirs. But, and of course it does, you know, make it easier to show if you're streaming, doing it solo, that like, this is what it does without other people, without other coattails upon which we may ride. So we are going to private Hive Onslaught Advanced, and we're going to find out if our shields will hold, honestly, is probably what this is going to be the question of this event. Oh yeah, watching one little ship suddenly plow up one transwarp relay. Indeed. Or like seemingly one-shotting it, like as soon as it made contact with the enemy, like blam, and you're like, okay, cheater, why don't you go on and get out of here? Like, good for you, I celebrate you, but I was parsing. But, you know, you can't be that mad because, again, you know, especially if you are one of the people who's trying, like, not too hard. I don't try that hard, but I do try. So, you know, game respect game, I guess. You know, something around there. It's like, yeah, good job. And maybe if I study my parse of you, I might learn. I might adapt like the Borg. The Queen, she is taking some time to accept. Oh, yes, thank you. She has now accepted our cordial invitation to hopefully die. Hopefully that is what will happen, and not us. Oh my. I'm not sure I'm ready. I am ready to be able to actually see my ship do the things that we're going to be doing. Because before, she was basically constantly invisible. So we are going to watch the Prometheus do her work this time. Oh, and we are actually going to put Threatening Stance on because that will thicken our hull, which will be useful. And it's not as if these things have anything else to shoot at. I mean, they could shoot at the Houston, but are they? Like, is the Houston going to function as our tank? I'm pretty sure it's not. I don't think it fires at will. I don't think it has a threatening stance or some super crazy threaten whatever, which would have been an interesting mechanic for this, honestly. If they had been like, we provide your tank so that you don't have to cry. But no, they don't do that. They're not that nice. Which of course is just me largely kidding. But oh my gosh, these shields are holding very aggressively. Oh my gosh, like for these shields to still be up, I am quite floored. We haven't changed. Oh, nope, now they're not. What happened to our immunity to shield drain if below 50%? Well, you know, maybe it's, we're not getting drained, but they're just hitting us this hard. We're going to be using a buff that we customarily save. I find myself wanting pilot maneuvers so that I could more vigorously navigate. I think I'm also going to have to play it a little bit safer and kill the ads, you know, the spheres. They're the true nemesis of this place. Like, murder all the spheres and have all the cubes on you and I will survive just fine. Have all the spheres still out there while the cubes are mostly gone and they're still, like, they'd be aggressively wrecking me. I am enjoying the fact that I can see my ship, though. And we have not yet died, so, you know, those shield powers are doing some work. I think he may have run out of spheres. Hopefully. There may be some... What's that? That kind of looks sphere-ish. It's approaching. Yep, that is a sphere. Get it. Begone, sphere, I fear you most. And of course we are primarily using kinetics in the hope that the Borg Queen's feedback will not murder us immediately. But I'm quite confident that with how these shields have been holding up, that they would not do to prevent us from murdering ourselves if we were to, like, surgical strikes this. We would be murdering ourselves with feedback, I'm quite positive. Which would require that we invest very much more aggressively in survival, which is not something I'm sure I wish to do. First is a little bit lower, but perhaps not appreciably lower compared to our last run. It might be that I have had to fly a little bit more cautiously. Also not being served by the fact that, oh, yes, that tactical cube is trying to hide. How very dare you. Now I have to find a location at which I can attack you from. Okay. You are ruining my parser. Okay, we're just going to fly around until our energy weapon goes off. Oh, right here. And then it stopped. There. Oh my gosh. Wasteful. Wasteful. Alright, at least it was the last ship. Could you imagine if it... There was another one hiding elsewhere. Alright. Going to actually use our debuffs, our aggressively targeted debuffs. Huh, strange. I don't think it should have taken... I don't think that universal console should have gone off there. Feel as though it was supposed to require shift to trigger on that, but... What is... What? Okay. Trying to play the cutscene to skip. When we should have already very aggressively skipped it before. Well, scrambling our sensors, how dare you.
Your efforts are futile. Destroy this
All right.
and I will claim
We're going to
another.
pull ourselves out to a safer distance, and one at which our sniper trait will be more effective. Oh! Wow. That went down quite readily.
Eternal. This is
All right,
not
Sargora.
the end.
You have a good evening. Oh. That looked like something just blew up in her face. Wait, why? Why? This has been a buggy experience. What is happening? And apparently it's something that we can't target. It must be something's pet. I think I have auto-target pets off. Oh, very interesting. But this went quite well for being visible. So next we will be trying ISA solo.
Did you think you had destroyed me?
Oh my god, yes I had. I thought I had destroyed you. Where are you? Where is that voice coming from? Let's see here. Just checking our inventory to make sure that it's not getting out of hand before we attempt said ISA advanced. Oops, right. Private. ISA advanced. Moderate redundancy. Start. And this one almost always instantly pops. Almost as if people are constantly playing it or something, so it doesn't need to load the map.
The situation is grim. All attempts to hail the starbase have failed. We must assume the enemy has taken control. This is not acceptable.
I
We
agree.
must destroy the Borg fleet defending the starbase. Only then can we proceed with relief operations, if any survivors remain.
Indeed.
There's more. Scans indicate the Borg transwarp conduit is operational. If we don't destroy the conduit quickly, Borg reinforcements will overwhelm our forces here. Begin by destroying the nanite generators, then destroy the nanite transformers they maintain. Once those units are destroyed, the
Okay, I am now realizing that I did not put emergency power to weapons on my bar, so we may as well have put emergency power to engines on, but it's fine.
additional data is
I'm going to continue as I have and see what happens. I mean, if it was good enough for Hive, it should do here, right?
We are aboard. Surrender your vessel and prepare for assimilation.
Of course, the one irritation I possess with being a torp boat is the firing arc. Not that it is untenable, just I do prefer, you know, like the life of a phaser boat. Or, you know, wind kinetics, because I do very much enjoy kinetics due to their invulnerability to feedback in most circumstances. I mean, there is that one Aventine style enemy mob that can use its shenanigans to feedback kinetics, but I love mines. I really enjoy mines. And, you know, they don't have a firing arc. They have other quirks with which one must deal, but they do not have a firing arc. This actually would have been a prime opportunity to cast our ability on that, but we will do so later on the other one.
A probe is closing in on a transformer. Destroy it.
The cube already died, and I do not recall targeting it, so I'm quite curious how it, like, perhaps my spreads just kind of magnetized to it because it's so big.
A probe is closing in on a transformer. Destroy it. A probe is closing in on a transformer. Destroy it.
I'll find myself wondering if I remembered to replace Excitus Acta Probat with something else after I took off all of my intel abilities. Because it would be most unuseful. Okay, apparently... Ooh. Hey. You guys. You behave. You quit trying to kill me. Oh, triggered our trap card. Our temporal ultimate. It would be very useful if reverse shield polarity would come back online. It is now. We need to maximize it. Let's go get this gateway. It's all we've got. Because nothing can save us now. We do not have our temporal ultimate to save us.
Surrender your vessel and prepare for assimilation.
Oh no. Tactical Q, why are you trying so hard? We're going to retreat moderately and then target our spheres and drone, or what are those things called? Probes. And the probes that are following us. Now I do feel as though perhaps we can take this cube if, you know, focus it if the spheres get AoE'd. Yep. Good job. DPS is not quite as impressive as I would like, but we are surviving. And we could, of course, adjust our tactics to see what's what. Oh, and nearly jumped to 140 at the end there, so very nice. Go away, sir. I'm trying to nom. Nomming all the loot. Nom 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 nom. Alright. Is there any other noms? Are there any other noms? Noms is plural. Nope. But we successfully survived. I mean, our DPS did drop a bit, but we survived. And we were visible. So, but of course, the question is that a vindication of adding drain immunity to shields? Yeah, maybe. Like I said, in terms of how the game presently exists. But I do feel like immunity is always like the last hammer that you reach for. Because it is basically the nuclear hammer. Ah, beautiful ship. So pretty. Alright, leave map. The question of whether or not I would like to attempt this with an energy build. I mean, it could be functional. But of course, that Borg Queen would really be trouble. Because if Surgical Strikes does, like, blah, 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 things are just gone, like, it has enough deeps to rule the world, then, you know, it's possible that we could obliterate her before she has a chance to obliterate us. But also, Excitus Active Probat is still there, so our DPS was not being boosted by this 15% bonus damage that would have been there if we were using Intel. So all of our numbers could have been higher. Or we could have slotted something for survivability, which also may have improved our numbers by virtue of not needing to, be so hidey. To run around, hide, be a little bit like, strategic. Strike from Shadows. Well, Strike from Shadows also is not helping us very much here because of enemies needing to not be targeting us. I'm moving these toward the end. And we shall look for replacements. Interestingly, automated shield alignment would be a way for us to help keep our shields up, but also would give us bonus damage when when our shields are suffering. Let's see, I'm just scrolling through our starship traits to see if anything jumps out at me as something that obviously I should have adjusted these starship traits before I went off, but somehow they escaped notice. But today Neko has been very flighty. It was a windy day, and that makes Neko a tired Neko. But I was like, I want to stream. I'm not letting the weather hold me back. I've been very flighty today. I've made many a mistake. Nothing like too onerous. Honestly, it's a little bit of like still over 100k DPS, even though half the build is not technically correct because of problems. Like, your doffs are not right. You have kinetic doffs for an energy build, and some other mistake that Neko has made. But it's fine. We were fine, and and the weather did not win. Also, the rain. The rain does that to Nekos. At least this one. Okay, well, you don't even need to be equipped, so let's just click you since we came across you. And again, the thing is that if we were more durable, we would have flown more aggressively, and that very well may have upped our deeps. And of course, a trait like History Will Remember is in fact a damage booster while also being a tremendous survivability boon. would be quite curious if History Will Remember and Honored Dead wouldn't boost us to the point that our improved survivability allows us to be, well, Elite just ate my new tank build. I am so sorry for that, Dead Shinzo. I'd be quite curious as to what your ship is. Improved critical systems is, of course, always something that can be used. Improved feedback pulse. If we were aiming in that direction, perhaps, can be quite potent. Something I do actually generally aim for with kinetics is like, especially when we're not doing hidden stuff, which, you know, our hidden version was a boon to those traits that we were using before. Operation Miracle Worker Cruiser. As in like the original Miracle Worker trio, the engineering version of it, which I believe is the Scott version. Kick them while they're down. Nope. Lost in time. Yes. That would be another like, back to the beginning. And get out of jail. Yeah. Ooh. I could see being quite potent. I think that elite, tanks are usually aiming at command for the damage resistance of Suppression Barrage 3, but that doesn't mean that's a box you have to live in. You can see the box, respect the box, tell the box to go away because you're trying something else. Named it the USS Roosevelt because it serves as my tank. I'm not sure I understand the reference. Perhaps you can explain how Roosevelt was a tank. I mean, depending on the Roosevelt, one of them was in a wheelchair. He was a tank. He spoke softly and carried a big stick, and he had wheels. That's a tank. Roosevelt got shot mid-speech and laughed about it and continued his speech. What? That is a factoid I was not aware of. Did they shoot him in his leg where he couldn't feel it, perhaps? I feel like that sounds like the correct way that story could have gone. We're just still looking through your traits. I do like to narrate for anybody who might just be listening. He was shot in the chest with a .38 Colt. What? My goodness. Even more respect. Sir, hats off to you. But now, let the conspiracy theories begin. He was a robot all along. Well, there's that shield overload trait that I had mentioned earlier. I don't know how much that would help. I would be curious to find out. Curious to find out if we slot that. If, Hive Onslaught seemed to be where our shields were having the most trouble. But... Let's see. He was the vessel piloted by a tiny alien in his head, a la MIB. Yes, Men in Black. Yep. I mean, that definitely could be it. Especially, could you imagine if the alien, it laughed because it didn't understand our culture? It was like, that's the appropriate response. Funny joke. I commend you. Oh, right. Plus 75 all damage resistance rating, plus 75% shield resistance for 30 seconds. And the effect decreases every 5 seconds over those 30 seconds. Hard to say. I feel like it could be quite boonful, but also, you know, it gets down to meh. And I would expect that, you know, the hull tanking method that this game, you know, that has been enshrined in the meta, I expect that breaking that is quite difficult and a little bit counterproductive because, you know, you can live without shields, but you cannot live without a hull. I was thinking that, interestingly, superior area denial actually would not be a bad thing to put on our build, even though we don't have pets. Or at the very least, if we did have pets, they would not be something affected by it. Is that the damage reduction that your energy weapon's touching? We have our one energy weapon, which will fire at will and boop things. So that would be a damage reduction. But I do not think we will go in that direction. The best offense. What is this? Oh, right. That's the one from the Sirius, which I think is seriously underwhelming. Considering how hard it is to keep shields in general, and the ship comes with a console that rips your shields off, and it's not bonus all damage. And of course, this is all damage with directed energy weapons. It should be bonus all damage for having your shields high. Like, it should be like, hats off to you, sir. Here is a heaping helping of bonus damage because you kept your shields up, even though we know it's so very hard to do so. I really wish the combat was more engaging, like Bridge Commander, full 360 flying, and able to full-on roll 2 with top and bottom shields to manage. Yes, I loved Bridge Commander, and when I started playing this game, like 2012, I want to say, that's exactly what I expected it to be. I thought it was going to be Bridge Commander for space and perhaps Elite Force on ground, but it is neither of the things. It's still like, you know, Star Trek Online. I enjoy it for what it is. Obviously, I stuck around, but I did spend quite a bit of time ranting and railing on the forums, telling people, like, this is not how it should be. You know, of course, I was expecting something more along the lines of a simulator, while this game is a traditional MMO with a Star Trek veneer. That's my dream, lol. If they upgrade it to that, best MMO ever. Yeah, that would have to be a Star Trek Online too. And you know, there was a group of people who were working on doing just that. It was, I believe, called Star Trek Excalibur was their fan project. The engine they built this game on is limited to how it is now. Yeah, I would expect so. That's one of the things where, you know, Kale said on a stream that when people say they want the game moved to a new engine, that they really mean they want the game to look better. They're like, if we migrated this game to another engine exactly as it is, it would look exactly the same. I disagree, because other engines like Unreal and Unity both have better physics, better, you know, like they have ray tracing support, all kinds of things that this game does not have, and frankly, like, probably never will, because the investment to try and bring those things to this dilapidated engine is like, why? And also, they obviously don't have the in-house design power to really be like, you want to split your focus like that? Please, no, just pay the licensing fee and use someone else's engine. So yeah, I think that the game would have so much more potential if they were to move it over to another game, both in terms of how it looks and how it plays. Not that it needs to be completely revamped or anything. And I mean, there's an argument to be made that there's space for both games to exist. This one and a version that is a simulator, because I think that they speak to different audiences, perhaps. Though if it turned out that the simulator version of the game, ended this one, I would not be surprised. But, it's a toss-up. This one has a lot of potential, a lot of depth and stuff that a simulator would, inherently lack, because your ship would have to be, generally canon accurate, unless how fudged are you going to fudge those lines? Oh, but again, the best offense from the Sirius, I believe that this is a trash tier trait. But anyway, that's my Neko review. Trash tier trait, meh. I believe the console is also Garbo, but the ship itself, she, I believe, is quite capable of a lot of great things. Still scanning. So far, I am still looking in the direction of perhaps Honor Dead, so that our hull under our shields is more robust, so that we can be a little bit more aggressive. And either History Will Remember, although it has some undesirable quirks, has, quite a bit of goodness to it too. The quirks being if you map move, you lose your stacks. But that's a big ship. Let me see. I don't think it comes with regeneration. I think it's just capacity and damage resistance. So between the two, I think that History Will Remember would win, plus it is a damage increase. Cat 1, but damage nonetheless. That's a big ship. Let's just double check. Plus 10% hull, maximum hull, plus 10% all damage resistance rating. Stacks up to 3. Yep, as I thought. So I do think that we are going with also Strike from Shadows. You can go away now. Those are the only things that really stand out to me. Other than Shield Overload, I am kind of curious to see if our shields become aggressively more resilient. Let's see, what is our cooldown on Hive Onslaught? I will check from private just to be sure. Hive Onslaught. Head is in the way, perhaps? Go, gadget. Cell phone zoom. 4 minutes. I would not be opposed to putting on History Will Remember, because I believe that would be the best thing for shoring up our hull under the shields. And then using Shield Overload as well, just to see if our shields are, very aggressively more present. Because I do have a strong suspicion that automated shield alignment would be, pretty potent for keeping our shields up, and also would be a decent damage increase when our shields are failing, but kind of feels like, obviously, the 25% shield heal that it's supposed to do, at least when there are plentiful enemies that are dying relatively quickly, I would expect our shields to stay up. You know what? Maybe, no, we're not going to do that. I was going to maybe go very aggressively shields with this shield damage resistance and the automated realignment, but I feel like that would ruin our experiment of whether or not the additional shield resistance keeps us up. So I went and checked out Star Trek Excalibur, and they have not updated since 2021 as far as I could see. Yes, Project Axanar, Star Trek Axanar, the fan production, ruined basically all Star Trek fan productions. It made CBS crack down crazy hard on anything being done on the side. So I believe that they, kind of boarded the windows because they didn't want to end up getting aggressively sued. It's possible that they're still working on it internally, or it's possible that they allowed their hopes and dreams to die when CBS decided to be extra mean, instead of just they should have just really booped Axanar so hard that nobody else would dare do what they were doing, But you didn't need to hand down a list of like, now everybody else, you can't do Star Trek, like practically at all. But indeed. Adam, you are present. You are present, sir. Shaka, when the walls fell. Yeah. Axanar, when the cease and desist came. Let's see. Right. It'll be in the H's because I am going to do Honored Dead. It will have a more durable hull. I really like, we're going to try and keep an eye on our shields and see if they actually stay up. We're going to save this to kinetic shields. Save to kinetic shields. But, yes, Excalibur. I was looking so forward to it. It would have been beautiful. And oh, that's the other thing, is that I really feel like if you as CBS go, hey, fan production, you're doing too much. Bring them in-house, you know? Tell them, hey, you can't do that out there, but we will put you on our payroll and we will make your production official. You know, like, I feel like that would have been nice. Well, and a lot of it was because CBS Plus Paramount Plus, oh, CBS Plus Paramount Plus was in the works too. Oh yeah, I know, we can't have something so nice and polished and beautiful and what the fans wanted competing with our new Trek. Games Workshop that did Warhammer. Oh, that must be like the name of a studio. Did Warhammer and 40K, did the exact same thing when they made their online service go live. They cracked down on fan productions of 40K stuff. I love how that episode came true for our culture. We send memes to quickly tell others our mood. Which episode? Feel like they nuked it or gave people jobs and they canned them after they signed a do not compete. Oh, right. That is a very, very trashy thing to do, is to pull someone in and then fire them and be like, haha, you signed a do not compete. I feel like that there should be a bad faith law or something for that, where if a company hires you with a do not compete and immediately fires you, like, obviously, like any judge worth their salt should be able to look at that case and be like, no, we're not respecting this do not compete. You are free. A lot of people got upset at Games Workshop, as they should. TNG Dharma. Right. Right. Of course. Memes. I guess. Yeah, that's sort of... Oh my god, that's so Darmok when the walls fell. Our memes are more visual, though. Memes. Oh my gosh, nobody's done that. I don't think, like, even, the Orville? Like, that would be a prime thing for the Orville to do, is, like, encounter a species who communicates entirely visually with pictures that are memes. Or perhaps there is text involved, but, you know, like the "this is fine" dog in the burning house, but like the language doesn't quite exist outside of the memes or something. I feel like that would be a delightful... Beth McFarland, if you are watching, that idea is mine. And I will sue. I'm mostly kidding. Just credit me and send me a check. That's fine. Oh, right. Flying around enjoying our beautiful ship. Forgot that we have an appointment with the Queen to find out if this change to our build has made us more durable. Hive Onslaught. If it has, then we can fly more aggressively. And we will have higher deeps, hopefully. By virtue of a better shield, we will have higher deeps. Make it memes and emojis. Indeed. I will not even say the first combo. Well, you know, Oh, and I can totally see, like Doctor Lady who was on DS9, being like, Captain, it seems that these people are communicating with some form of hieroglyphics. Start. Yep, because it's advanced. Also, what could be very interesting is people who communicate verbally with memes. You know, like the language has devolved into memes. Like, you know, like eggplant, water droplets. The best part at the very end, hold on, I have to continue that thought. Like, Captain, what does this mean, what this person has just said to me? It's like, we're running it through the translator. Oh, he thinks you're very attractive. And the best part, very end, they start acting normal and just wanted to troll the galaxy. Oh my. Wouldn't that have been terrible if that TNG episode had gone that way? And they're like, that was a test. We would not interact with the rest of the galaxy until one of you morons could figure out this language we made up as a test to find out if you were intellectually capable, compatible, whatever. But I mean, that's the thing, is that also they failed at learning English or Federation Standard or whatever you want to call it. So it's not like it's the Federation's fault that they had such a hard time for such a long time, because everybody else is this way. People, you would think that you would have like tried extra hard to figure out. Also, their language, I do not understand how their language makes sense, because it communicates in, well, I'm going to be focusing here in a moment, so I will pay attention to you in a moment, chat, but I will hopefully remember that thought I was having. But first, we need to survive the onslaught of the hive. Okay, we're going to be a little bit more aggressive, right? That's what we promised. And we're going to see if our changes, like not too more aggressive though, because we don't want to be fools. Oh, our shields, they are not present. So back again. Okay. Emergency. Nope. Emergency. Oh. I don't know. They're kind of doing some work. This could be a deficiency of shield recovery capabilities. But the thing is that there is, ooh, ouch. There is no way, like, you can't do a shield regen build. They just don't regen the same way that hull does. Stop killing us. Yep, thank you. Looks like we have regained our... okay, what's that ship with the trait that... There's like... I think it's the Sagan, that when you activate feedback pulse, it gives you reverse shield polarity. When you activate reverse shield polarity, it gives you feedback pulse. I feel like that would be very potent if we were trying to focus on shields. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still feel like shields are kind of broken and need help, but let's see. Cube, we cordially invite you to no longer be here. What else? Oh, another one gone. Yes, excellent. The question is, of course, do we have spheres lurking? We need to intercept the tactical cube or whatever. Is it this one? Maybe. Or is that one down there? Whichever one tries to run and hide in these constructs, they need to not exist, because they are a severe problem for us. Alright. Sphere. My nemesis. No, and our shields are gone again. We're surviving rather well, I think, but I do believe that that is largely thanks to, you know, well, reverse shield polarity is certainly doing some work, but,
Join us.
it's gotta be,
One with us.
on or dead. All damage resistance, let us check. Yeah, when we're at like nearly 70 hull damage resistance. And it's, of course, regenerating us. Like, I'm sure everything's working together, but I can't say that our shields have become obviously more durable from having had shield overload or whatever it was called. I know what it does. I know where it comes from. But help me if I know for sure what it is called. And honestly, Neko is bad with names in general, so that, you know, that's just far over the course. Interesting. Our shields were like flawless for that. Oh, what? Perhaps because it had not yet decided to be alive yet? I don't know.
I control every ship, every drone speaks with my voice. Your efforts are futile.
Alright, come get some, lady.
Destroy this vessel, and I will claim another.
Let's see, how are we doing? He's going down. We're doing great. Our deeps aren't as high as we would like. But we soloed HSA and we were fine and everything was great. You know, like, I'd like a higher number. I would like it to go faster. I would like to get the optionals, but, you know, we'll see. Okay, first, let's see. Oh, and again, we have this stupid thing. Let's see. In the best part, the very end, they start acting normal and just wanted to troll the galaxy. Oh, right, we already read that. Oh, well, I think TNG had an episode where Picard had to say something to alien race, like, perfectly, or they'd offend and might blow up the Enterprise or something. So it's not off-brand for them to do something like that. Indeed, I do believe I remember Deanna Troi, like, coaching him on it or whatever. LOL, turns out the race of aliens had a second language they would use to talk to others based all in math, which the computer could translate, was found in the novels. Huh. Interesting. Sagan, it's what I run on my tank. Oh, uh-huh. And Neko knew where it came from. And there is a DOF that extends RSP and extends the copy as well. Oh, so the DOF that I'm currently using for this RSP would synergize very well with the Sagan trait. Interesting. Well, that's not happening for Neko unless somebody becomes aggressively generous and, like, sends me the ship, or it goes into a Mutts bundle, because, you know, I would like to have the ship, but I'm really, really not fond of having a ship on just one character. I'm an altaholic. I'm, like, sort of. I'm still building my alt collection because I like a theme. So, like, this character is Cyclops from X-Men and he's costumed appropriately. I have costumes in the works that I haven't, like, put a character on or put a character to yet. But yeah, I want all of my characters to have all of the options and all of the traits and things. Like, no, I don't want just the Sagan on this one character in a wildly expensive fashion. I find that unacceptable. Although I do occasionally make exceptions, like, the Cheval from Discovery, the Vulcan ring ship. As soon as I saw that on Discovery, I was like, okay, that is definitely coming to Stowe. It's obviously going to be a lockbox or whatever, but I made a Vulcan character immediately, and his job was to fly that ship. And yeah, that is a thing that happened, and I bought that 1.5 billion EC ship just for that one character, and that's the kind of splurge that I do not enjoy making. But, you know, I like it. I like what I've done. It's great, whatever. It's not like I'm sad about it. And also because I think the trade and console really don't do anything, so it's not too much of a loss to the rest of the account. But, you know, still, I would have rathered it be MUDs or something. Or even just C-Store. All right, so we could test this build against ISA, although I suspect that considering the performance of the shields, they were better in were they better? I think they may have been better in HSA. Well, I mean, last time when I was doing HSA versus ISA, I think the shields held up a little bit better in ISA when it wasn't, oh no, you know, HSA. When ISA was not HSA, the shields seemed better, but I wouldn't say appreciably so necessarily. Could have just been that my reverse shield polarities were occurring at a very happy cadence. Fortuitous, generally, because I mean, there was some run and hide a little bit. Oh, I do want to ask Tankia, hoping I pronounced that correctly, the feedback pulse and the RSP, do they kind of, like if I hit feedback pulse and it gives me RSP, does that put my RSP like on a global cooldown or gray it out? Or would I be able to activate my RSP? Oh. I'm honestly not sure I like that, because I would prefer like while that RSP is active, this RSP is waiting in the wings, and then when it goes away, the RSP becomes available, and then feedback pulse also activates, and like, you know, kind of like that, you know, it not working that way requires micromanagement of this one and then this one, and I don't care for that. But, you know, it's interesting that it's a thing. But that is the type of micromanagement that Neko very often is like, meh. Yeah, you have to just watch them a little, but I can have like RSP up for a minute or so. Indeed, I would expect that to be the case. Yeah, really should. Yeah. Do pets get the perks from consoles like 15% bonus to anti-proton if the pets use anti-proton themselves? Not to the best of my knowledge, they don't. I'm pretty sure that your pets don't benefit from anything on your ship unless it specifically says that it benefits pets. I'm not even quite sure on plus all damage. Like there's 2 consoles in the game that I'm, you know, immediately aware of that are like plus 10% or plus 20% perhaps all damage. The whole image refractors and the ominous device, and I'm not aware of them boosting pets. And I'm honestly quite grateful that pets don't get boosted in that way, because I like that pets can be separate from you and you don't have to like match, you're using phasers and they're using phasers to like get the most out of them. But you know, it'd be nice if they like respected our crit chance or crit severity, which is, you know, what apparently Jonathan is looking at with the reinforcement squadrons changes. But yeah, plus 15% to anti-proton for anti-proton pets should not be working, to the very best of my knowledge. Oh, look at Adam, just using me to recruit for the fleet, which is fine. I also have made my own Discord, but I, you know, for the purposes of I'm a streamer, so I have my own Discord or whatever, but I haven't like done anything with it yet. And so So, you know, I'm not advertising my dead Discord. Maybe I should, because people could totally join it. You're not going to get bothered by having done so. I'm not going to be atting everyone while I'm, you know, still figuring out how to even do most of this stuff that I'm, you know, like I said, brand new. We're 3 streams in. You can join the Discord without joining the fleet. Yes, that is true. You can. But is that your intention, Adam? Be honest. Like, no comment. Let's see. Yeah, I don't really feel like testing this against ISA as is, because I'm pretty confident that, well, you know what? The 75 damage resistance rating from this was probably really helping us to get a high hull damage resistance rating. But it was insufficient, and I strongly suspect that pairing it with History Will Remember would be a better hull tanking strategy. But of course that begs the question, if we're using the hull tanking strategy, do we even need to bother with reverse shield polarity and emergency power to shields? Well, let's try... Well, backup shield batteries could be interesting if we bothered slotting, you know, like tachyon beam. Yes, just the people might want to chill in Discord because you won't always be on stream. That is true. Backup shield batteries, as I said, could be potent, but it's only 1 shield facing every 15 seconds, and I feel like when we're really taking it hard, that seems insufficient. Well, I'd be curious. Does it have a max once per 15 seconds? That's the other thing, is that there's a lockout. Because if we could use draining abilities, which there's only like 3, tachyon beam, charged particle burst, and energy siphon. Tychon's Rift? You know, that counts. I mean, it doesn't... yeah, that should count. So 4. Are there more than that? Don't think so. But of course, Drain is the red-headed stepchild of science, so why would I have Drain memorized? Yeah, if it weren't for that lockout, it would actually be potentially potent, but I'm thinking that 15 lockout, 15 second probably ruins it. Unless you have, like, the thickest shields possible, in which case maybe it's enough. But I'm betting it's not. But let's find out how many shields, you know, how many shield hit points we have. 15k. 15k shields repaired for 15 seconds. That's actually quite potent relative to, like, say, Science Team. Yes, I know, and as somebody who builds a lot of drain boats, I'm sure you know that the game doesn't really like or respect you. It's like, you go ahead, that's cute, you do that. But, and drains can be very interesting and very potent. I had a very aggressively drain-focused Intrepid once upon a time that, you know, was kind of aimed at, for one, keeping its shields against the board, because I was using the Delta Alliance shield with its innate 50% shield damage, or, you know, shield drain reduction. Lots of flow caps. I was using the dual consoles, which I believe come from the research lab, that give you drain and shield capacity. So I was getting, like, crazy high shields and really high drains for drain resistance. And then I was using improved tachyon beam to heal not only myself, but the shields of everybody around. So it was really cool. It was a really cool shield healing, team support sort of build, and, you know, shield murdering. which largely, honestly, I think that it was primarily the quantum phase torpedo or whatever that comes from that one Lucari mission that under torpedo spread just crazy rips shields in general. So like you put a whole bunch of drains behind it and it just takes them off. So yeah, it was a really good shield stripper, but considering that so many people build for shield bypass in the first place, you know, either with exotics that bypass or, you know, they invest into, you know, for example, that one trait, which we have equipped. I'll just, self-modulating fire. Where is it? It should be on here. There it is. The cracked shield, duh. Self-modulating fire. You know, people aim for shield bypass in so many ways that I feel like a drain build is kind of like, again, you know, you're doing it for fun. Is Carbomite maneuver good? It's from Ominous Device. I don't think I've ever used it. Doesn't it like fear your enemies and make them run around or whatever? The fun with Drain is Drain X increased disables duration time as well. Oh, increased disable duration time as well. That is true. Well, wait. It does? Control should really be what does that. That's not how that should work. Although, what was I thinking? I do think that there is perhaps room to, I've seen it done in other games where one stat still affects another stat. Like if you have high wisdom, it doesn't increase your magical damage as high as Intel does, but it still increases it. While Intel, you know, might be mostly focused toward damage, magical damage, and then also put some points toward defense, or perhaps it's entirely towards attack. But I do think that perhaps if they made it so that drain adds like 1/4 of what particle gens does, and perhaps also control does that, then somebody could focus on drains and control and then still have a respectable like part gens equivalent. Well, not equivalent, but you know, like they'd have damage, like they'd be adding damage in the process. I think that would perhaps assist, you know, drains and controls, which are people build for control because of gravity well, but outside of that, generally it's EPS or bust. I feel like that could shake up that meta for science. Yeah, it makes maxes speed, no turn, and they zoom away, plus the console gives plus 20 all damage. See, I wouldn't mind putting the console on for its damage boost, but I personally would not use the active because I don't want my enemies to run away generally. I want them to stay so I can blow them away. But if it does make them perhaps stop attacking you, that could be a survival power. But I look at it and I think it's like when somebody uses delayed overload cascade as a science power, it knocks everything like as if they're breaking the first batch of billiard balls. And like, you ruiner. How dare you? So yeah, anything that sends things flying I'm not terribly fond of. Let's see here. Backup shield batteries, that's what we were thinking about. And of course it is potentially a potent heal. Like you can't deny the fact that a 15-second, like in this case, 15k shield is, well, let's see, because like science team, you have like a 3k science team, it's actually 9k. This actually isn't all that impressive. And if you pair that with fresh from R&R, you can get that down to 10 seconds. So, you know what, actually, this trait is relatively garbo, perhaps. Automated shield alignment. That's our best chance at keeping our shields up. So we're going to give that a try. Let me see here. Private. Infected. Advanced. Start. And we shall try. We shall see if our shields stay up with this, which I would expect it would. And of course, the bonus damage we get as our shields are depreciated, 15% when they're completely gone, would be an analog to the Excitus Actiprobat that we pulled off by not being a hidey-ho. The ship is pretty. I'm sure I will want to fly it more. It's just, again, I'm really looking forward to the Sirius. I haven't even really done anything with it yet. And the Monitor. Although, I shall share with you my disappointment that the Monitor, apparently Monitor is a protected term, and I can't imagine why. I'm not aware of anything in Star Trek that is the USS Monitor, and like legendary status that they would protect its name. So I wonder if that's a spoiler alert for what's coming up in, something in Star Trek, that the Monitor is already protected. But, chat, if you can tell me if you know of a Star Trek Monitor that is, canon and sufficiently legendary that they would bother protecting the name, or if somebody just was confused, because I'm very displeased that I could not name my Monitor the USS Monitor. Oh, right. Let's also put our emergency power to weapons on the board. I do wonder if not having emergency power to weapons hasn't helped save us. Like maybe the reason why we, one of the reasons why we were not getting as yeeted by the Queen's feedback pulse is because we were missing some bonus damage. Get him, Torps. Get him. Oh, no. What is happening? My mouse is being weird? My mouse is being very weird. Ruiner of horses. What is happening? What? What is happening? What is happening? Chat, are you seeing this? You should be seeing this. Your screen is my screen, but what? What? Oh my goodness. Is this lag? Is this rubber banding? What is happening? Okay. Okay. What? Oh my gosh. Where's... My mouse is here. Now it's... Let us make sure that... Okay. I feel like...
The nanite probes can repair the transporters. Stop them.
I think a macro maybe went off that was not intended for anything that was happening right now. So, of course, our experiment is not perhaps ruined, but it is very aggressively tainted by the fact that, obviously our deeps are going to suffer, but we haven't died throughout all the shenanigans that just happened.
A probe is closing in on a transporter. Destroy it.
Although I am noticing, I feel like that cube should already be dead. Like that had been what was happening previously. That it would be gone already.
A probe is closing in on a transformer. Destroy it.
defensive capabilities are unable to withstand us. Lower your
There was a
shields
perfect
and await
example of
assimilation.
where 360 motion from, okay, well, either it was a macro triggering that should not have, or it was the servers being special, because I have been experiencing that. Servers have been having lag issues here and there for the last, like, 8 hours or so. Okay. So, I mean, maybe it's one or the other, and I honestly do not know. I'm going to need to be mindful of, like, the only thing, like, I do have a macro for, like, leveling, reputations, because that's a lot of clicks. Like, if you're doing all of those reputations, then you are murdering your carpal tunnels. And so, I made a macro, you know, mouse clicky type thing that, you know, click here, whatever, to, you know, I have to sit and watch it because it's not like it's a bot or anything. I have to make sure it goes correctly. I have to make sure, like, if it's a level up opportunity, I need to, like, you know, stop it and do things to whatever. But it could arguably have been something that was, like, trying to click around. I'm going to need to make sure it makes itself known. Like, we are attempting to level the reputations at this exact moment. So at least then I'd be like, I would know what was happening and know for sure that it was not user error, although I don't... It's been so long since I've even had to level a reputation that I don't... What? No, I mean, I really don't think it should have gone off, but... Who knows?
Resistance is futile.
And of course that cube is making excellent time to try and come murder us. Random passing thought, but would assimilated ships count toward the Hydra console? LOL could make a ship that's made to do that. Indeed, that is an interesting thought. I've never used the assimilating type consoles, really. You know what? Actually, it's striking me that perhaps, like, yes, killing the ads would help me here, but also killing the ads gives me my shield, so I'm kind of tempted to keep them alive for the cube. Like, keep preserving at least some of the ads if they're not hitting me too hard. Come on, gate, be dead. And then... Tactical cube, yes. Focus you down with our abilities. Honestly, I've been negligent. I'm supposed to be using these engineering powers. Nearly getting 100k DPS out of a run that was very aggressively ruined is not shabby, I would say.
Disarm your weapons. You
All right,
escort us
112k DPS.
begin assimilating
So
culture
an
and
absolutely ruined
technology.
farce was still only like, what? I feel like we got... I'd have to check. I want to say it was like 120, but that feels like that has to be wrong considering how horribly this went. Let's see. Take this, and then... Are there any others? Nope, but we do need to visit Quark and liberate ourselves of a loot. Where did that box just go? There. Oh, well, I think it's the last loot. So we will delete. Like usually I like a stack of batteries or something. Yeah, because that's not going to sell for much. Just one quick check. I think that having done this, that we would be aiming at the whole tanking meta once again for our ability to stay alive. So, Neko's official position on the shield changes. Meh. Like, reverse shield polarity obviously does some work, but outside of that, let's see, I heard a deedle doot. I want to go check, see if there's... Oh, nope. Does not appear to be anything directed toward me, so... yes, I'm so used to dismissing this lady because she's always harassing me. But I do actually need to go on to Deep Space Nine this time. Oh, another deedle. Just checking. Nope, nothing.
What can I get for you?
You can get me rid of all these things. I shall read what chat said in a moment after I am done paying hawkish attention to the things that are being sold, just in case there's anything worth keeping or something that definitely should not have been unprotected and somehow managed to be. And also just a quick roll of paranoia. That looks fine. I don't know which one does it, but some space beams increase your shield's resistance, I think. I'm inclined to suspect that that wouldn't help because, the whole meta is primarily regeneration based, like a passive regen based. So, I mean, yes, resistance helps, obviously, but it's primarily just like crazy high hull regen, and the fact that shields, based on what I've heard from the DPS League, because, again, I am not the spreadsheet tester. I am not the one who's like diving into the numbers to try and like perfectly understand things. But hull regeneration works off of your max capacity, while shield regeneration works off of your base capacity of the shield. So if your shield starts at 14k, even if you can bump it up to a 50k shield, which can be done, I've done it, no matter how much regen you throw at that thing, it's still going to be calculating its regen as if it was a 14 or like 17k shield. So part of the meta imbalance there would be that shields don't have that regen. If you check the Endeavor system, there is no shield regen Endeavor point. Like something that you could put into their shield hardness, but there's no shield regen. And then there's like just loads of things that are hull regen. There's Honor Dead, there's History Will Remember, there's Built to Last, there's like, is it Universal Engineering or something? Like it's something very, very low down on my, not there. List of traits. List of starship traits. Unified engineering. There's all kinds of sources of pretty chunky hull regen. There's the Tilly 2-piece. When doing any type of like control build, there's regenerative control synergy, which is 45% hull regeneration for 10 seconds. So if you're actually firing off some controls, then that's excellent. Repair crews for 25%, I believe, when it fully stacks. Enlightened 15%. Living hull, what does that do?
I miss Rom.
Is that also plus 15% while in combat, doubled out of combat? That might not be performing as intended, because every time I've seen a tooltip that says this is the in combat regeneration rate, it's actually been its out of combat regeneration rate that gets cut in half when you go into combat. You know, as far as I've been able to tell. There is a hull regen under the space reputations. Yeah, like there's so many sources of hull regen, and there was Enlightened we just passed. There's so many sources of hull regen, and obviously sources of hull capacity, and then the fact that hull regen is based off of your max capacity. The more hull capacity you have, the more the regen works. And then when you add resistance on top of that, just all around that, like that is the meta of survival. And then any active healing is just frosting on that cake, you know, that aggressively already potent foundation. Any heals that get thrown on top of that are, you know, just bonus. But when it comes to shields, there are basically no traits that do what all these traits I just listed do, either Starship or Personal. There is that one trait in Reputation that is also Borg for increasing your regeneration rate, and I don't think it's as potent as even like the whole regen one from Borg rep, but which is probably also because of, you know, if it has a number to it, because it just tells you like regen's number of shields every 6 seconds, I want to say. And that's the other thing, is that because shields tick up at certain intervals, well, I think hull regens constantly. I imagine that also plays into the lack of reliability, because between ticks you're vulnerable, which I'm not saying that shouldn't be the case, because, you know, if you have a game like this where you have basically 2 health bars, one being shields and one being hull, then hull becomes trivialized if you can never get to it. So I wouldn't expect shields to be as beefy as hull or whatever, but you know, particularly in a game like Star Trek Online, which is based on Star Trek, where shields were everything. You know, usually shields would be what you like would design for, and then hull would be the thing that's, you know, like if you inversed this meta of shields, like if the Tilly 2-piece regen shields the way that hull does, then you'd have a very thematically appropriate version of the hull versus shield dichotomy. But yeah, so, but those are my understandings of why shields aren't bad or are bad, is that the meta for hull does not exist for shields, like not even remotely. And I don't know, like there's even things like they don't tell you on the stat sheet what your current shield resistance is. They don't tell you on the stat sheet what your shield hardness is. They tell you what your resistance to various things is, but not your shield stats. So, you know, it's also kind of hard to, like, even just from a marketing perspective of trying to market a power to people, of like, this power increases your shields by whatever percentage. It's like, well, I can't tell what my shield resistance is at, so, you know, yay? Or you like mentally try to calculate it, or like if I use emergency power to shields 3 plus this plus this plus that, then I should have whatever. And then there's also the nebulous concept of shield hardness versus shield resistance in the first place, which I watched a video by a YouTuber. I'd like to give you the name, but I don't remember. But they had, oh, well, you know what? It's a video that's like titled Star Trek Online going above 75% shield resistance, I believe. Like if you type that, I feel like you would kind of probably find the video. But he talks about hardness and resistance are apparently different. Although I could swear that when Jet was our lead systems designer, that she had said that they're basically interchangeable, but based on his description, it sounded like hardness was perhaps meant to be like bonus shield resistance, where, well, because they say hardness is negation, like that is just ignored, and then like whatever percentage that hardness is completely ignored, and then whatever's left after is reduced by resistance. So it would probably be akin to like category 2. Yeah, I feel like that would be a correct analysis, or analogy would be like it's probably category 2 shield resistance is what it's supposed to be. But I don't know if it actually functions that way. And earlier in the chat today, we had a PvPer who came in and was saying that something I had known for a long time, relatively long time, about accuracy overflow, supposed to turn into crit chance and severity, that according to them since 2017 that has not functioned. So it's possible that it's a dilapidated system that somebody broke at some point and nobody knows how to fix, or a design decision was made to remove it, or it's dilapidated, they don't know what to do with it, and they have decided to label it as a design decision because that reads better from a PR standpoint than something in the game broke and we don't know how to fix it. But yeah, so shield hardness could also be something that doesn't actually function, or doesn't, functionally do anything. But I don't know. I actually have a rather lengthy feedback that I have written to put to the forums about shields. Of course, it's my understanding of shields, and who knows, because I'm not somebody who can dig into the code. And also, I'm pretty sure that the person's video is from pretty long ago. So, it very easily could have been completely broken from then to now. And also, I have a, that lengthy shield input is also followed by a very lengthy pilot ability rework feedback, because I also think that everything there, basically everything, is just meh. And I would perhaps go so far as to say that I think pilot powers may have been like fundamentally flawed. All the ones that were created, I think, may have been fundamentally flawed in their concept compared, like how the game plays. Whenever you're designing for a game, there's the challenge of trying to expand the horizons and add new things and make things better or whatever. But you also do have to bear in mind like how the game is played, not what you want it to be, but what it is, or not what it was supposed to have been, but what it is, because what it was supposed to have been is not necessarily what it is. What you want it to be is very well not what it is, but it very well may be not what it is. But you have to respect what it is. And if you throw something onto it that's like no one in their right mind would use that, then what was the point? So, I do feel like a lot of pilot powers, yeah, there's some fun things in there, obviously, but like if you're aiming at something super fun, like lock trajectory, I feel like there's a starship trait that they released, and I think it's even on something expensive. I think it's a lockbox or promo or Lobi, some kind of shit like that removes the cooldown from it. I'm like, well, that's what it should have been in the first place. It should just have no cooldown if it's a power for fun, because that power is not, like, under 99% of circumstances, a good build choice. Like, getting past the shield facing that you're working on is like, yes, quote unquote shields are useless, but to the degree in which they are useful, it is best that you stay on the enemy facing, shield facing that you're working on, not glide past it. And the pittance of crit chance, I believe it got like 4% crit chance or whatever, does not even remotely compensate for the inefficiency that that power possesses. And like I said, if it's for fun, it should be something that you can just turn on, turn off, turn on, turn off. If you wasted an entire bridge officer slot on that ability, you should be able to just have fun with it. And then there's abilities that are like too involved, like form up, where you have to first target an ally and then teleport to them, and then you have to stay within 5 kilometers of them. So and it doesn't correct for your orientation to theirs. Like it doesn't put you, like it doesn't match course and speed, Captain. It just throws you over near them, however you were facing. So if they were going to the left and you were going to the right, then both of your speed are working against you staying within 5 kilometers of each other. So you have to react quickly to correct for that fact. Also, if they are a broadsider who's flying around and you are a cannon ship, then they could very easily leave you behind and be unoptimized for you as a cannon ship firing at them. You know, like their broadside and your front side are not going to be playing nicely together unless they are parked. So, you know, I feel like for one, I mean, if you wanted to retain the spirit of that power, that you teleport to somebody and then it activates lock trajectory basically, but your trajectory is locked to whatever they are doing. So they basically are piloting your ship for you because you are locked onto their aft, and then you can turn freely so that you can put your preferred facings on the enemy. So I think that would help to alleviate that. But it's also a power that, unless you have pets, because you can actually use it on your own pets, like even the Ultimate Swarmer from the Ultimate console, you can just teleport to that. And that could be very useful because it tends to just kind of like stick with you. So, I mean, that's part of my problem with it, is that the best implementation I can possibly think of for using the current version of that power is targeting your own Ultimate Swarmer and teleporting to it. And of course, that power could be completely reworked into, like to me, I would think if a pilot is, commanding in a way of like, form up, squad, or whatever, that you and your team should be rewarded for coming to an area, like even if it's stationary, that if a pilot says form up, then like for all ships within 5 kilometers of your vessel, you gain X bonus damage. And they also gain X bonus damage. And then, maybe degrees of it, like every ship within 3 kilometers, every ship within 5, every ship within 7, every ship within 10, or whatever, or maybe it can't be that graduated because maybe that causes too much calculus on the server. Maybe it's just 5 and 10. But like, let's keep it simple for like 5 and 10. So like maybe 5 gives you 5% bonus damage per teammate, and then 10 gives you 2.5 damage per teammate within the area. Because the thing is like, yes, 10 kilometers is your combat range, but relative to any enemy target, there is the entire other side of them that your allies could be in. And so like, it's a bit simplistic to look at it this way, but if you just look like north, south, east, west, there's basically 40 kilometers of combat space around a target where your allies can be. So your 10 km is not really overzealous to make an aura affect that area. Just like I think cruiser commands being a 5 kilometer radius is too stingy. I think that most radiuses are too stingy. Photonic shockwave being 5. Well, no, actually it's 3 kilometers. 3 kilometers? I think that's stingy. I think it should be 5. But, that's just my Neko opinion. And whoever's in charge, they're the ones who make those decisions about game balance and whatnot. That's been a long chat. Thank you for attending my TED Talk. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm quite curious how this Fakiri engine has interacted with our dots. It may be very aggressively responsible for the success of our build, but I have no way of telling because it's not like it. Like, you can check for the fire damage that it, has a chance of doing, but it's not like you can tell to what degree was your dot stuff improved by it. I think I shall check the parser. For curiosity's sake, analyze log. I'm not sure I care to see what happened. Wait, what is this? It says there's a combat that occurred with somebody named Zep. They did 13.92 damage. Somebody probably jumped off of something and damaged themselves on Deep Space Nine, and so they did self-damage. Infected. Let's see. Player analysis report. Entropic Writer did 10.3k DPS. Was actually listed as the top of our Deeps list, followed by Neutronic Torpedo, Particle Emission Plasma Torpedo, Plasma Particle Emission. Oh yes, that must be the cloud of it. Well, that did some work, because the Particle Emission Plasma Torpedo was listed at 9k, and the Plasma Particle Emission Theta Radiation was listed at 8k. Graviton Implosion Projector, which was our experimental weapon, at like 7.7. Kinetic Cutting Beam, 6.2, or 6.3 if you round. No, 6.2 if you were to round, because of how that works. Terran Task Force Photon Torpedo, 5.6. Gravimetric Photon Torpedo, 5.6. Oh, the one above it was actually 5.7. But it's interesting. I kind of would have expected the gravimetric to be doing more work than the Terran Task Force one, so I'm glad that that one actually is putting up some numbers. Omega Kinetic Shearing. Hold on, it jumped. Oh. That only did 4.6k, which is not nothing. But I feel like that's something I would peel out of my build for. Like, I'd gladly take a 4k hit for, maybe putting Tyler's back on for crit chance, or even, one of the traits that's better for survival. So I think that was quite underwhelming. Dark Matter Lace Quantum Torpedo Spread. What's also interesting is that the torpedoes quite high, but that quantum, Dark Matter Lace Quantum, here it is. 5.139. That may also have something to do with the order of the torpedoes, because our first torpedo in line, let me see. Hold on. This, and then this. The gravimetric was first in line, so if it were order-based, you'd think this one would be a top performer. This one was, I believe, the highest, followed by this one. So order doesn't necessarily matter. Oh, sorry about that. Brushed my mic. Let's see. Player combat analysis reports. Terran Task Force Photon Torpedo Spread. Although that's also an interesting question, is if something gets translated into a spread, because that's damage that it's not doing as its independent self. It's damage that it's doing as a spread. So that damage could arguably have been robbed from its base version. So Terran Task Force torpedo spread just shy of 6K. The Terran Task Force photon torpedo is here again, separately, as 5.6 or 5.7. Let me double check and see. Oh wait, or for some reason it scrolled. Terran Task Force. Yes, I guess it scrolled when I was like trying to adjust some things and look back at something. Strange. Okay, never mind. It's not there again. Dark matter lace quantum torpedo. 4.55. Wait, no, that is twice because there's a dark matter quantum torpedo for 5139. What? Okay, parser, thank you for providing so much information. Why would you not aggregate that for me? The Curie Torment, like listed by itself, was 2.5K, going on 2.6. Trilithium enhanced phaser beam array did 2.3. Oh, except for that's perhaps fire at will. And this is... Oh, wait. Was that a spread? Did I miss where it said it was a spread? No, that says torpedo. Ah, spread. Okay, so spread hit harder for dark matter. Okay. Silly Neko. It was not on there twice. I retract my previous critique, parser. You are a good parser. And that was user error. Dark matter disillusion, which I imagine is the dot thing. Oh, 1.8. That is not shabby for like, an ancillary effect. Tachyon drone vulnerability exploited. I was under the impression that that actually did quite a bit of work, but of course, I don't have it. I'm not using an unconventional systems build, so Tachyon drones are very judiciously used, so they could do much more if I were like using them more aggressively. But it says 1.3K. Considering I only used it like once that entire run, that seems like like it could have obviously done more. Particle emission plasma torpedo spread 1.3. Which again does bring up the point of perhaps it didn't get spread very often, and that's why it was a top performer as an individual. Gravimetric rift 1K. Now we're getting just down into a bunch of little nitty gritties. Interesting. All right, let me see here. Is there something else I want to do? Yeah, for this non-hidey-ho build, for this version of the ship being visible, I think we are going to go ahead and lean into the hull meta. Because just because they tried to fix shields doesn't mean they succeeded, right? So, bye, lady. Traits. History will remember. Oh, yeah, right. It'll be down here. Actually, it'll be near this one. Grazie. This is actually rather underwhelming, so I would be inclined to peel this off. Although I should check Hive Onslaught. Hive. Morning. Good morning, Swift. Let's see. Player combat analysis reports. I bet. I mean, I could take the time to try and make these visible to you with OBS, but I feel like that would actually be a little bit onerous for me because I'm not very literate with it. So we shall continue, and I shall just satisfy my curiosity real quick. We are looking for Omega Kinetic Shearing. Rolling. It didn't show up. That really should not be possible. Oh, here it is. 6K. That's not nothing. That is not nothing. I kind of... Oops. I would be... I'm a little inclined to... Wait, where did it go? Here. I would be inclined to kind of take that off potentially in favor of... I really do enjoy advanced hull reinforcements. This bonus all damage resistance can really benefit your survivability due to taking less damage. But I'd also be quite curious to find out if Honor Dead mixed with History Will Remember is actually what will let us recklessly abandon and do Hive Onslaught, and maybe our deeps will go up. Plus also it is a damage booster. I do suspect that this might be my last thing of this stream. And I do feel like this ship has been sufficiently observed that I would be looking toward, you know, Sirius for my next stream. Hive Onslaught. Advanced. Although, actually, I think I will perhaps also do Infected because it's available. And might as well do the pair, right? We've been soloing these all day to see what was what. Let us also save this loadout. We shall call this Kinetic Shields and then rename it because it is incorrect. I'm supposed to look in front of my ship. Is this you? Oh, Shinzo. And wait. Are... Oh, right, of course. Telling me. It's like, but where is dead? Wait, no. Shinzo is dead. Oh, looky. Oh, we are being stolen. Your ship actually kind of looks like, the Voyager J from that angle. No, well, the angle it was just seen at a moment ago. I will assume that you came to wish me luck. And now I must perform admirably. Because I have the luck of a Shinzo. I'm an angry fork. I could in fact see that. I suspect that that anger would stem from not being as long as all the other forks. Alright, is there anything that I need to be paying attention to? I think we'll be fine.
You cannot defeat me.
Hmm.
You cannot.
I was just
defeat
also thinking about how useful the decentralized immunity is with its invulnerability bubble. That's a useful way to stay alive. Of course, it's not applicable to... Oh, I'll have to think. She'll have to think about whether or not that would actually be viable on here. We're not focusing on that. We're just here to deeps this. And I really should be... Let's see. Is that tactical? Yes. Using our engineering abilities to ruin its day. Our DPS is higher. The hull meta doing some work. Gonna take out this... Oh! No! The hull meta is failing us. Run away. Oh, it's doing better. See, the rotate shield, or reverse shield polarity rather, that is a good. That's doing some work. But, outside of that, can't say shields have been saved all that much. But it always generally was capable of doing work. I feel like it was relatively recent that reversing shield polarity in this exact circumstance wouldn't save you. Like they were draining too aggressively for it. It's almost as if somebody was an enemy of shields and specifically set out to destroy shields in this game because that hull meta was aggressively reinforced. Get him. Oh, that is one of my disappointments. I mentioned earlier how I very much enjoy mines. So one of the reasons why I'm disappointed about the ship like not being a warship type is because it doesn't have 3 aft slots, which is, you know, basically the beautiful minimum required for mines to be effective.
Accept the gift of assimilation.
Will you accept the gift of my torpedoes? I feel like it should be an exchange. Okay, there's another hidden one. Or one that escaped my particular notice. Get it. I need to know which one of these is the one that's cooling itself down much more. Structural integrity collapse needs to be much more readily available than let it go. Yep. And I fully expect going to attack us because it's been doing that. Going to wait for a bit and be like, nope, cutscene. Ah, Exactly. You stop that. The Houston is over there, like, not dying.
Your efforts are futile.
And then it's
Destroy
okay.
this vessel, and I will
Whatever.
claim another.
Bye, lady. Bye. Well, she's feedback pulsing us with our one very sad beam. This version of our ship could probably withstand the world's angriest loot crate. This version of our ship with, you know, a hull focus could probably withstand putting back on a Terran task force beam array on the front. Alright, looking for the gnomes. There's one. Nom. And then there's one. Nom. 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 Oh, and there's another one. That's the other thing that I think this game needs. I mean, let us embrace the fact that we are obviously... Lady. I'm talking right now, shush. We must embrace the fact that we are an MMO. Like, you know, this is not Star Trek the Simulator Online. It is Star Trek World of Warcraft reskinned, you know, kind of a thing. So where is my loot pet? Like, I want a loot pet that follows me around and just noms everything as I go. Like, I don't have to focus on looting. It's like, We have all these cosmetic space pets, non-combat pets. Give them a purpose, right? Chat, do you agree with Neko? Oh, those noms, those look like noms. I mean, they look like a bunch of boxes, so like, who cares? But there's one in the middle that counts. Where did this constellation of treasure come from? Let's see. Where were you hiding? All right. We're going to assume that's everything now. We even happened upon that by accident. I wasn't really even looking anymore. I was just enjoying myself and talking. And then it was like, oh my gosh, treasure. Bom-ba-dom. Hail the conquering heroes. Nope. Actually, I don't need you right now, lady. We are going to go do that ISA to feel the difference. Oh, our DPS by the end. Oh, right. Because of those hangers on at the end that were like, we're still here. Otherwise, our DPS was, you know, I believe better by at least some degree. Infected the conduit. Advanced. And this time, let's not freak out, controls, shall we? Mouse going all like whoop, whoop, whoop. Camera flipping itself all over the place. You know, there was a scene there, I think, where the ship was barrel rolling, so that, while I was concerned that it may have been like a macro going off and being nuts,
All attempts to hail the starbase have failed.
it may have in fact been server shenanigans. Oh, I don't remember. Did I put on my threatening stance in that last one? If I didn't, then we could have been even more survivable with the hull capacity it grants.
Will adapt to service hours.
Your technology will be repurposed to defend us against your unwanted advances.
Scanning the nanite transformer. Done. Additional data is available.
I'm trying to stay in combat range, but also, and take advantage of our sniper standoff attack craft. And that is, we are using the trait sniper for improved torpedo damage at a distance. Interesting that that one has moved so much. Please tell me everything else is dead. Yes. Mm-hmm.
The Netite probes can repair the transformers. Stop them!
Stop touching me. Alright. Oh, I did not mean to use that there, but it's fine. It might actually be ready by the time we need it again. I was just trying to use my engineering powers. Oh, I was trying to let it go, and I was trying to collapse their structural integrity.
Destroy it!
We are the bulwark.
A probe is closing in on a transformer. Destroy it!
Alright. The deeps are perhaps a little lower than I would like, but it seems that we are surviving quite admirably.
Disarm your weapons. You will escort us to your home world, where we will begin assimilating your culture and technology.
I was choosing to be a bit more cautious than, just to be sure, but I'm not sure it was necessary because our durability has not been substantially tested in this form.
We will add your technological and biological distinctiveness to our own.
Ta-da! 161k by the end of it, so that is not bad. Nom 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 nom. Out of the way, sir. Nom 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 nom. Let's see. Nom. 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 Okay. Is that everything? I do believe that is everything. All the noms in my tom-tom. Okay, accept. Then leave. I should go visit Quark and sell off our bounty. Ready ship? Ready ship? Do a quick check for angry forks. I don't see. Not readily. They could be anywhere. Oh. Oh, what is that? Seems like the type of thing that an angry fork might do to draw my attention. Oh. It's not an angry fork. Hmm. Ankia found me. Is that a monitor? Let us check. Info. Hmm. Fleet advanced something. I think that's a no. Research vessel. Yeah. Sutherland, like I said earlier in the stream, I don't know if you were here for it, but she is a good vessel. Like I looked her back up when the monitor was announced, and it's like, damn girl, you've got, you know, heaps of science and decent amount of temporal. Like, you've got everything that you need to really do some excellent builds on that thing. So they're honestly, they've basically got the same potential between the two of them, and the monitor slays. So I think she just fell behind for me personally because new things come out, you know. Oh, there's the monitor. Mm-hmm. Indeed. I think I'm going to end up... I do like the skin of the monitor, don't get me wrong, but I think I am going to be flying her as the Nebula because I just really like the Nebula. All right. Oh, interesting. Well, you know, the Nebula is, like, they kind of look like they're about the same size, but if you're looking at actual mass, she's way bigger. Indeed, I see that. I saw your nacelles were... and pylons also, perhaps? Were, yes, very different. Non-standard. Dock at D Space 9, enough of your distractions. Neko has an appointment with Quark to clear our inventory, and then I think it will be time for the stream to end because I think the stream has been going for oh, that's not Quark. At least 1/2 eternity. Let's see here.
What can I get for you?
Kit bashing is indeed a very, very interesting thing, and something I wish that the devs would embrace more themselves. You know, like professional kit bashing, and, you know, perhaps develop a system that allows us to kit bash more aggressively for ourselves. But, you know, like taking the Nebula. Is that Lex Luthor? That looks like a Lex Luthor in a power suit to me. Like, I would really like to see the Nebula version of the Odyssey, you know, where you put the nacelles underslung, give it a mission pod, that type of a thing. And and indeed, Neko was correct. For anybody who is not watching, Neko was correct. That is Lex Luthor in a power suit. But yes, like the Nebula version of the Odyssey or the Miranda version of the Odyssey. I'd also like to see that, you know, variant of I'd like to see that come get some, sir. I would like the, like, Sovereign turned into a Nebula, or, like, you know, turned into this Miranda version. And, you know, like 4 nacelled Sovereign. You know, like basically if you took the Sovereign and turned it into a Prometheus. Or the 3 nacelled version, like, you know, the Sovereign Dreadnought version of like a Galaxy X. And like basically all of that for all the ships. Like the Odyssey, I'd also like to see it with 4 nacelles. But But yeah, there's just so much potential for like taking the things that they already have and like just with a little bit of like, you know, double this, turn it upside down, this, that, whatever. And wham bam, you've got a whole other ship. And as long as it's not, you know, crappily built, as long as it's got a decent console, a decent trait, then the community, and like even if it doesn't, I think that people would love their envisioning of what the Odyssey looks like if you made a Nebula sister. Same for the Sovereign, and basically all of the ships. Like, how could you make a Intrepid's, you know, not quite the Intrepid sister? Well, we've got something new here. What is this? It is still a Shinzo, but I believe I am meant to guess who it is. Wait. Isn't there a guy who's like, but is his hair black? I'm thinking of this guy who's like memed for having an accent and being my stupid sexy admiral. I feel like he's memed for like acting very terribly in something. But I think it may be intentional. But for some reason you're kind of, he might be blonde. I don't know why I'm getting that vibe. No, not Fabio, because isn't he like famous for being like romance novel cover man or whatever? Among other things. He's also famous for I Can't Believe It's Not Butter. But there's some guy, and I feel like he would be short. I think his hair would be curly. And Tommy Wiseau? I'm gonna have to find a picture. So we are Googling. Okay. Tommy Wiseau, perhaps. Fabio is also famous for taking a goose to the face on a roller coaster. That is true. Tommy Wiseau. Wiseau, whatever. Let me see. Images. Oh, his hair is dark. Yeah. I don't know why, like, the like bare chest under a jacket or you perhaps a black bathrobe or whatever. I don't know why. Like, I'm not aware of having seen him in such a state. If this is indeed him, is it? Yep, that looks like him there. That looks like, you know, the thing that I saw. I don't know why. That's the vibe that I'm getting from your stupid, sexy admiral. I presume you are also aware of the NPC on DS9 that just randomly says into chat, "Stupid sexy me." From the worst, best movie called The Room. I presume that's what Tommy Wiseau was in. I'm pretty sure I've never seen the movie. I think I'm just familiar with the memes. My avatar is having a moment because of me leaving camera view. Like, what? Where did you go? Congratulations, you have received 100 messages today with Restream chat. That would actually be a second 100 Restream because you told me that. That or it's like 100 after a timer rolled over or whatever, which might mean that there were even more that are not being counted. Count them all, Restream. How many chats have I received this stream? Uh-huh. I like this one or the Boolean because, you know, he's Cyclops from X-Men. So the Boolean is, you know, obviously was my red optical blast simulator. But then with this one, I was like, well, you know, it's red enough. It's an orangey red. I think it is perfectly. Oh, Tonkia. I feel like I've probably been ignoring you this whole time. The 90s had the best theme. The 90s had a lot of fun. I feel like, well, I'm getting a little bit of a vibe of Assassin's Creed with that color scheme, but the helmet is Spaceballs. That's what I'm getting. I'm just vibing. The 90s X-Men, I'm glad it's coming back. Right? I'm very interested to see. I'm very interested to see what they will do with the X-Men. I'm also mortified because every time that, you know what, that outfit really reminds me of like Sarah Connor is the vibe that I'm getting. I feel like, well, the hair color wouldn't be accurate for that, but like the tank top, like gray tank top, I feel like that's supposed to be one of the Tomb Raider games. Oh. So that's Laura Croft then? Unless there's a different Tomb Raider game in which the character is somebody else who wears a ponytail. I have a Laura Croft costume that is like, it hasn't been made into a character, but I made it. I remember having a grandma come into my store and ask for Tom Braider for the PlayStation. Is it Tom Brady? Was it for, what's that football game? Madden? I think it's Madden. Oh, well, don't you look fancy? I don't know what this... Wait, no, you're Elsa from Frozen. Oh, Tom Braider? No, that's funny. I have a lot of Space Barbie cosplay for the holidays. Yes, that, like, for a moment there, I felt like, oh no, what direction would I have gone? But like, I needed to like pull back my focus and see like the sleeves, like the sleevey thing. I'm like, oh my god, yes, I know, that's Elsa. Okay, hold on. Who might this be? Hmm. Oh, oh, are you supposed to be Michael Jackson? Or is it Janet? But if with Thriller, I gotta assume it's Michael. Or is it perhaps intended to be like one of the dancers from it? Oh, very interesting. Gender bend, Michael Jackson. I must admit, I never thought to even do Elsa from Frozen. Although I suppose with her ice powers, I already have an Iceman though. It was for Halloween. It was a gender bent MJ because, like I said, cosplay. Indeed, right? Isn't it fun when people take a character and like they're way too short or they're way too tall, way too buff, way too whatever, and they make it work. This, like not the outfit, but hold on. I also need to get closer to see if there's something. Oh, are you, Nightmare Before Christmas, his girlfriend? What's her name? Sally. Yes. I'm so proud of myself for getting that. Because I had to check your face, because if not, I was like, the outfit's not quite right, but could be Miss Martian from DC. I have one of those. Or two of those. I think I might have two, because she's, you know, evolved her look through Young Justice. Hmm. This seems kind of familiar, but like it would be from a franchise I'm not truly familiar with. Hmm. I want to say something like Dead Space or an attempt at a stormtrooper without a helmet on. Oh. Oh. Well, yeah, actually that's very good. That is a very good stormtrooper. It would probably be being female. That threw me off because I feel like, you know, generally. And then also, let me see what's going on here. The Talaxian. You certainly are like Talaxian the Barbarian, or like Conan the Barbarian. Like you seem very. That is indeed not Neelix. This obviously, if our characters had voices, his would be the deepest that has ever existed. Link from Zelda. And the Talaxian. That is definitely Link from Zelda. Am I right? Am I right? Yeah, the gauntlets. It can't possibly be anything else. Do they have that? I feel like a scant. There's like a scant bottom, right? That could work for a male character to do this. Where's that hat come from? Oh, really? I'm unfamiliar with Linkle. Christmas. Are you saying it's not available anymore? J events, event store, winter hat knitted? No. Wait, different? Ah, yeah, should be it. Looks right. All right. I may as well buy that now because you know I have no reason to not attempt a link. Kobali gauntlets. Not that I'm going to steal your look, but I do want to like make the attempt at making a link because I never even would have thought. Kobali wraps for the top two is my guess. Looks like a leather. Is that a Bajoran belt? For the emblem on it, I'm not quite sure where it went. Where that came from. The strap. This should be routinely available. Those boots. I don't. I think they're soft, like soft leather or something like that. But Yes, that is an excellent look, and I'd be quite curious to, because, you know, like there's the Emperor's sword in the game. So there's a Klingat for a boomerang. Oh my gosh, it's Data. It's Data when he was dating the Borg Queen. And a Borg. I don't have a Borg costume on this character, but I do have a Borg drone that I created specifically to be a Borg, and he uses all the Borg kit modules and the batted extractor, and he's intended to fly the Juggernaut, the Borg Juggernaut, but you know, I wanted to go into a mud bundle. Oh, that's a pretty outfit. Golden and shiny. You know, for some reason, there's like no reason why the outfit itself would be doing this, but like the face and the hair is really reminding me of Tila from Stargate Atlantis. Oh. So, hold on. How to uncrouch. There we go. So he was assimilated at Wolf 359, became a full-fledged drone, and then got released, I take it? Bastille from Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. Knights of the Old Republic. Is that a comic? I feel like... No. That's a game. Wait, no. Wait. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay, so Shinzo is telling me that I'm correct about him being unassimilated, assimilated, fully assimilated, and then released. An old Xbox game, at least that's what I played it on. Right, Knights of the Old Republic. I'm pretty sure I never played it. Obviously, I haven't played many Star Wars games, but so I don't have that. But I can say that I think that face and hair would be a good base for Attila. Picked Liberated Borg when I started, when Stowe launched, and grabbed Lifetime Sub. Wait. Info. Liberated Borg. Wait. When you were Lex Luthor, were you a liberated Borg? What? That's what I get for, like, not really exploring limited Borg, or the limited, not really exploring liberated Borg, because, you know, it's like, he's my Borg. I'm going to use him just for the purposes of being Borg. I wasn't, like, trying to find out what all he could be or do. Lots of costume slots. Indeed, I just bought 4 more because I love costuming. Are you really? Info. What? Impressive. I'm an alien, obviously, because, you know, generally the easiest to make whatever costume I want from, but also, you know, the extra choose your trait slot. Let's see. Okay, I haven't even change outfit. So this would be Forge from X-Men. And I do have a character, and you know, for my viewers, Forge from X-Men. Actually, turn toward the light, sweetie, because you are a handsome man. And I have an engineer that I put this costume onto. Because, you know, Forge, engineer, obviously. Hold on, where's my... kind of hidden behind the chat. Change outfit? Yes. Colossus, also from X-Men. Turn for you, and then this way. Uncross your arms. Yes. So good. And then I say about my own costume. Let's see. Well, then of course I have variations of Cyclops because somebody saw the costume that, you know, I've been wearing this whole time. And then they're like, oh, I don't really like that version of Cyclops. I prefer when he was blah, 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 blah. You know, when they called him slim and then they made him all buff and stuff. And I was like, I like him buff. But it did inspire me to be like, but you know what? There are other costumes that he wears. And so I decided I wanted to make those costumes. So let's see here. Here's Cable, you know, son of Cyclops and Jean Grey, I believe, unless I'm sorely mistaken. And of course, a lot of the costumes being uniformy get the like similar outfit base. And, you know, turn toward y'all. Although I'm sure you can manipulate your camera to be on the side with the good lighting. And then, let's see, change outfit.
Great.
I also have a Cable. Any of these, like other than Cyclops, all of his, anything that just says Cyclops, that's going to end up being, you know, a variant for him. I'm not going to make a different character for each of those. Gambit is also a character that I have made into a character already. Of course, some of the clipping of this costume is an issue.
Watch the wheel.
Let's see.
Not
Change
now.
character. Iceman. Which I do have an Iceman, and he focuses on a whole heap of ice powers. Is that also Lex Luthor in a different power suit this time? Seems like him. My first power suit failed, Superman, but this one's even better, sleeker. Can't do Cyclops speech because that's, you know, just Risa.
Hey.
Cyclops,
Great.
Black Modern, right? This is like inspired by the most recent incarnation of him in comics. So that's what happens when Superman has beat the crap out of you and you have lost all of your outer bits. And so you're being arrested in this form, yeah? Or that's the form in which you escape because it still has a teleporter or something. Nightcrawler, which obviously I can't do the appropriate numbers of fingers and toes or a tail unless I were to crack the tailor, which, you know, I'm not looking to get all of my... Mark my words, I will stop Superman. But yes, this is my attempt at Nightcrawler. And then Cyclops Classic is also a incarnation of Cyclops. I have other male costumes that I just haven't transferred them back onto him because I had limited slots. And when there's another sale, I will grab much more slots. Many more slots. And also I need a whole heap of inventory slots. And what is this? Is this like a Roto type suit? Kind of like Proto Iron Man? That actually would make a very good Proto Iron Man. I bet there's a helmet in here that would make a Proto Iron Man helmet. I wish I was alien so I could make Thanos. I have seen a Thanos running around and it was very well done. That is Iron Lady. I feel like, isn't it Iron Heart or something? I feel like there's a character named, that's an Iron Man female edition. No, this one is alternate future Shinzo when he was an augment. The one that was in the gray outfit, the gray metal suit. An augment. Was he an augment who was also assimilated? Was he king of the Borg? Did he? Khan. Oh wait, no, that's a Worf. Worf's morning, I believe. Mm-hmm. And was he assimilated in that alternate future? He was an augment who was assimilated, but then his superior brain overtook the collective and turned himself into Proto Iron Man. Oh, he was assimilated by choice. Now, was that because he made a deal with the collective and was like, I will join you with my superiority under one condition? Or was he like, I'm going to let you fools assimilate me and think that you're taking me, but I'm going to take everything from you? They couldn't handle his Chadness. Oh, indeed. Oh, another costume change. Hmm. The outfit does seem a bit familiar, but I give up. This one is just the Enterprise Mako. Oh. Is there really so much red in the Mako outfit? Well, it's also Terran on the side. Is that perhaps why you added the red, was to like mirror universe it? Hmm. I do have a character that I am intending to, like I've put him in a Enterprise outfit, not Mako, but just Enterprise. Oh, I missed the last one. This one is just Elsa in a Christmas sweater. What was I thinking? I'm trying to find one and have terrible labeling. I've been there. Is is Marilyn Manson the correct name? That just came to mind. Oh, right. I have a character who I have put into an Enterprise jumpsuit, and he is intended to fly the NX. Oh, it's Uhura. Because I made a science shenanigan. The Pink Ranger, the Pink Power Ranger. That's really good. Oh, yeah, so he's gonna fly the NX, but he's gonna fly it like as a science ship. Because honestly, I was so uninspired by the NX, the escort. I was like, meh. Do I really? I don't know. Just it as an escort is like, eh. But you know, maybe I may even do that as well. But in particular, once I turned it into basically a science ship, the NX escort like really became interesting to me, and so that's where I took a character who was kind of like had no direction. Is like, that's what you're gonna do. Is that Cortana? Oh, do a barrel roll. Cortana doesn't really have all those bits and boops, so that would not be an accurate guess, but I just figured with the hair and kind of the tech visor, just the old Iconian outfit with colors for flair. Like, you all are trying too hard. Not every one of my costumes is something else than what it is. I mean, because it is basically the full Iconian outfit.
Buy another drink. Maybe it'll bring you good luck.
I'm getting 7 of 9 vibes, but I feel like that can't possibly be right.
Davo!
Oh, are you a Ghostbuster? You know, I haven't seen that movie. Not for any particular reason. I just, well, other than the fact that I'm not normally a movie person, I'm usually much more into a television series than a movie. So,
Ready to get
you know,
lucky?
it's more of a like, if I happen upon it, if it airs one day on television, then perhaps, but I don't normally go out of my way for movies. It depends. Alrighty. Well, it has been delightful chatting with you and guessing your outfit. It's nice to meet some other cosplayers. And, but it has been a very long stream, and I should go do something that's not this. So, you all have a good night. Thank you all, chat. Thank you to everybody who liked, followed, subscribed. I don't know, whatever the things are that people do on Twitch. And also, because I am dual streaming to YouTube, if you are there and you did any of those things, hit the bell for the notification or whatever, then thank you as well. Yes, yes, I would emote at you if only I knew, like, even remotely how to do that well. Yes, so assume that I waved. I shall wave my head. I'm waving my little avatar. Wave my little hair flip at you.